Impact North!
In response, Zero and Imperial Hal teamed up to form what many called the Super Team. But their attempt at stopping the bleeding fell short. The world had caught up.
But Team Falcons, a team that's slightly been struggling now.
It looks like Falcons will be eliminated, and indeed they are. Another dud game for them.
I mean, if you want to talk about momentum, there is a complete lack of inertia for the Super Team.
Zero's just gone down.
Zero's gone down, trying to do what he can, but Falcons' bad day continues. But SSG will become your champions here in Germany. The team that was dubbed the second Super Team when it came together.
Split 1, they narrowly lost. Split 2 was a complete collapse.
Another failure at Champs, and Year 4 may be the first in which Zero does not lift a trophy. The pressure is mounting.
I think he does feel pressure. I think he puts most of it on himself, though.
He feels pressure, but it doesn't really affect his performance.
I think the reason that he kind of seems like he doesn't feel it is because of how hard he works.
Yeah, he's ruthless.
Everyone can say what they want, you know, everyone can think what they want, but at the end of the day, I know I'm going to be the one lifting that trophy. You'll see.
皆さんこんにちは、ゆきおです。今日は欧米の友達にいたずらしちゃいます。
オリオリオリオリオリノペロノペ
俺より
俺より
yes
Okay, hold on, give me a second. 俺より俺のペットの方が可愛いよ。
かわいいよ。
かわいいよ。
Yes.
かわいいよ。俺より俺のペットの方が可愛いよ。
Oh yes. So good.優しいやつは結局勝てないんだよ。
勝てないんだよ。
Yes.
勝てないんだよ。
Yes.
優しいやつは結局勝てないんだよ。
Perfect. リンゴとバナナを食べるのが好きです。ああ、いや。
Okay. リンゴとバナナを食べるのが好きです。
Perfect. Good.
牛さんが桃だって。Does that sound okay?
Yeah, good.
牛さんが
Momodate.
Good.
Thank you.
I teach.
Okay.
Yes.
プリプリ、
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 3枚と
3枚と
2
2
ヒットだぜ。
ヒットだぜ。
Yes, 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 yes.
プリプリ、3枚と2ヒット
だぜ。
だぜ。
Yes, perfect.
Okay. プリプリ、3枚と2ヒットだぜ。
Oh,
Is it good?
good.
Actually, Yukio has something he needs to show you.
Oh no, me?
Yeah.
Oh no. Are you proposing?
Look this. No.
Oh. Okay.
Yes.
What is it? More? Okay.
First.
Oh.
Yes, yes, yes.
What?
Same me.
That's what I've been saying?
Yeah, same me.
You're so funny. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. Have you seen my pets?
No, no.
No?
But I think
Uh-huh.
you are cute.
Me?
Yes. I think.
Oh my god. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. I love you.
What is this?
Read this.
Okay. Is that what I just read?
Yeah.
Nice guys finish last.
Yeah.
It's not true.
No, true.
No.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. In Japanese.
Oh. I didn't even realize.
食べて
Tabete is eat.
Eat. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like so confused. Like, why is there banana in here? No, you guys did a good job of like hiding it, but I was confused. What is this?
Yeah. Same me. In Japanese.
Mumu says the gal.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I'm like 0% understanding Japanese.
This means I hit a fatty samite.
I was thinking, I don't recognize any of these words. That's messed up.
Yeah,
That's messed up.
no promotion.
I gotta get you back then. Surprise.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, everybody? Waking Greek here, and we are joined by our good friend F-chan from Reignite. We've taken a quick trip here to the Karamatsu restaurant to try some local food, learn some Japanese, and talk all things ALGS.
All right, so we're gonna get right into it. There's a lot of traditional food here for us to try.
Can you teach us how to hold chopsticks properly?
Oh, okay. Like this. この薬指をこう。まず上の端を。
I can't. My wrist doesn't do
Oh, I
it.
think I got it.
No shot. Really?
いただきます。
Could you give us one useful Japanese phrase that we should know being here?
Don't troll us, man.
すみません、日本語わかりません。
I'm sorry, I don't understand Japanese.
Did the announcement of ALGS coming to Japan motivate you even more to qualify for champs?
そうですね。スプリット1、スプリット2出れてなくて、そこからの日本開催っていう発表だったんで、もうこれは出るしかないと。めちゃくちゃモチベーションは LCQ に向けてのモチベーションはめちゃくちゃ上がりましたね。
Cheers.
I'm not a cheese guy, so we'll see how this goes.
Cheers.
That's good. We saw you get emotional through the qualifiers when you qualified through the LCQs. What was going through your mind in the moment of qualifying?
本当にこのまま世界大会出れなかったら正直引退かなっていう感じはしてたので、本当に出れてなんか、もういろんなものが湧き上がりましたね。
How does it feel to be back playing on the biggest stage possible this year?
これ以上今後もう世界大会出れないんじゃないかと思ってたんで、出れるのが決まった時はちょっと泣いちゃいましたね。そんくらいめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。はい。
Hell yeah, yeah, we love that. Now that you qualified, what do you hope to achieve this event? Like, what's your number one goal being here in Sapporo?
ウィックもグリークもスクリムは見てたと思うんで、僕らの成績がどれだけ悪いかは多分分かってると思うんですけど、それでもやっぱり日本開催ってこともあるので、現実的な目標として、決勝は絶対出たいなっては思ってます。
Finals.
Very good.
Yes. Finals? Good. I like that goal. Your signature move is this. Can you show us right now and also explain why you do it?
なんか僕が単純にガリガリだけど 筋肉見せるみたいなちょっとなんかそのギャップというかなんかそれがちょっと面白いかなと思って。
Everybody loves it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we love it so much. Ready?
Yes.
All right. Oh my God.
So F-Chan, over the years you've had a few different teammates. We want to know who is your favorite teammate you've ever had and why?
好きって言い方もあれですけど、まあめちゃくちゃ尊敬してて、まあ別にこれまで組んできたチームメイトみんなまあ全然好きなんですけど、誰か一人って選ぶのであれば、チームユナイトとパルブレックスの時に組んでたレジェッタ。
I haven't heard that name in a long time. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you, F-Chan. Best of luck to you at Champs, and thank you so much to everyone tuning in. And we will see you in Sapporo.
Origin or TSM, who will be your champions?
In the moment, I really couldn't believe that it happened.
Portal out here for TSM. 5 seconds and counting.
I still was kind of in shock.
What we're worried about is there's just a setback here for TSM. Who is going to do it? TSM.
It's kind of crazy being thrown straight from being like a nobody to a somebody so fast.
And you're winners of the Apex Legends preseason invitational.
When you're walking out onto stage to go lift that trophy with your teammates, nothing really compares to that. Nothing sets you up for the overwhelming emotion that's gonna hit you. Winning really early, all eyes are on you constantly. The feeling of what now kind of turned itself into self-destructiveness. After the LAN, I didn't really know what to do. And then COVID hit, and that feeling just got even more intense. Losing the opportunity of playing at LAN and not knowing when that will ever come back completely destroyed my mental at the time. I just became very angry and distant to everybody. The way that I was feeling at that time basically led to the destruction of that TSM roster. That really led to the basically free fall between a bunch of different rosters. I kept trying to find some kind of stability and right feeling with a team. And it took a really long time to try to find that. Reflecting on a lot of the mistakes that I made with my previous rosters kind of showed me that I needed to just stop trying to be the hero of the teams and give my teammates the trust that I want them to have in me. I think what's special about Stallions is that we all kind of fit into our role properly. Guri is very much like the glue of the roster. He keeps things lighthearted. Crook, he's quiet but chill and very level-headed. I'm the more serious one, I guess. Success in this tournament would mean everything to us. Going into this LAN, we're unsigned. Crook still works a normal job. Polo does too. If we're successful, then orgs have their eyes on us. For me personally, success in this tournament would kind of show me that it wasn't all for nothing. The amount of hardship and struggling that I personally have been through the past couple years would just be really self-fulfilling for me to know that it was all worth it.
Welcome back to Sapporo in Daiwa House. One of the most anticipated things of the day is about to occur. But before we get to our Elimination Round 2 and set up our match point finals for tomorrow, we are going to have to draft some POIs. That is why we have a brand new POI draft show. If you haven't caught it before, we'll get you caught up on how it works. But I want to introduce ourselves. I'm your host, Rain Day, alongside Jamerson, Jayhawk, and Dia, who will be joining us on the desk. We'll have plenty of time to talk to them, but let me catch you up on the format. The teams who are qualifying will have a chance to select their POI. First, we'll go first. Second, we'll go second. We'll continue on, and then when all the teams pick, first will go again. They'll go 21st, essentially. So they'll keep resetting and picking in the same order. They're going to pick across all 3 maps, and we're going to do it live right now. If you skip, it'll go to the next team. It'll come right back to you, but if you see TBD, it just means that they have selected on a different map. The maps we're going to be playing are World's Edge for the first 3, then E-District, and then Storm Point. So E-District will be the map that only has 2, so teams that prioritize that, well, they might be cooking with something special, or maybe they just don't know, which is a real thing that did happen before yesterday. But guys, let's get started with it. The first few picks have arrived. 100 Thieves currently picking. Cloud9 just finished going for Cedo Station.
Yeah, importantly, Team Falcons coming in with the first pick here, and they had priority on their pick over Fnatic. Fnatic in the last draft ended up picking Elrod first, but this time around, Team Falcons with that prio go ahead and take Elrod away. That's going to force Fnatic down to Barometer, so almost a swapping in positions between these two teams here on Storm Point.
Interesting to note between obviously 2 powerhouses, and for those who are wondering, Falcons having just played, coming out of winners, will have the first pick overall. Orglis and Hungry, who dominated yesterday, unfortunately will be picking 11th because they were coming out of Elimination Round 1. So just to be aware of that, in case you were confused as to why they're so low in the pick order.
Absolutely. I do want to point out, we just had, I believe, 7 picks in a row go on Storm Point to start off this draft. We get our first one, Complexity, taking E-District, which I'm a little confused about because, like you said, E-District is only being played for 2 of the maps. I know there was some confusion in the drafts yesterday as to the players knowing which map was going to be the one that's 2, so I am hoping this is a strategical decision as opposed to a potential mistake.
Oh, I mean, also it's City Hall, which I think is equally surprising to me, at least.
E-District, Dia, you just came off casting it. I mean, Falcons obviously didn't do well. They didn't qualify. Yep. They got a few points, maybe 6 or 7, I feel like, on that map, the blind share coming from other places. So what do you feel has been the benefit of prioritizing E-District for some of these teams? Have you seen any?
I think that there is a small but measurable one. It's nothing like Storm Point, certainly.
Yeah.
Like I think that even if you're only playing 2 maps of Storm Point, prioritizing Storm Point is still probably a good idea, just because of how different the POIs play.
Yeah.
Whereas on E-District, I do think you have a lot more wiggle room. I think that that's less true when you're playing from the edge, though. Like, especially if you're looking up towards the north of E-District, especially around Lotus and the surrounding POIs, those, I would put super high priority on them personally.
Well, currently we're seeing not too many, but a few get selected in one of our most iconic, oldest maps, which is World's Edge. Virtus Pro and Envy finding 2 spots there already. Skyhook being taken, and obviously.
I do want to point out, too, for Virtus Pro, World's Edge has been their worst map on the tournament. So, unfortunately for them, they are a little lower in the draft order, but it kind of works out because they get Sky West Trials, which has been an absolute monster of a POI throughout this tournament. We've seen what Alliance was able to do from that spot. And then the same goes for Envy. Once again, a little lower on the draft order, but the flip side for them, World's Edge is their best map. Over half their points have been coming from World's Edge, so they get Climatizer. That's big for them going into this lobby.
Well, and I think Climatizer works really well stylistically for Envy. I don't feel that way about Skyhook and Virtus Pro. Like, I think it's a good POI, but I don't think that Virtus Pro's play style leans as much into the strengths of Skyhook as somebody like Alliance.
Sure. Yeah, they're definitely not as aggressive as an Alliance is, but at the same time, maybe this is just them saying, we got to take the best POI and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, I do think you're trolling if you don't take it, but
yeah.
Like, it's just,
GHS grabbing Humbert Labs and continuing to see very little prioritization of not only World's Edge, but of E-District. Storm Point, the lion's share of the picks. We're seeing Team Burger and, of course, DSG finding some locations there to allow them to, I guess at this point, say, listen, we want to feel confident on this map. We're playing 3 games on it. We might as well. Team Burger, a team that barely made it into this lobby, so they'll have the 20th pick just at the very last minute. Were able to qualify. So it kind of leans into this other story of teams in desperation. It's a hard switch up to go from winners and then all of a sudden now be in this position where you're meeting a lot of teams who are already fighting for their lives. It's going to be a big switch up for the teams like Falcons, like Noctum, like Cloud9 to kind of feel this heat right now, Jamerson.
Yeah, and that's an interesting snipe coming out from Team Burger to be able to pick up Thermal Station off of World's Edge there, because we've been seeing 100 Thieves. They've been able to play out of it extremely well, but 100 Thieves putting the focus on trying to get better positioning on Storm Point.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and give that one up. So Team Burger will have a lot of space to work with. We've had a lot of zones going down to thermal stations as well. So this could be possibly targeted to, hey, these zones have been coming down to the southwest side. We've got, maybe 4 or 5 thermal zones throughout the group stages and the elimination bracket so far. So this could work out in their favor if the ring starts pulling this way. We haven't really seen that because we have had more of the centralized zones coming out today, but they might be gifted some of those thermal zones and then convert on some points off of that.
Resetting back to our top picks again. So pick about 23 or so happening right now. Falcons ended up grabbing Stacks, so prioritizing World's Edge. And then right next to them, Fnatic went Launch Site. So those two juggernauts will be very close to each other in terms of rotations.
And I do want to talk about Falcons there because they now have Lightning Rod and Stacks. And having talked to Privacy, he's mentioned in this meta, the one thing that he really does feel like sets teams up for success is playing for third or fourth beacon information. And so now they've got some of the best POIs when it comes to setting themselves up for that. You can rotate late, you're going to get a ton of loot with Stacks as well, mod nearby, pretty high chance that a ring console spawn at one of the two. And so I really do think that Falcons has absolutely hit it out of the park with their first two picks.
Privacy was going to join us here, but obviously a shock that Falcons did not make it. So now he's with the team actually having these conversations, Jay. So it's going to be hopefully
I'm sure he's
very
happy
worthwhile.
too with what they've just got.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference. Yeah, the other day, you know, we were mentioning Don earlier was unhappy picking third, but that's because Fnatic prioritized the same exact POIs that he wanted for his squad, Shopify Rebellion. It ended up actually being pretty difficult for him in that lobby, just barely crossing over into the winners and obviously match point finals.
Yeah, I mean, missing out on the POIs, especially, you know, the ones that you're planning on going for, is going to be really tough for a lot of teams, which is why being in the winners bracket is going to be so important. I'm already really worried about teams like Burger, which is why I'm happy to see them prioritizing thermal like they did earlier. Because otherwise, if you are going to be super low down in the pick order, you run the risk of running out of everything, especially if you're picking on the same map as everyone else. It's super important for those lower teams to differentiate their picks so that they at least have something later on, which is a huge benefit of now us drafting 3 maps instead of 2.
Yeah, I guess worst situation would be a 2-map best pick, right? But they're doing actually it on one of our 3 maps. So World's Edge, a very consistently played area. We've seen so many different championship caliber teams like Alliance play from there. So there is a blueprint on how to play Thermal Station. Not necessarily fully with E-District locations, Jamerson, but I think that's smart for Team Burger. Virtus Pro going Skyhook West, we mentioned that. Obviously, we are now in VK Gaming, who are on their current pick. They're going Skyhook East, so that's going to make things tight for Virtus Pro, but they should be able to split that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe VK Gaming are going to look to the early fight anyhow.
Yeah.
So Virtus Pro shouldn't face any friction from VK Gaming there. VK Gaming are more than likely going to try and rotate out a little bit early on, get ahead of the pack, try to get into position for that Zone 3 rotate that a lot of teams are looking for, particularly get it off a scan there. One interesting thing about VP's pick, though, they decided to go second pick here onto E-District, and I think that's because a lot of the heavy favorite picks off of Stormpoint, that early emphasis being put on it, had to force them to go into an E-District pick on their second pick, which, again, it just isn't as strong because we're only playing it twice.
But at the same time, if you don't feel comfortable with a lot of the POIs that are on there, sometimes you just have to play the draft board. If you feel like you can get a really good POI like Lotus, and then in those 2 games you pop off, it's only 1 extra game. And so I do kind of like the prioritization of playing the draft board as opposed to trying to force yourself into the map that does have 3 maps.
I mean, it's definitely this is a skill. This is a bit of there are going to be teams and coaches, and especially even players, strong IGLs, good game sense players, who are better at this than others, because you're not only navigating what you'd like to do, you're navigating what's available. I mean, you have to, at a moment's notice, make the best decision possible. It includes taking into account all of these other factors, and also sometimes being surprised. The pick that you might want could go the pick right before you, and then now everything has to be changed on the fly, otherwise you give up your pick. But so far, things are moving. Remember, we're picking 3 different times, 20 teams, so we should have about 60 picks here. We are at pick 40, with Dragons just taking Countdown and FaZe Clan on their current pick.
That's actually kind of an important one. Dragons going for Countdown. I was talking about VK Gaming going over towards Skyhook East meant not too much friction. You don't really have to worry about that. But now for VP, they have to worry about Dragons being ahead of them in a lot of this prio and trying to set up for, I would imagine, a lot of lurks against them. So now there is a lot of consideration. There's a lot of congestion on that north side of the map.
I am a little surprised that Dragons didn't prio World's Edge a bit earlier, because I think they're actually the most map-dependent team that we have here. 60% of their points coming from World's Edge. Countdown's not a bad POI, but I did think that with all those teams going Stormpoint early, that maybe they would try to lean towards World's Edge because of that.
I mean, it could be that they just are feeling much more confident on that.
That's
like,
true.
It's that World's Edge doesn't matter nearly as much to them because they feel like they can play out of multiple POIs. I think as a general note on World's Edge, I'm surprised to see Mirage Etoile having fallen so far. Not in necessarily on this land specifically, but in this land contrasted with other lands. I feel like Mirage Etoile was historically a much more prioritized POI, and we're not seeing people go for either that or staging. To see that on the same level as something like Geyser is really weird to me.
I mean, this whole idea that you guys are describing too is trying to get into the mind of how these players determine what is the best use of my resources. Do I go for a position on a map that I feel really confident in, or do I allow my confidence in that area to then let me flex so that I can get something that's going to make me feel confident on something that I probably wouldn't like to do normally. You know, if you look at it like studying for a test, if you're great at writing essays, but you're not great at the multiple choice portion, are you going to like not write your essay well and focus on the multiple choice? You're going to lean into, well, let me write a killer essay and we'll see how multiple choice goes.
I do want to bring up real quick, Energy Bank just got selected by Crazy Raccoon. Dia, you and I were talking about that yesterday. They were heavily prioritizing E-District. Obviously, in this set, we're only getting 2 games, but that's their last pick. Energy Bank, not a bad POI by any means, but do you think that maybe this is them trying to overcome the deficiencies in the other 2 maps, or what do you think about the fact that they took this in the last pick?
Weirdly, the only thing that I can think of for Energy Bank is that they're trying to go as north as possible to rotate out quickly, because otherwise, if it's a play style thing and you'd rather just play from the edge, I'd much rather them go Old Town. I didn't think that TSM was playing poorly from Old Town at all. I think you've got good opportunities to fight teams nearby, so I'm personally surprised to see them go Energy Bank, not necessarily because it's a bad POI, but because it's a POI that leans a lot more heavily into zone teams. I think Cloud9 actually used it pretty well.
Sure, but what are your thoughts on the fact that once again, we talked about this, in groups, they were taking it 3rd overall, E-District specifically.
Yeah.
What do you think about the fact that this is now the last round for them, and then they went over
Sorry. I misunderstood the question.
That was great, though, on the Energy Bank stuff.
Thanks. I don't know what to make of that. I'm formulating an opinion as I speak, but I think that it must be a function of the lower playtime.
Right.
I think that they're probably doing the same thing that we do on the desk, but just to a greater degree, where they go, okay, well, we're not going to be playing it very much, so we're not going to prioritize it.
Sure.
Because otherwise, I mean, E-District has been working out for them relatively well, perhaps just not in as disproportionate a manner as that it would make sense to prioritize the 2 maps.
Yeah, and maybe it does come down to the fact that, like you said earlier with Dragons, maybe they just feel confident on E-District. They feel like 48% of their points are coming from that map, so maybe they want to kind of balance that out with the fact that we do have 3 games being played on the other 2.
It could also be, I mean, this is something that, you know, is it that 40% are coming off because that's how good they are? Are they prioritizing that map, and that's why they're getting into good positions to get the majority of their points? If they do not prioritize it now, like they're taking with their 3rd pick, it could be that Stormpoint and World's Edge are where the majority of the points come in this next lobby. And that could have been a conversation with the coach saying, guys, we're not going to do it on just Energy District. Now we only have 2 games there. We have got to somehow find points on these other maps. So let's prioritize that.
It's a tough time to find out if you don't know, right? Like, I mean,
True.
If they know, if they in scrims are like, okay, well, we're just playing this map better than other people, so we can shift to Energy or E-District last, then great. But if right now they're going, well, maybe it is that's the case, I wouldn't want to be finding out right now. I would much rather have seen Crazy Raccoon pick E-District early, but that's because I actually feel like, despite the fact that they're in Elim round 2, that what Crazy Raccoon has been doing has mostly been working. I think it's been a tough day for them, but we could easily have seen them move up to the next round.
Sure.
I mean, there's a lot of, I don't know, recent issues that have happened with Crazy Raccoon, from not qualifying in Split 2 and then obviously getting here and now being in Elimination Round 2. I could say that it's going to take a lot of confidence for them to push through this moment. But if they can, I think that confidence gets right back to them. They are champions. They are winners of Split 1. And so getting back to the big show is certainly something they're capable of. But I could see that if this goes poorly, it would be difficult mentally for them. And they're trying to avoid that as best they can.
At the same time, they've actually been in this moment before. I think back to Champs last year. In the final game of Losers Round 2, they narrowly missed out. They finished in 11th.
Yeah.
And so they've experienced that pain, and in that moment, the ultimate problem was they weren't aggressive enough. They had a really good spot, and they won the final game.
Right.
But they weren't aggressive enough. They didn't get enough KP to get them through into 10th. And so I do think that they understand that pain. They understand what it's like to miss out in that moment, and I'm thinking they're probably going to adjust, and I don't think they'll make the same mistake. Now, maybe they could go on the other side of the coin. They're a little too aggressive.
Sure.
But that's been working for them throughout this entire tournament. They've only won one game. Jamerson brought it up earlier. They've only placed inside of the top 5 3 times.
Yeah, and honestly, it does seem like that is a lesson that they really took to home.
Yes.
That aggression overall. I mean, their first group stage match, not the greatest, but as we moved on to the second round and third round, they started feeling a lot more comfortable in their fights, and we got to see that their overall aggression, the speed that they took the fights, were actually being ramped up. So they are playing at a different tempo. I feel like maybe just overnight, you know, that rest didn't work out too well for them. And when they woke up, they weren't ready for the kind of pace that we actually had in this lobby. I mean, we were seeing a lot more teams play harder edge throughout that last set. And I think they do need to adjust to that. They will have the space to do it. Coming out of Overlook here, I think this could be a point where they can improve upon their play on World's Edge. We got to see both Crazy Raccoons and who was it, Noctum actually not having the best performances on E-District, which were historically their best performing maps.
Yeah, I mean, I want to shift to another team that I think has got one of the best stories here. We haven't talked enough about them. It's Timmy and Designful and Jen Burton, who is playing against now the two players who decided Waltzy was a better fit for us, leaving him in a bit of a pickle to get here. And this 100 Thieves roster was born. The iteration of it is now. So Falcons, 100 Thieves, a little bit of a back and forth I'm paying attention to. 100 Thieves go Cenote Cave first, and then they go for their E-District pick, and then they prioritize Mirage Etoile at the very end. How do we feel about what 100 Thieves were able to get together here, because they are playing with a little bit of a comeback story chip on their shoulder going into this?
I actually do like it. Dia talked about it. Mirage is not a bad POI. We've seen it in the past. It's actually worked pretty well, and ultimately Designful does love thermal stations, so when we talk about similar rotations, that's as similar as you can possibly get.
Yeah, I want to keep an eye out for that back and forth. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon, a previous winner, and maybe the biggest thing of all, Fnatic, the team that has been winning constantly. They hit a slump. We didn't know when the slump was going to come. We didn't know if it would come, Jamerson, but it did. How do we like their picks now? Prioritizing, obviously, E-District, and I believe it was World's Edge. No. Yes, it was Storm Point and E-District first.
Yeah, honestly, I'm fine with their picks. You know, they didn't get the L-Rod, but they had L-Rod earlier today and weren't able to convert off of it. So I think playing off of Barometer might be a little bit easier. We'll see how many how fast they can actually play. Possibly trying to get themselves some Trident access at that point. But honestly, I think the biggest issue was that T-Law lurk that they dealt with in the first game, right? Yeah. We're talking about in the group stages, they started off our entire Japanese event with the win. Bookmarked it at the end as well with the win. At the end of group stages, they got the final win. You know, they got the final say. But you can't have everything go your way. This time around, though, I feel like they should be able to bounce back off of this.
ExoClan, another team that is always great in typically later group stages and making runs. Don't necessarily start off hot, but Case Winnie's been known to steal the show every now and then as we take a look at our Storm Point picks here as they are finalized with all of our 60 picks done so far in the draft.
Yeah, talking about ExoClan, they actually got Harvester, which I really do like for them. That's been a POI that K-Swinney has been prioritizing for long before even the POI draft was a thing. Almost 50% of their points have come from World's Edge, so I do think getting a comfort pick, a map that has been working well for you, I really like that decision from ExoClan.
Yeah, and you know, Dia, looking at another team that I think is always somebody that we end up talking about. I'll actually throw you two. You can see what you can look at. LG, a team that kind of shows up late, and there's kind of always in this position, it feels like. And then Orglis and Hungary, who sometimes aren't even in this position. They've already gone out, but are really coming off a hot day yesterday. Can they keep it up?
Yeah, you know, I actually expect Orglis and Hungary will have a pretty good day today. I'm not necessarily in the same camp about LG, but that's mostly because of me evaluating their draft. I don't think that they drafted as strongly as they did coming into yesterday. And yesterday they did pretty well. They actually did very well compared to their group stage. But I think that it could have gone better, especially if you're expecting like a certain level of LG. I would say that the LG that we saw yesterday, while they were better than the group stage, was not as good as their fans might expect them to be, given their history. Whereas somebody like Orglis and Hungary, I think, did achieve a really high bar and probably achieved a higher level than they have in LANs previously, although it was last LAN where we said Matafe broke this big curse.
Yeah.
I would anticipate that they continue that coming into today, although I am still holding on to some of that.
I did want to follow up with that.
Yeah.
He has not made a finals at a LAN, and so, you talk about breaking the big curse. Now's the moment, and they absolutely popped off yesterday. Can they do it this time? I do wonder if he's feeling the pressure in this moment, but at the same time, you seem to have belief in them.
Yeah.
And maybe that performance that they did have yesterday gives them some confidence.
I will say I am inordinately biased towards Kinda.
I mean, it's hard not to be.
It's pretty amazing, and we loved having him on the desk. They're also a team pioneering Catalyst in this tournament, the way Aurora is really pioneering Mirage. However, we're starting to see more and more of that Catalyst pick up. At least we did in Winners, about 25% pick selection here. As we look at World's Edge, our final map, it will be the first map that is played. We'll do 1 through 3 there. Then we will do E-District 4 and 5, Storm Point 6 through 8. As you take a look at these big picks, Team Falcons, Fnatic knocked them, getting the top 3 there. Cloud9 right behind them, and Crazy Raccoon and 100 Thieves to follow on E-District, which is where we will continue the middling part of the day. Teams have been struggling. Teams have overperformed in certain instances, such as Crazy Raccoon, and those teams have now decided, well, maybe we don't need to prioritize such a high pick on that. Team Falcons, however, they do, because they have not gotten many points. 19% of those points have come from E-District. Is that chicken or the egg? Is it because they don't prioritize? We don't quite know. Now the stage is set. In 10 minutes, we will be going into the last round before our finals on Sunday. 10 teams will be moving on with a chance to lift the trophy in Sapporo. 10 teams will be going home. Thanks so much for watching. That's been your POI draft, and we will see you in just a moment.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods, top notch. Get them news, not the lesson. But I got your errors. Pushing country, baby, got that powder you can measure. Then we gon' cut them out. My barber got me looking. Getting ready on that top grade. You ain't walking out alive. You're Romeo. They ask me how you be like this. How you be like this? Yeah, yes, swerving. Moving to the money like it's urgent. Hands on God, so I'm in it like a surgeon. Only thing I'm breaking is a back with a move. Yeah, baby, go bring out the goodies. Stuffing it inside the hoodie. Now we turn it up to boogie. It's cool, I used to fight the bullies. Now I'm fighting in the dark. Guess some things don't leave me for you. The try push me, then the try pull me. Better when I budge. If you die, it's in the sky, my pussy. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Why she skirt the way they ask me how you be like this? What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Why she skirt the way they ask me how you be like this? 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 How you be like this?
At the biggest stage in Apex Legends competitive, there have only ever been 2 teams to ever claim victory, Dark Zero and TSM. So going into Split 1 playoffs in year 4 with Dark Zero dominating the North American Pro League and TSM winning match point in the North American Regional Finals, many expected this streak to continue. And moving into LAN in Los Angeles, for the first 3 days, things also went rather predictable. Dark Zero dominated as they always do through the group stages and the bracket stage, and TSM was getting the doubters that they always get before they finally pop off in the match point finals to win it all and prove why they're the best. But in this tournament, there was another storyline being written. A team hiding in the shadows, waiting to take the title from these 2 titans and become the new Apex Legends champion. So going into match point finals, where the script seemed to already be written, I correctly predicted a new champion, Reject Winity, in 8 games.
1 or 2 bullets more, the zone pushes them towards them, and Dark Zero go down to Reject. They lose one along the way.
I mean, they found the crevice, but right now they knew that they weren't going to win in their positioning because they were pinched. TSM get eliminated and Reject Winity clean up shop, taking game number 2 on Storm points.
Kanapu's going to go wide here, put that gen down, give them something to play around. The fence is going to go down as well, just to get that perimeter up to stop those pushes coming in. Both teams are just staying alive. I mean, Reject Winity are just going to watch this unfold in front of their very eyes. Surely it's going to be the moment for APAC North here. Sangyun gets the first knock onto a member of Serenity. C9 biding their time, waiting for their moment. As all of Reject Winity find themselves at Red Evos. It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for APAC North. As Reject Winity will be your champions.
Now, I am not a psychic, and I was not making this claim to simply bet against the best. While Dark Zero had shattered records in the group stages, and Fnatic looked strong taking first place in the bracket stage, for a trained eye, there was clear evidence of this team having what it takes to win it all. And in this video, I'm going to break down what I saw in this team to make the correct prediction that they would win Split 1 playoffs and finally break the cycle. So I'm Burke, talking all things Apex competitive. Subscribe if you like that kind of thing, and let's dive in. For many spectators of the esport, their first time witnessing the performance that this team was capable of was during this actual event. But for those familiar with the APAC North region, this LAN victory was not nearly as surprising. You see, Reject Winity is a Korean team that has had rather large success in the region, placing 2nd overall in Split 1 going into playoffs and winning match point finals in their region in only 4 games.
Comes in, and here we go! RC! RC! Wins regional finals in 4 games, man. They win 3 out of the 4 games for regional finals.
A feat that is not only difficult, but unheard of, especially in a region previously known for having the longest match point finals ever held at 13 games. So this team was no surprise arrival, and they had already showed that they were capable of closing it out. But let's look more specifically at their performance at Split 1 playoffs, which even more clearly highlighted their inevitable path to victory. As we discuss the different attributes that allowed them to succeed, the biggest through line between these attributes is flexibility. Firstly, the team flex drop, which means that they did not go into the tournament with pre-established POIs that they would claim and fight for. Instead, they opted to take whatever POIs were available to avoid conflict that would run the risk of potentially losing the fight and having an early death in those matches. This choice to flex drop, however, comes with its own set of risks, as choosing to land on different POIs means that you have a lot more loot paths to learn, rotation timings, you need to study more of your neighboring teams to learn how they behave, and the overall knowledge needed to be successful is just higher. This is something that we see even more pervasive now in the age of the POI draft, something that at the time was not a factor. Despite this, they were able to show consistent success across the group stages and the bracket stages. This is due to their flexibility in playstyle. Unlike some teams that decide to play hard edge, rotating late, leveling up their shields to elevate their fighting ability, and finally taking fights to secure a better position, or hard zone teams which prioritize getting to position as early as possible, they chose to play flexibly, opting to play zone whenever they had the opportunity to, but never forcing that playstyle if the ring did not allow it. When Reject does not have priority, they play edge differently than most, moving based on rotations of other teams, posturing to force teams to rotate away from them, and only taking fights when they need to, constantly looking for the best position to play. The way that this team postures both in early and late game is truly a masterclass in positioning. Reject Winity has mastered a skill that I like to call shepherding. To discuss this skill, I want to reference specifically a game during the group stages. In this game, they had a position in a skyhook end zone that could have easily been attacked by many teams struggling to get into the zone. As the ring closes, these teams here have to rotate to one of the two buildings. And because of the time remaining and the zone on their back, they will have no choice but to fight for space as they run in. These are snakes backed into a corner. They have to lash out somewhere. Reject knows this, and they act very similarly to sheepdogs. By posturing out of their position and applying early long-range pressure, they signal to these teams that if they lash out in Reject's direction, they will die before getting a chance to fight them evenly. Because of this presence and posturing that Reject does, they are able to reduce the number of places that these cornered teams can lash out to. And in this situation, it means that these teams will be forced to fight for the only other place to go. This building here. By forcing these teams into this building, it guarantees that when the zone pulls away from this building, all the teams inside will need to fight each other, while Reject is able to sit alone on their side of the map. This shepherding of other teams is a fantastic skill for teams holding a priority position because it allows teams to limit the options of their opponents. And Reject is fantastic at it, using the skill again on Stormpoint to secure match point as they hold the IMC Armory and force DSG to take the other side of zone and the teams from Dragon Balls to fight each other and ultimately die before getting a chance to rotate. We see this as well on their match point win, when they herd teams like DSG away to be crossfired by enemy teams, which allows them to clean up and secure their side of the map. Shepherding is a skill that takes great awareness of positioning and knowledge of the options of other teams, but when it is done correctly, it can allow teams to leverage the power of other teams against them. Despite their flex playstyle, they have an astounding ability to find their way into end zone. One skill I saw them use time and time again is what I like to call needle threading. They have an amazing eye for openings on the battlefield, and when there's an opportunity to take a better position, they can almost always see it and find ways to secure it, many times without even needing to take a fight. Two of the ways I saw them do this most often were through evac towers and during ongoing fights. When rotating late due to a far pulling zone, like this game here, we see Reject utilize a survey beacon to identify an open spot in zone, which allows them to evac right through all the other teams holding the position to secure them the spot that gives them the best chance at success. They will also take better positions in end games through similar tactics. When many teams hear their neighbors fighting late game, the instinct will be often to third party them to secure a better position and some extra KP. However, for Reject, their priority is to win the game, and they use these opportunities a little bit differently and will only fight them if it means that end result. When a fight occurs, they see a distraction that allows them the opportunity to close the gap and secure a better position with less effort, while the teams that would prevent them from doing so are otherwise occupied. We see this many times throughout the tournament, like this game in group stages, where they use the fight that is happening in the end zone to close the gap, securing them a fantastic spot that they easily would have died rotating to otherwise. And we ultimately see this in their final match point win, when despite having a very far pull from end zone, they are able to completely circumvent teams fighting on edge and use the distraction of SSG and Dark Zero fighting in the end zone to ultimately walk right up and claim the best endgame position with barely any resistance at all due to their optimal timing. Learning how to utilize the line of sight of enemy teams, ongoing fights, survey beacon information, and rotational tools to secure you optimal positions with minimal resistance is a skill that can take years to hone, and few have it as perfect as Reject Winity. So it is no surprise that when they had the opportunity to lock down the match point win, they had no problem identifying it and achieving that goal. The underlying characteristic that encapsulates their tactics of needle threading and shepherding is their aversion to fights. Reject is by no means scared to fight. They have very mechanically gifted players that each can hold their own, but this is not how they identify success. Success is winning match point. Reject takes only the fights they need to take, the fights that secure them the best position, fights that give them the best chance at securing a win, or fights that ultimately give them more points if there is no ability to secure a game-winning spot. There are absolutely times where you will see this team get a large amount of kills, but these kills come from necessity, not outcome.
The energy inside the Daiwa House premise dome here in Sapporo, Japan is electric and will intensify as our teams continue fighting their way to the top, where in the end, there can only be one. The group stage saw Alliance, Fnatic, and Shopify Rebellion dominating the competition as our teams were seeded into their respective brackets. Then, in Elimination Round 1, it was Orgless and Hungry who devoured the lobby, while recognizable teams, the likes of NRG, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Dreamfire, unfortunately, had their runs ended early. We've already sent 10 teams through our winners bracket into the match point finals, and as Elimination Round 2 kicks off, it's time to see which team's championship dreams are a reality and which are just, well, a mirage. Starting off the day with live music performances from Sim, and now heading into Elimination Round 2, where 10 more teams will claim their spot in the match point finals, and unfortunately, 10 more will be sent home. This is what it all boils down to, our 4th day of competition here, the 2nd series, the final series of the day, and I cannot wait to see what our teams have in store. Some coming out of that winner's bracket warm from their gameplay, but disappointed in their performance and hoping to pick it up here, while the rest were waiting in the wings to see what they could bring to the table here and see if they could continue on through to the finals. My name is Glitter Explosion. We're going to be getting through all of your Elimination Round 2 action here today, and of course we've got a desk full of pros to help us. We have Snipe Down, Graceful, and Jayhawk to get us through everything here today. Eric, this is what it all boils down to, the last opportunity for these teams to get through to tomorrow.
Yeah, there's going to be a big break after this. These players are here for a reason. They put in all the work, and we've seen what is honestly the most unpredictable tournament so far when it comes to the teams that are performing. We've seen some of the biggest heavy hitters that no one expected to be here drop down into the elimination bracket, and right now it's time for them to step up or go home. You know, we heard a lot of talk in these interviews about, you know, Falcons taking home the trophy, you can guarantee it, all this and that, and, you know, they're not showing it so far, so we'll see.
I mean, Graceful, you got to cast some of that, all right? You got to be in the fray with all of that action. So talk to me about what happened in winners and what could potentially carry over now into Elim Round 2.
I mean, the biggest thing we've seen is teams that struggled previous rounds actually started showing up, and even teams on the bottom side actually managed to move up. But it's been more even than ever. I mean, in the previous rounds, we've gone through tiebreakers. We've gone through 4 teams being 1 or 2 points off. We've gotten through, you know, teams succeeding and also teams, you know, struggling here hard like VP. But we've seen also signs of life with VP at the end being 20th. You know, we were talking about it. Is this the miracle run or not? But at least signs of life is what we need to see, because at this round, it's, you know, you got to pop off or you go home.
Yeah, right? You got to put up or shut up here. It's the last opportunity. We're going to keep talking about it because there's only so many matches, 8 more on the line, that separate these teams from sitting and watching here in Sapporo, Japan, and participating up here on the main stage. Jayhawk, one final question to you. Not only did you get to just do that POI draft and see kind of some of the beginning thought processes of some of these squads, but you watched everything in the back. So tell me how you're feeling so far in the day.
I'm feeling good. I agree with what these two guys said. I feel like at this point in the game, this is probably the most even tournament we have ever seen. I genuinely do not know who's going to win. It feels like there are so many contenders, and like Graceful said, so many of the teams who perform poorly have found it within themselves to bounce back somehow. And with the fact that we have E-District now in the rotation, so there's 3 different maps where maybe if something's not going right, you can just swap it up and go to something new. The current meta with allowing for teams to reset and maybe clutch in fights that they shouldn't. This is such an even playing field that it's really anybody's ballgame. No pun intended.
Yeah, you know, you planned that with the shirt and everything. You look great, by the way. All right, fantastic fashion choice here to wrap up the day. But before we get into all of our action, obviously we just had an incredible winners round bracket to go through. And typically we talk you guys through all of the action that happened, but we had such a fantastic highlight package at the end of the series that if you just missed it and you're joining us here for the first time, we decided to run it back one time so you can see how it all went down.
Try and stick the reds, but that just means it opens the door
say that Rumbling makes that highlight package hit that much harder. And if y'all at home are wondering why we are mixing that sim performance in, because we started off the day with a live musical performance with the Champs original song by Sim and then into Rumbling. Go back and check out the VOD because it was crazy. But now let's talk about the squads that we've got here up on stage fighting for that final opportunity in Elimination Round 2. We've got lots of teams on here, Eric, so let's start talking about them.
Yeah, so I mean, on this list right here, I mean, there's EXO, I think, was in a position to possibly win that last game to put them forward, so I know they're going to be biting themselves in the butt a little bit about that. I think Complexity is going to have a really good showing here. And then you have the crowd favorites in Fnatic, and I mean, I'm pulling for them. They had a really lackluster winners bracket finals after a very strong group stages, and I think this is when, you know, they get the crowd behind them. They maybe a little nerves out, but we've seen them in almost every single final. So, but one of the biggest teams for me that I want to talk about is FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan actually dropped a player, Arctic, who went to DSG and then picked up JMW. So JMW has actually been on a winning roster before, and I'm wondering with the inexperience of a player like Synetic, who is so new to the scene, who is absolutely like phenomenal, if that brings a little more experience into them, as well as this might be one of the craziest losers bracket ones of all time if they make it out after basically they had 0 kills in Game 6, got so lucky to even make it out of the first elimination round. Then they're the 20th pick overall in this round, so they did not get any of the POIs that they want. And if they somehow pull it off, I mean, it's all about just making it through top 10. It would be a miracle, but we'll see.
I mean, that's what we're all about here. We've seen crazier things done before, and we also know what the squad can bring to the table here. It's about whether or not they can really find that rhythm here in losers bracket, but it is a stacked Elimination Round 2 bracket. So it's not going to be an easy road for them. They're going to be fighting against some of the best in our entire competition because winners was that crazy. Graceful, I'm going to jump on over to you next. We've got a few teams to talk about, but I know there's one specifically that you would like to highlight, and it's a team that put on a performance last time we got to see them.
I mean, I want to talk about no other less than ALGS and Hungary due to the fact that, you know, I've fought alongside and against them for the longest of time throughout my entire time competing in Europe. And they did show, you know, a huge presence their last series, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they do now because, you know, same way we saw other teams such as Aurora and Fnatic falling in certain areas in the tournament, they seem to be going the opposite way with the way they picked up. They started really down low, now they're kind of leveling up to see this form. Like that form they had reminds me of when they dominated in Europe. And where people were like, oh my god, are they this strong? And then they had, you know, fell a little bit short in other lands. But now, if they can keep that form up, they're definitely contesting people hard. And people are actually rotating away from them on the map now, as compared to before where people are just running at them.
Yeah, I think that if they bring the energy that they brought there in that Elimination Round 1 and they can kind of replicate even a fraction of that success, they will absolutely be setting themselves up well, at least for an opportunity to make their way through to that match point finals. It'll just be down to what they're able to kind of recap. And I'm talking about this Elimination Round 1. Here are the stats on it specifically, Graceful.
And that's the biggest thing, as we can see here. First, third, 6th, 5th, 7th, first.
Yeah.
This shows how consistent you are in getting into endgame. And endgame, you know, 6th and 7th might not look a lot, but an endgame where everybody's survival time is like 5x other metas. This is like true endgame in top 3 scenarios, essentially, because there's that many teams alive. But they've been closing out games. 2 first place and a third place means that they're putting not only kills, but placements on the board, which have been the go-to, and they're currently in lower round 2, where you need top 10. You don't need to win the whole thing. So this could be, you know, essentially another momentum booster for them, because they just need to get top 10 for now and then lock in for finals. Right now, they just got to make sure to get through this round.
I mean, even looking forward to match point finals, if they end up there and they're able to have a 25-point game to start it off, hit that 50-point threshold, and then we saw them be able to finish out the series with a win, that's showing that they're capable of doing what they need to do if they're able to make it to that last stage. But I alluded to it before, Jayhawk, heavy hitters here in Elimination Round 2, specifically a team that I think everybody has had their eyes on here. Give me your thoughts.
Listen, we can't talk about this bracket stage without talking about Team Falcons. I mentioned it earlier after they fell. Waltzy had never been to the elimination bracket before. This is his first ever time. It is a little unfortunate that it happened with the 2 greatest players that we've ever seen. But the biggest issue with Falcons so far is they can't win games. In the group stage, we saw them, they placed top 5 a lot, and that's what got them all the points that they needed to do really well in the group stage. Unfortunately, when you get to the bracket stage, if you're not going to perform as consistently as they did or as Orgulous and Hungry did, like you're talking about, you have to get some wins on the board. They weren't able to do that, and that's why they just narrowly missed out. If they convert any of those end games that they had in winner's bracket into a win, we don't have this scenario where we're talking about them right now. They're going through and they're feeling good. Unfortunately, we are talking about them right now. As you can see in those games that they just played, only 2 in which they got inside of that top 5, and they got only 3rd place in both. They couldn't get the win. If they were able to do so, once again, we're not having the conversation, but if they don't get a win, there is still a path. Once again, consistency. If they can do what Orgulous and Hungry did, a lot of top 5s, then I do think that they can absolutely bounce back. And I have to say, if there's anybody that can handle this pressure, it has to be Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely for sure. They've been in endgame quite a lot in the beginning of the series, and now, you know, they couldn't close the games out, but they're still there, you know. As long as you can, like I always say, if you can put yourself into these scenarios over and over again, at some point, one of them will fall in your favor and you'll have a big game. And they were almost there. One of them converts and they would have been there. And I'm looking to see now how often can they get into the endgame. But if, you know, Zero puts them there only 3-4 times, I think that's more than enough for them to make it through, because once again we're looking at top 10, not winning. So top 10 right now.
And here's the thing, they had the first overall pick. They got lightning rod.
Exactly.
That's the POI they've wanted. They haven't been able to have it throughout the entire tournament, so I do think this is the best chance they do have to pop off.
Well, they have to seize it. It's now or never, so we'll have to see what they're able to do. Sometimes they do perform well under pressure, seasoned pros, but we're almost there. We're going to find out the answer to all of these questions in just a moment. But for everybody at home, or even if you're with us here live in Japan, don't forget we have the perfect tool for you to be watching the ALGS your way. We've got FACEIT Watch, and it is on mobile. You can watch up to 4 different POVs, pick your favorite teams, listen to their comms, follow their rotations, because we also have that map feed, and then you'll be able to keep up with absolutely every single match as it is playing out. All you have to do is head on over to faceit.com/watch, and then you'll be able to see ALGS your way. Now, we keep hyping it up, all right? It's time to get into Elimination Round 2, which means we have our casters standing by and ready. It is Vicky and Gino. And Vicky, I need to get your opinion on the sim performance. I know how excited you were.
I was not expecting the rumbling, but you know what? That was a beautiful surprise here in the venue to hear the crowd going crazy, to see how many people are here to witness history within the ALGS. What's good, everybody? Vicky Kitty here with Genome, and it is do or die situation.
It is. We got 20 teams locked in here in Elimination Bracket 2. But which 10 are going to break free to Sunday, Vicky?
It's so much pressure, because you also have to consider the teams that just finished playing, right? Do some of these squads feel comfortable? Do they feel warmed up? Sometimes, you know, you have that one homie that has to play like for 4 hours until they feel like they're warmed up enough. But for some teams, that could also be a little disheartening, where you find yourself on the bottom end of the leaderboards for that winner's bracket. Now you have to play into that loser's round 2.
16 games. I mean, we've got some players who in Pro League have to play 12 games in a day, and they say that's tough, right? Some of them are gassed out by the end. We're pushing it even further here in the championship. 16 games. It's going to be incredible to see if those teams coming from winner's bracket, who obviously they've got a POI draft advantage moving into this one. They will occupy the top 10 slots depending on you know, their combined group stage and winner's bracket scores. But that said, they're definitely a little lower on energy. You know, we had a little bit of time between the 2 sets, but it wasn't that long. You probably had time to, you know, rest, maybe just grab a meal and maybe an energy drink, something like that. But I hope they're fueled up and ready to go.
Because it's time to lock in. What you guys saw previously, that was our winners round 1 POI draft. We're going on to World's Edge here in Elimination Round 2. Look at our pros. They are ready to go, and so are we. We'll be saying goodbye to another set of 10 teams before we finalize what our championship final bracket, what that lobby will be looking like. Let's get it started. Game number 1 now on World's Edge.
3 games on World's Edge. It'll be followed up by 2 on a district, and then the most highly prioritized map in the draft was Storm Point. As we move down to stacks, we drop in with Team Falcons. They did have the first pick in this POI draft due mostly to their great performance in the group stage. Obviously, they only managed to miss out on that finals berth from the winners bracket by just a little bit. But it's not going to be a good feeling for those guys. You know, Waltzy, he with pride would talk about the fact that he was the only player to make it through to the grand final straight up every single time, and unfortunately he has lost that record.
You have to imagine what goes through their heads too. You come out of having a record like that, now it's gone. Now you're fighting for your tournament lives. The circle will be moving over to the northwest side, closer between Lava Fisher and between Landslide. Some teams that are going to be rotating through that northern point, through Landslide, will be able to have that circle console. But you can already see a lot of these teams making their way over to that next circle pool.
Okay, so we've had quite a few zones already that are pulled, you know, around Landslide, somewhere between there up to the drill tower. But this one looks a little more western than that. So are we going to get a countdown, a Lava Fissure zone, maybe even a Raven zone under Trials?
Oh, that's been a while.
Yeah.
I've seen that one in quite some time too. It could get a little chaotic there, but you do have the rocks that you could play off of for some natural cover.
Yeah, look, Virtus Pro, they do have a ring console. They were one of the only teams to first pick World's Edge. So they have, of course, gone for Skyhook West. As we explained, due to the amount of times we're playing each map, World's Edge being prioritized just a little bit less in this particular bracket stage series. But Virtus Pro get a circle near them, and they get one that they have the information for. So certainly something going their way early on in our first game.
Taking a look right now at Crazy Raccoon, who also have a ring console over by Overlook. Going to take advantage of the replicator. And as they make their rotate over to the west side, Zero Tenacity have already been on their pathing right in front of them. Where again, a lot of these teams wanting to get priority over where that next circle is going to be pulling, maybe taking their time to play closer to the edge there. Monument having a ring console. Crazy Raccoon already on the move for now. I'm expecting it to get really congested though, Genome, because if some of these teams really bank either this circle pulling towards Lava Fisher here, but holding that right now, C9 is ready engaging in a fight. Usman got the initial knock here. Exo's gonna be able to answer right back. It's a trade-off. Complexity going in for the reset. Kimchi, incredibly low, but is gonna be able to get the res here.
It was a photo finish between the two teams of who managed to make it into that office there. They were both going for it at exactly the same time. C9 are worse off, but Exo happy to capitalize on the chaos.
Oh my goodness, the PK shots, the EVA 8 knocking 2 here. Buda alive, K-Sweeney way healthier as Complexity is your first squad out in this lobby.
Maybe a blessing in disguise for C9 because they don't get into the office. They actually live to fight another day, whereas Complexity, with less health after winning that, go down. LG now rotating in from the north against Virtus Pro that we talked about before. Again, remember, they have this info, and they have decided to swing not through the southern entrance to Skyhook, but all the way around Trials.
The fact that there's already so many teams collapsing on each other, sharing some of that space over by Countdown is something that we could expect, especially the squads that want to take up the space over by Lava Fisher. Orgless and Hungry, a team that really popped off within that first elimination round, wanting to keep their stance here.
I mean, it was bizarre, the difference between their group stage performance and their elimination round 1 performance. Looked like a completely different team. And now that we've introduced some of those boogeymen, some of those very scary teams that dealt with them in summary fashion in our earlier series, Vicky, we have to see if Orgless and Hungry can keep the momentum going.
You find your space right there. It's definitely one way to do it. When you have the triple take, you could start peppering away, building up those Evo shields. Team Falcons. Every conversation topic here as they make their rotate through Geyser. There is a squad right behind them, by the way. That's going to be Crazy Raccoon on their tail, and they're not the only one within the vicinity. It's Noctem looking at them from the hilltop by the Geyser side.
Yeah, just a little bit of pepper there. One single Fnatic member in the vicinity of Falcons, actually, as they go towards the Evo. Did they just pull away? A little hard to see on the map whether they grabbed the Evo. I just wonder if they were scared. If maybe they saw a member on the Evo and said, no, maybe we shouldn't take it.
Oh, they did.
Was that a misplay? Did they, you know, we have to be wondering about their confidence at this part of the tournament, right? And yeah, that could have been something that doesn't go their way. Okay, now we're back to Virtus Pro here, up on the North Lava Fissure side of things. And you can see they're actually taking a few too many stray shots from the marksmans coming out of Auglis and Hungry.
You have to imagine when you also find yourself in that building off to the side of train tracks on the outskirts of Trial, rotating there with this current meta. To be incredibly smart, but you have to be careful when you lose out on Lou. They're going to go in for the res. Slayer can't give the suppressed fire necessary after he gets beamed, but Zach manages to get away. He manages to get the res successfully, and they manage to bunker down. So many teams are banking on this pulling over to that northern Lava Fissure side, while we also see the Moby coming out here too.
Here we go. Got a respawn here for our South American team, Dragons. A couple of teams definitely reading this as a Lava Fissure zone, I think, as opposed to a Raven zone as they take up these spots around the bins. Definitely had a few memorable endgames in this area. I think, I think maybe the APAC South regional finals finished there in Split 2.
Always love being able to see how a lot of these squads have to adapt around where these circle pools are going to be too. And it does look like it's going to pull slightly more down to the south than the usual pulling north side by Trials. Dragons being our only South America squad in this lobby for now, as you get to see where that next circle is going to be pulling in. How many teams are still taking their time to play objective, to try to take their time into moving into that next zone? Specifically looking at Falcons, who are coming up on the 6 of VK Gaming. Noctem still moving around from Monument. If you want to take your time to go through Skyhook, you have that ring console available to you right there that you had mentioned, Gino, that VP had access to from the beginning.
Yep, looks like Envy might be flying in for that one. Falcons coming up to the train station, Noctem a little further to their south. Let's have a listen in as they spot Noctem out.
Alright, kill him. You can probably kill him. There's blue armor. Blue. There's black fire.
He missed.
If we get up here, we can kill him. Yeah. Give me a slack fire, I think. Uphill. Ramp out running. Already. Yeah. Jump up here. Yeah, I saw that. I'm going fire. I'm flying right. You're a little ahead of us, Zero. Like a couple seconds. I'm trying to group. Are they on the rope? I don't know. Close. Good. They're walking up. Come here, Ramp out. I got 72 on the left! On the left, 72! Come on, I'm going cracked! I'm peeking, Right by one, right by one! Right by one! Fighting! I'm going forward! I'm going forward! Give me running. I'm trying to fucking fuck. Running. He's almost cracked. With you, chasing him. Yep. Look around, Walty. Look around for us, right? Okay. He's flooding in front of me. Right in front of me. He's on, nice. Right. I just died. I got 2 taps. Can you add 2 taps? Is he dead? I'm fine. You hold it for a bit. Can you punch me? Can you punch me? No. You're fine. You live. Okay. Coming. I just got 2 tapped. It's alright. Yeah, you're good. Heal the bomb.
Well, it was a rough last series for Falcons, but good signs there from them. You're hearing Halcom very minute things. You're just a couple of seconds ahead. And this is a team we know, if they're doing badly, sometimes that's what's lacking. They go back into their shells a little bit. But the fact that they are really making sure they are on the same page about every tiny little thing makes me think that Falcons have come into this with enough mental to make it through to tomorrow.
I love that note. Calling how many seconds you are from behind your teammate before trying to extend here, before they engage in another fight. After moving out of that evac tower, it's Crazy Raccoon moving out of Landslide now, looking to try to engage on Falcons. This is not going to be an isolated fight, by the way. If Falcons aren't careful, Zerg Tenacity may look to try to 3P this from right behind them. They have no issue moving out of this zone. See how many teams are still in countdown.
Quite a few. 10 seconds will get a better idea of where this circle swings. It's still, as we said, maybe Raven, maybe Countdown, maybe Lava Fissure. That'll be coming in soon.
It is going to be an isolated fight, by the way, because their Tenacity actually lost out on one, so now they're forced to play out as a duo. So they're probably going to try to get the res over by Skyhook, where there is a replicator. So Falcons now looking dead at Crazy Raccoon, seeing what they could do now, because they also see where this circle is going to be shifting, and it will be directly on top of the northern side of Countdown.
Yeah, looks like Falcons are backing away here, so potentially not taking that fight with Crazy Raccoon. And yes, okay, as we get view of the zone here, this is interesting. So it looks like it will be a Raven zone. NB pulling up from the top, looking good. JHS Professional, remember, they've certainly had their moments, wouldn't be counting them out. But the thing is, a lot of Lava Fissure is still in, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the teams over to the western side of our map here misread this until the next zone is revealed. I think a lot of them might see this as a Lava Fissure zone and therefore not move early. That means all of these teams on the western end here, Team Burger, Virtus Pro, Dragons, Fnatic, are going to be in a super rough position.
And Orglis and Hungry, right? Because they land over by Lava Fissure. We saw them take that building over to the west side, so that's what they were banking on here too. So wait until they see where it's going to be shifting to instead. Falcons actually get to walk up here with C9 still inside of that northern countdown building. This forces Falcons to now drop down from the high ground, play off that low ground, and have to worry about the teams within the vicinity over to that southern countdown side, forcing out the Gibby now ults, but now they're getting looked at by Disguise Exo, also looking at them.
Doesn't stay in the bubble. You can see how lining up the castle wall here, but C9 want to look. They probably don't want to give up the high ground, so they may get the reset here. Depends how these nades go. The front of the castle wall will stop nades, but the back of it won't.
And Disguise are also peppering how, again, the charge rifle being the double perpetrator like we saw earlier on, except this time right in front of their eyes. Two teams, by the way, are now flying into Countdown. Zero Tenacity, VK Gaming are about to be in the vicinity.
Disguised already got a knock on the Falcons about 3 minutes ago from 300 meters away. They were sitting in this spot when they knocked them over towards Monument, but now Player K with the select fire has his sights trained on the Falcons.
To split their attention a little bit though too, you have to look behind you to make sure no other squad wants to walk into the bunkers that you're already holding, specifically thinking about FaZe. Circle closing in right now, and now with the circle shifting over to the north side, these teams don't know it just yet. There's no ring console here for them to really take advantage of, as we know where that circle is going to be pulling towards Envy, who had called it.
Exactly, full confirmation now. It is going to be pulling up towards the Ravens, and as we said, all these teams streaming in from Lava Fissure now, desperately looking for a home.
Team Burger, one of the squads that have been able to sit in this spot from the very beginning, have denied themselves the opportunity of loot and charging those Evo shields, still full blues. Meanwhile, Crazy Raccoon right underneath them, 1 red, 2 purples, having no issue to share this space before maybe trying to get some KP here if they can, because it's going to be a very difficult rotation for these squads coming out of Lava Fissure. Instead, Crazy Raccoon could find some space, as Disguiser could be looking at them from that southern building here.
Exactly, if you're trying to make a rough rotation like this, I mean, the armor is the least you can ask for. Making it that far on blue armors, we don't hold a lot of hope for Team Burger right now. DSG, they've given up their vigil watching over Falcons on the north side of Countdown and have turned their eyes to the south, trying to stop all these teams that they know will be flooding in from the south around through Lava Fissure after that last zone reveal.
Some movement from just now before the engagement starts. Strafing Flame takes a huge hit from the PK though. Dome going down. Sangjun with the wall hop gets a double knock here. Arctic in the feet gets the knock into Oobly. Lovely shots off the PK. Disguise get eliminated as Crazy Raccoon come out from this fight. But the third party could be inevitable from FaZe Clan.
Oh, CR are just styling on the wall bounce after PK hit. They get in there. FaZe Clan are split. They give them time to reset with that. That was definitely winnable if FaZe Clan had pulled the trigger sooner, something they've been struggling with the entire tournament.
And it was such a beautiful look from Crazy Raccoon before they were able to quickly reset, before engaging, but they lose out on Sanju first. Dropping down with the Newcastle wall, trying to go see if they can get that res. Only blue knockdown, they lose out on another one, and it is looking difficult here. CR with only 1 left, cannot clutch it out. FaZe finish that fight, an isolated fight at that over to the south.
Armors or not, time was against Crazy Raccoon there. FaZe held the better position and played it well. to eliminate them. Dragons also suffering on their rotation in. Many teams now trying to head up from the countdown side of things. GHS Professional sat in trials as long as they could, and now they will start making their way towards the other two teams, Envy and ALGS and Hungary, who have been sitting within the zone for a while longer now. Team Burger, against all odds, have found themselves in the middle of all of this.
So scary here, but after that one knock, I expect EXO to fully push. Yes, they do. Here they come, sliding in, using the dome to create that space, backing away. FaZe forcing out this to be a close quarter fight, but with the charge grab, okay, Swinny lets it unleash with the Sheila, and EXO take out FaZe. But I'm expecting the fourth party perhaps to come in. We know so many squads to be coming out of countdown. It's 4 teams here still before we're exiting out to going towards where that zone is pulling.
Taking a look at Envy there, you can see they have so much space in front of them, even spacing out their rampart walls a little bit to increase the arc that Sheila can wreak havoc from. 100 Thieves should be a strong favorite to go forward to tomorrow in this Elimination Bracket 2, and they've already picked up 4 kills.
100 Thieves coming out of their POI of Mirage, finding great space here. We saw him lighting up the feed earlier too. I believe 5 total KP.
Falcons have lost Waltzy, just the duo.
Let's play this as a duo as EXO continued on this fight against Howie's one shot. There you go, clean up on aisle 3 for EXO, playing with confidence. They pinged, there's another team right below them. Again, BK Gaming within the vicinity underneath, Zero Tenacity, C9. Still looking at the squads that are inside that next zone.
No scan characters required to recognize that they're a duo. EXO push in and grab that KP. 7 squads left now. Zero Tenacity have made it through to Elim round 2. And these players, I think it would be a first Grand Final Sunday for each of them if they were to succeed here.
The Grand Slam, kind of trying to make the magic happen though for Zero. One shot though, as Zero Tenacity get eliminated. BK Gaming still alive. EXO still on the high ground. 100 Thieves are playing right on the low ground behind so much cover. C9 get eliminated. Our last 5 squads within this first game, you got GHS, VKG, 100 Thieves, Envy. EXO still on that high. Envy in just a prime position right now.
Somewhere in the middle of all that, ALGS and Hungary take a little too much damage from each side and are removed from the lobby. Down to 5 now. Envy, although their position was good starting off, are now closest to the edge of the zone and have to start moving. They actually do. We see them with great proactivity move earlier and start setting up those walls.
They recognize that GHS has way more space and natural cover to work with. They don't want to get put into a pinching spot. As you can see the rest coming out. Perhaps, maybe if I mean, it's working with some cover. They do it. BKG get their player in, but EXO just jump on top of their heads. They lose it on K-Swinny though. Trying to delay. Fuda with the Havoc. It gets another knock. Just waiting for the inevitable to happen as Fuda's still fully alive and healthy.
Something we've noticed recently actually is with so few teams running burst weapons or even just ARs in general, when you get them very low with shotguns, a burst weapon can come in so clutch just to finish off those last few low health members.
It's crucial to get that KP. VKG get eliminated because in the distance, Envy mopped them up. EXO, after jumping down, they were forced eventually. Also get taken out as 100 Thieves get even more KP now. Last 3 squads alive. GHS, 100 Thieves, and Envy are looking at both of these teams. They'll be in the line sight of both these squads here.
Extremely early Gibraltar bubble comes out for Envy. You better hope they've got some other cooldowns in their pocket, maybe even a gold helmet to help them get those back faster, because that is your most important resource in these final zones.
And Envy had used that Newcastle wall already. GHS recognized that. They break down one of the barriers with the Sheila. Doesn't have the Sheila just yet, and look at the loot too. He only has 27 bullets in the reserve for that flatline.
He's also got an L-Star and a flatline. No accelerator stock, no way to get that back up quicker.
Doesn't have that built-in perk as well. They're forced to move up, you can see that. Throwing out the nades from the sky while 100 Thieves are looking at GHS now. Envy fully sliding in for 100 Thieves. This could allow GHS to walk up and clean up what is left, but 100 Thieves clean them up, and GHS are the nail in the coffin to take game number 1.
star of a coach over there for the GHS Professional. Mad respect. Both him and the players. It was a slow burn for GHS. They hugged the corner under trials for a very long time in that game, and then only showed themselves when they absolutely had to come the last 2 zones. After that, slow walk in, and then we saw that Envy had burnt too many of their resources, too many of their walls, and then as they had to full send 100 Thieves, that really just put it right in GHS Professional's lap to win our first game with 17 points.
Starting at the theme here, you can hear the crowd going wild. I love the energy in the arena as GHS take game number 1, 5 KP, 100 Thieves. I highlighted, they were lighting up the feed. 10 KP going to them. EXO, we saw them fighting for the position that they were able to obtain over by that side building. They took that fight to complexity, and they were able to mollywop a lot of the squads that were forced to rotate from that positioning with 12 KP.
4 teams picking up significant points here in our first game, and EXO were kind of the stars of the mid game, and that's why we're seeing them. Now heavy hitters screen here with Swinny picking up 7, Feuda 7 assists, as well as a 2,700 damage. And I always feel like it's you know, the team's working out well when you're fragging and your support sort of picking up, you know, the same amount of kills and assists. Says something about the team working together. GHS Professional certainly giving their fans quite a lot to cheer about here in Sapporo.
The energy. That's how you start it. That's the pop-up I like to see. Coach looking absolutely spiffy out here. And let's not ignore GHS lackluster loot by that end game. We saw the L-Star there, lacking on the flatline ammo as well. Had to do what they could, while Envy had burned up that Newcastle wall relatively early.
There was really a lot Envy could have done, I don't think, frankly. You know, just too many other teams throwing Gibby ult, Sheila's at them. The bubble had to come out if they wanted to stay alive. And then, yeah, from then on, really it was full send and hope for second.
It's beautiful there to see where that zone was going to be taking us on World's Edge for game number 1, but we got even more action going on to game number 2. We're sticking on to World's Edge. Don't go anywhere. They come to you on the other side of this break.
Battle Beaver, the official controller of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
ドームあるよね、ドームあるよね。ドームある、ドームある、ドームある。オッケーオッケー。自分で左コースターあったり。浴びで前ですね。浴び出すよ、浴び出すよ。
ファイトファイトファイト。右止まない右止まないよ。前ゆっくり前行くよゆっくり前行くよ。マックマックマックマックマックマックマックマック。ゆっくりゆっくり。ドムドムドムドムドムドムドムドムドムドム。右ファイト割り切れ切れ切れ切れ。切れ取る切れ取る切れ取る切れる。2番2番。ランパランパランパランパ。ナイスナイス。
With a beautiful positioning and a beautiful dub to take game number 1 within our Elimination Bracket Round 2. GHS put us off to a great start taking that dub. And I say great positioning, Gino, because you saw Envy, their backs were against the ring. The ring was closing in first behind them, and they knew that they had to either play for second or for third here, or had no choice, rather, to fall in third. That's why they had to fully send it onto 100 Thieves. And you saw GHS at that point just had to go in for the 3P.
Yeah, look, it was a mistake or a miracle for Envy to get first there. There wasn't really an option for that to happen. So good work on them, just at least getting the third place. A couple of KP, obviously sticking to that spot up under the Raven for quite some time. Oh, how did I not get that before? They were playing from Raven. Their coach is Raven at the week. That's a missed opportunity. Anyway, maybe we'll get a repeat soon. You never know. 100 Thieves, they picked up 10 KP in that game. And look, I'm going to be honest, I think out of the 20 teams we've got in this particular lobby, Vicky, 100 Thieves, I'd have to say, are some of the scariest players in here at this particular moment, right? I think, Jen and Timmy especially are just in nuts form right now.
I'd actually be terrified on the other end of that weapon, whatever weapon they're shooting at me, especially if you see Timmy with the Sheila ramping up, but it was also their positioning right underneath the chaos of what was happening over by Countdown. Looking at a lot of the teams in front of them, we know that MV had a way faster rotate to put themselves in that position, but specifically looking at GHS's pathing, Gino, we're talking about it a little bit in the break, moving in from that northern side by Skyhook, going around to that trial side to find themselves situated there where they could look at a lot of the teams that were fighting over to their south side. Now, we are moving back onto World's Edge for the second game, and we did have a few teams drop double-digit KP to really start off their run.
And you got to remember, GHS Professional, this was a 57th draft pick for them, by the way, Epicenter. But that's it. We've seen them on this throughout the tournament. Like, they're very comfortable on this. They've been playing well from this POI. So to get that in 57th that's a bit of a home run for our home team here in Sapporo.
Again, 8-game series. 3 on World's Edge, 2 on E-District, 3 on Storm Point. Playing a hand on where our teams felt comfortable during that POI draft pick. Game number 2 underway as our legends get started to load in. Love the way that we got to see how the beginning of that game played out. A lot of squads getting very aggressive to play for that positioning very early on, like EXO.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, as we said, teams weren't exactly sure because the circle was a little bit hard to read. Some teams in Lava Fissure, some in Countdown, and some under Raven. So the ones who predicted correctly were rewarded handsomely with double-digit points in that game. We're not going to be going in the same direction as the teams have just dropped in. CGHS very happily looting over at Epicenter. Will they run it NB this time? They have been known to do that if the zone is not in their vicinity in the early stages of the game. Teams should be wise to it now, though. They've, picked off some big names in doing that previously. But NB have to be ready for that. It's a possibility.
The pings here from GHS. Split looting over by Epi. Mentioned MV, who will have that ring console, by the way. Over by Climatizer. Seeing where the zone is going to be pulling, though. Bit of a different look, completely different look, actually. Going all the way down south. On top of Fnatic. By Launchpad, where they will have a ring console themselves. So this is going to be interesting to see how teams like Team Falcons, who already do have that Southern POI, work this into their favor.
Yeah, they've also got access to 2 survey beacons, you've got to remember, Vicky. So Because no one is landing Dome right now, that means Falcons could, you know, just quickly pop the one in stacks for some Evo, grab that Evo Harvester down near their ring console, and then, of course, they've got one member who loots Dome. If no one's there, you essentially split loot, 2 in stacks, 1 in Dome. But depending on how they read the circle and if they want to get in there really quickly, you can see an evac coming out now in stacks. You know, they could even just sit towards Dome and then, you know, pop a late survey, almost like they were popping a Ring 3 ring console, right? And then just fly straight into position.
Looks like they just want to get ahead of the curve here, too. Just trying to be able to play on the outskirts of Dome. A lot of these squads already showing face, Zero Tenacity, moving away from Geyser through that southern choke. See if they can try to take advantage over by Big Mod.
Okay, so GHS Professional go the other way. Instead of running a Climatizer here, they'll run into LG near the train station. Certainly the teams up the north side of the map with a far south pull can take their time, don't need to be too worried about whether they're getting in position or not, because frankly, they're not.
Getting peppered though, one tappy. Getting back away, nice time on the Dome, put down by Harufa. As they back away after trying to see if they could try to take this fight against LG though. It's isolated for now because Envy are not on their tail, but they're still lingering by Climatizer. They could still show presence here. So LG's gonna chase right behind GHS. Fnatic on the north side of Dome, while Falcons all the way down to the south. Looks like they want to take a much southern rotation over by Launchpad.
Okay, so maybe Fnatic had a similar idea to Falcons. I mean, do Fnatic have... There are so many teams flooding into launch site right now. I'm struggling. No, I think it's there. So I'm pretty sure they do have a ring console. So this is actually a wild read for Fnatic if they left launch site with a ring console and said, we want to play from Dome.
Yeah, the fact that they may have seen that, they could play around the edge. They're also one of the teams running the Mirage, I got to see, as they found themselves in that northern part of Dome. So many squads already here by launch site. Falcons are slowly now moving up from that south side. Green Stego are also over to the west side. So many teams are going to find themselves in that congestion point to the south of Lava Siphon. You can see FaZe, Noctum, Dragon, C9, while teams like LG, who we saw earlier trying to take that engagement versus GHS, are actually seeing that they can have the opportunity to move down, just prioritize maybe their rotate instead. GHS, when they had rotated away from their line of sight, were able to get the ring console over by Monument.
Yeah, plenty of survey beacons on the way, but now that I look at it, yeah, look, no Valk for them, no Mirage. Essentially the only 2 characters I think we're seeing this meta that can pop a survey beacon, so they'll just have to rely on the Evo Halves. There's another one over near Geyser that they might want to take a look at. Falcons, they push all the way around into the bottom building of launch site. Exo Clan though, shock and start for them.
Yeah, they already lost out on 2 too. They lost out on the Lobo very early on, only leaving the Gibby alive from Exo after having a rather strong start. Now Slayers having to forcefully play this as a solo on the outskirts. They're out for blood, but they don't want to give up this positioning because we know that Falcons were around the area trying to see if they could steal that away from them.
Dire scenes from Slayer, hopping from bubble to tiny pieces of cover on the edge of the map here. One wrong move, and he'll slip and fall.
Lose it all, maybe. Falcons were the squads that were trying to actually pressure out Slayers, living on the edge. Not with glory, though. So now he's going to just run away, book for it, because he knows that Falcons are not looking at him anymore because they have to actually split their attention on other teams that may be trying to take this building. It's disguised. They infiltrate the space. Zero's arm shield gets deleted. What an angle from player K.
Get a free Loba Black Market as well. And you can see Zero obviously wanted that kill. His attention certainly wasn't facing forward. So now my question is, Hal and Waltzy, what were you guys looking at? How have you allowed Disguise to take up this position in your building?
It's because they were so fixated on that solo.
It really should have only taken 1. And if they lose their spot here, that is a calamitous outcome for the largely Australian team.
Now forced to share that building here, try to see if they can have an opening in engaging on this fight. Other teams hearing this fighting happening over to the north side. Waltzy lets the Sheila unleash, trying to take a different angle here. Such a slow, cathartic fight between Disguise and Falcons.
Okay, Disguise actually leave their little bunker, looking for some angles. Don't quite find anything though.
None of them want to engage. Rogue nade here, yeeted onto the backside. Nicely placed here, huge to get the initial crack. They want to try to fully extend it with their advantage. Here comes a grand slam. Bama wham, but how? Get stuck trying to climb. They lose out on one. Disguise have the advantage, but Disguise are so incredibly low. They get the crack next, and Falcons lose out on the fight. What a crucial dub that was necessary for Falcons, and Disguised instead come out.
Impatient there for Falcons. The slam was fantastic, but instead of trying to play around their newly energized wall, you see them trying to mantle the little bit of fence there, and every time they climbed it, they were taking a full shotgun shot with no reply.
And it was Hal who tried to get into an opening position originally. Got stuck slightly by trying to climb over that lip, and he was the first one getting knocked there.
Falcons are obviously no easy beats, but I have to say it, I don't feel like they look like an elite fighting team at this LAN, Vicky. There are quite a few teams now who I would back in a 3v3, even just a straight up 3v3 against these guys, and there have been several LANs before where I wouldn't say that about a single other team.
A lot of pressure on a team like Falcons. You have to consider the mental as well. Hard here, as they're the first squad out of this lobby now as we take a look at 100 Thieves. Dominating first game. Clearing out tree, also looking to their south, there is LG. A lot of these teams already here, moving on to the north side, Team Burger, but 100 Thieves had claimed tree originally so that way they could get that ring console, so that way they could prioritize where that next circle is going to be pulling.
Yep, and as it pulls further into launch site, 100 Thieves get that information. Doesn't look like they're aware of Team Burger. Designful goes down! He's so split from Timmy and Jem Burton right now. Team Burger, do they realize this? It looks like it. Wall jumping to try and get in there fast, and Thirst confirm that kill.
I mean, they do because the rest of 100 Thieves had to tuck tail and run at that point.
Yeah, I don't think they're too worried about this. Obviously, it's annoying to lose your mage, your attachments, etc. 100 Thieves do pull back to the crafter at tree. They were right under it anyway, should be able to get
How do they keep getting away with this? Orglis and Hungry tried to get a jump on another squad this time around, and they had the advantage. They get the double knock without taking barely any damage. Orglis and Hungry jump zero tenacity and clear this squad. Crazy Raccoon now slide in for the opportunity. Putting in the catwall, utilizing everything that they can. Crazy Raccoon still on full blues though. Puts him at a slight disadvantage with Sangjun tries to allow his team to have the space necessary. Oh, huge nade.
Dancing around each other. But it looks like Crazy Raccoon, I think, will win this one. Great Eva shots from Sangjun. And if we're talking about fighting prowess, he is one of the...
Oh no!
It's too little too late, unfortunately. And GHS Professional are in there without skipping a beat.
The APAC North on APAC North crime out here. GHS move up for the 3P, and they take out Crazy Raccoon. They claim that building, and the fighting has not stopped. This time over by Lava Siphon, over by that southern building. It's C9, VP, Team Burger flying in to get involved here to go for the 3P. C9, Naughty tries to put up that catwall, sliding down to try to get out of the line and say, oh, the squad, but he also gets a door slightly shut on top of him before he gets into any safety.
Okay, they don't get the knock. C9 are okay for now. Zone shifts, by the way. Once we get a moment, a lull in the action, we are seeing, look, we had the interview with Pricey from Team Burger yesterday, and he said, quote, the zones aren't working on World's Edge. What you can read into that is we're getting some crazy pulls, right? And we're about to see yet another one here on World's Edge, as all the typical spots the teams prioritize, play for, and win from in launch site are going to be out of commission.
Something that won't be said, though, about Fnatic, who are the team running that Mirage, a team that could get that survey beacon, that could also get the ring console if they want to move all the way to the north side, where we know that Stax has that ring console, so they'll have that information since they had cleared over by that southeastern side. The only squad that's by Dome, but VK Gaming on the prowl in the vicinity while we keep looking at the fight happening over by Lava Siphon, fully engaging PP, dancing around the shield. They get the knock here, but they lose out on Loose Slayer. Incredibly low, one shot here, while Team Burger get involved. Envy are looking to go in for the third party.
Zach did not have confidence in that fight. You could see him backing out before it was even halfway over. Cloud9 get that respawn. Guess one of them did go down in the end. Envy in fourth place are going to have a big counter slam here, and that is probably all she wrote for Team Burger.
Oh my goodness. They're getting torn apart, and then you see the Kraber in the distance. Also taking chunks out of Team Burger. That's C9 on the other side. 2 Newcastle walls on both sides. And then the fourth party getting here while 100 Thieves are looking to wrap around C9.
Oh no, Envy coming in too?
Everybody wants to get an invitation to the party here. Maybe got lost in the mail. Yanya not trying to overextend. They see the ping. They see the bombardment. This is the opportunity to close in that space. Because again, 100 Thieves were right behind C9. So this is another third-party opportunity for Envy.
Yeah. Look, Sim must be playing at this party because we got some real pace coming out with the amount of Gibby ults that were dumped into that fight. But the last one standing, everyone else goes to bed, but it's Envy still up.
And we'll have some time to reset too, right? Because FaZe were peppering them. We saw the Kraber shots in the feed, but FaZe are actually in that building south from Lava Siphon, all the way north from launch site. They can't give up that space.
Okay, so now we get some vision of where that zone is pulling. Fnatic, I was scratching my head saying what are they doing over at Dome when they land at launch site with a ring console? Gigabrain. You can see it right here. They're going to have a whole side of the zone to themselves. They are that small blue team. If your eyes, maybe struggle reading that, which I wouldn't blame you for. But then they have to move a little bit closer to the building that, remember, Falcons were holding earlier. Now Disguised are in control of it. And LG also on the outside. VKG have also just made a play for underneath the eastern side of that building. And that'll be right in the zone.
When we saw Disguise take this building from Team Falcons, though, they also have to look to their south to look at LG, looking to see if they can get some space. Envy with the Hail Mary fly-in. Where can they land? They come in from the heavens, right on top of Fnatic, or right below them. See if they can get some space safely while GHS lose out on Tappy. Tida's also gonna be able to get away for now. So many squads looking at them though, because Complexity are over to their left. Fnatic are so busy though with this fight with Envy and with an Evil Shield disadvantage.
Oh, it's tough for them. Obviously, being so isolated at Dome, they haven't had much of an advantage to get their armors up. Now is their chance to do so. They could wipe Envy. They're probably going to be up to purples across the team.
But Fnatic are shaking hands with GHS because both of these squads are looking at Envy. Both of them are the bread to the sandwich, keeping Envy at bay from right below Fnatic. Both of these teams still eventually have to move into that next zone, seeing where that's going to be pulling.
Yeah, GHS only a duo though, so depending on how Envy wants to play this, they would have to negative rotate essentially to go for that two-man, but it's going to be a hard ask to get into this zone anyway. A lot of lava that people are going to have to cross as they make their way towards Disguise, towards Player K. And if that Loba Black Market is still up, is that how we got the Kraber? Who knows?
Could be here. Brutus gets knocked him. Completely wrapped on Dragons. They get eliminated. 9 squads left in this lobby. 4 teams are going to be coming out from that south side of launch site.
frankly, with what Noctum have showed us throughout this tournament, I would be disappointed to not see them here tomorrow in the finals. I think they have what it takes to get there, and I think they've got something to show us tomorrow. Let's see.
Keeping themselves the crazy topic here, disguised. Kraber in hand, still looking for an opportunity. You see teams desperately trying to go in for the rotate. Noctum get eliminated here. Fnatic have been able to find a sliver of the edge of that next zone still safely.
KP being thieved from right under his reticle. It's a knock onto Monsoon, but behind the rock, I'm pretty sure he's going to get dragged. You can see the AD from the Newcastle there as he gets him back up.
And you see the circle also closing in behind Complexity's back. So much pressure. Nowhere to run really for Complexity while Disguise are still looking down at them with the Kraber. Complexity now get fought on by GHS. GHS clean up what is left. And now Envy moving for the third party.
Well, it's a rematch of our last final zone, but this time Envy are the ones to come out on top. They have the whole side of the zone to themselves now, by the way. Fnatic did eventually make their rotate, and you can see they've just gotten up to purple now on Yuka. But as grenades rain in, Fnatic are going to be taking quite a lot of attention. Some of these teams will have angles from them up the top. Some of them will have them from the other side of the map like Envy.
And they'll also know that Fnatic still have blue Evos at this point. The next 25 seconds here as this ring is going to close in from behind their backs. The Skies are thirsty for KP. Game drop on the high ground here too.
Okay.
Originally, though, the defensive bombardment was able to knock two from VKG here. They were able to get advantage from this, and Disguise dropping down from the high ground advantage. Lose out on two on the initial fight. Player K, the last one alive. Fnatic get eliminated.
VKG are still here though. He's trying to res, but it's in desperation. That did not occur in the way that Disguise thought it would. I mean, sure, they get the wipe onto Fnatic, but VKG pulled the trigger so quickly that Disguise never stood a chance.
It's because VKG also used the bombardment first onto Fnatic before even engaging. Now this is the green light for Green Stego. Just fully sent it onto VKG. Isolate fight for now. You see the dome splitting down and they get two knocks, 4 squads left before finishing off what's left of VKG. He tries to get away. They get eliminated, 3 squads left, and it's each of these squads on opposite ends of the angle for this final zone. EXO, Envy, and Green Stego left.
Was that a solo with a P20 I just saw?
Could be EXO, who's the last one alive for their squad. Only one solo from that team here. Envy now fully engaged, though. On the other full 3-man, Green Stego. And as you mentioned, yeah, there is still that solo from EXO. Let the Sheila sing! Envy have woken up to make a statement. Cleaning up Green Stego, and now EXO have been able to survive in second place. Envy are your Game 2 champions. But all the props to EXO, we saw that they were left as a solo from the very beginning when they were getting pressured out over to the south side of Lonsec.
It was just this strange sound entered my ears, and I was like, it's been a while since I've been on a stage and heard that particular gun ring out, if I'm not incorrect. Looks like he was just waiting for a little bit of the Sheila to come back up. Managed to hide behind the amp cover for just long enough to scrap out a second place there for EXO. So great start to our Elim Bracket 2 here. Elim Round 2, the EXO clan. An even better start for Envy, of course. It's 2 late games they've made now, and 2 late games that they have capitalized on pretty well. Dropped picking up 5 KP, Yanya with 5, all chipping in on the damage front. 23 points from that particular game go into Envy's back pocket.
With a completely different zone pool too, you know? You talk about Envy and how they're positioned in that first zone for game number 1 over by the outskirts of Trial. Now looking at game number 2 and the way that they were able to fight their way into that southern zone, even from the outskirts of the Dome Eggshell, finishing off with 11 KP. EXO, yes, they had a very rough start to that game. They got 0 KP, but the placement points matter in this case after their strong performance in that first game as well.
Massive, massive game from Envy. One of my favorites going into this tournament. I was surprised to see them in the Elim brackets at all, to be honest. Maybe they finally found their stride and shown us what they are truly capable of. Green Stego with a 3rd and 13 points. That puts them, you know, let's say roughly a quarter of the way towards that point total that they need to make it through to tomorrow. 15 points overall for them, as you can see. Now again, this is going to be, you know, a 40-ish cut-off. Last year, was it Birmingham?
Yeah.
The last champs we had? Yeah.
It feels like forever now.
Oh man, it was a while ago. Yeah, look, Birmingham, we had 3 teams on 40 points, and we actually had to bust the rule book out and go to the tiebreakers to work out who would make it through to the Sunday. FC Destroy were the unlucky ones on 40 points who didn't make it through. And that's why we're thinking it'll be 40-ish points that these teams are aiming for to get through. So someone like NV sitting on 33 right now, that's why they are all smiles. Incredibly, you know, incredible amounts of pressure no longer exist in that particular booth.
It's scary when Yanya also just ramps up with confidence. This team, very momentum-based, and this is a beautiful start for this squad. I also expect Genome for there to be a possible tiebreaker. It's very difficult for there not to be when the stakes are so high, and seeing how these squads try to adjust themselves around the different map rotations that we have also coming up too. But we still have another game to go on World's Edge, and it's exciting to see where everybody's currently sitting in the way that they've been able to play these final zones. Love the pop-up that we have. Don't go anywhere. We got some more Apex Legends for game number 3 on the other side of this break.
Blood on my hands. Now some of it is yours.
It's time.
This is where it ends. I love a dying world. Everyone deserves a chance to rise.
The truth will be known to all.
Bigger the sword, greater the ruin. Tragedy. It brings out your real character.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I'm on the corner. Just look at them. Look at them. They're stuck behind a fucking wall. I can flame them. I can flame them. One side. One side. I'm selling back. I killed him. Nice. He's one in. Then it's a solo. He's one. Dead. Solo. I'm swinging right. Swinging right. I'm coming. Let's fucking go. Let's go, baby. Let's fucking go, baby. Fucking easy. Let's fucking go. Easy, baby. Whoa. Let's fucking go, man. Let's fucking play that perfectly. Bro, that was so good, baby.
I love hearing the pop-offs from Envy after a beautiful Game 2 dub. They made their rotate out of their POI from Climatizer. They were fighting their way all the way to the south side of where that circle was pulling on the outskirts of launch site and between Dome. You heard it in the comms. They played that perfectly.
Yeah, that was one of the words they used. The others I won't repeat, but it was a repeat performance, a repeat success for Envy in Game 1 and Game 2, right? Both exceptionally well done from the North American team. You know, recently being picked up by the org, that always feels good right before a LAN. You're like, you know, well, we want to win some good prize money, but we also want to get paid for it. So, you know, double whammy potentially if they keep on this pace and make it to tomorrow, because that is where the prize money does start to come into contention for the ALGS LAN.
Exactly. You got to make sure you find yourselves within that top 10 here to keep going, to keep the dream alive. But that's one way to do it when you finish off game number 2 with a dub with 11 KP, 3.7k damage. And it doesn't end here for World's Edge as we move on to game number 3. And after that, we see that transition over to E District before ending out our series with Stormpoint.
Yeah, so Envy, they were one of the teams who prioed World's Edge. 13 was the number pick that they took Climatizer in. One of the only teams. Disguise took Lava Siphon at 15, Team Burger Thermal Station at 18. Virtus Pro took Skyhook West at number 9. And I think that just about rounds it out for every team who took a World's Edge POI in the first round of the draft. And, you know, there are a few names in there that you'll recognize from, you know, the top of our leaderboard right at this particular moment.
Team that I wasn't expecting to go down first, though, Gino, that we saw in that game number 2 was Falcons. Now, kind of GG go next as we get started for game number 3. See how they can iron things out here. Time is of the essence. Game number 3 now. Let's get it started. Our final game on World's Edge. The crowd is ready. We're ready. And I can't wait for you guys to see where this circle is going to be moving, because we've been getting circle diversity here on World's Edge, and you know that's what I like to see, Gino.
Completely agreed. Had some repeat zones in the past. Glad that we're getting less of those here at the end of year 4. I've been a couple of zone tweaks throughout the year if you've been keeping an eagle eye on those patch notes. Envy, of course, running down from Climatizer. They get the hot zone here, which is, you know, pretty nice. There's some damn good gold weapons that you can pick up in this iteration of Apex Legends, because most of them, or some of them at least, have the accelerator stock. So, you know, getting a fully kitted out G7 to start with, it's pretty nice.
It's like early morning on Christmas. Feeling blessed out here because they also have that ring console over by Climatizer. So they'll have that information on where that zone is pulling right in their backyard, Genome. LG2 right on top of that with their POI being Survey. GHS, as they move away from Epi, seeing if they can get information here as Orgus and Hungary are going to be able to try to take over by Trials, take over VP, landing right on top of Lou, knowing that VP split Loot, Trials, and Skyhook West. They made that quick rotate out of Countdown while actually getting that information, trying to get the KP that they need after having that rough start that they didn't want to really start off their elimination round 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Metafe call if I've ever seen one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's smart. Yeah, look, you know, as you said, split looting. If you can loot very quickly, you get the KP. That moves them up to 5. Still hoping to increase that total by quite some amount. As you can see, pretty much, I think actually no, every single team we mentioned that has priored World Edge is in the top 10 right now. So that's nice for them. Envy, to get the ring console, they move over towards Survey Camp. Will it continue to pull that way? Not exactly sure. The outer rim of Zone 1 is actually quite south. It's not, you know, sitting up on the mountains or anything. So that means the chances of it pulling up to, say, Survey Camp are lessened.
Or some teams to play slowly out of Grandma's house, thinking about where Dragon's positioning is, where Complexity is to their south. Not the only squad too, right? LG had made their rotate out of Survey Camp. found themselves directly here in the middle by the train tracks. Other squads are going to have to rotate from that south side, find themselves congested by Monument. To consider where these pathings are going to take the squads when it comes to trying to prioritize that ring console.
No one really in Complexity's vicinity whatsoever right now.
Well, we got Disguise instead, waiting in the corner. FaZe now finally see them. The engagement, JMW with the triple take, gets a crack. Over by No Name, and it's not just FaZe in Disguise, right? We saw Crazy Raccoon coming out of the tunnel now as they backtrack right back towards Geyser where there is a ring console, and that's what I'm expecting a lot of these teams to prioritize their rotate on, especially if their POI didn't have it or their pathing isn't going to have it too. They may have to go out of their way for that. Disguised safely for now as FaZe Clan just back away. Falcons now on the way to Geyser to perhaps pick up that ring console on the way, passing an Evo Harvester.
Designful is expecting an incursion, an engagement here with Noctum. They are just running out of landslide at the moment. See them using the crafter. Designful, maybe they heard something. But as they pull out of this tunnel, still plenty of time on the amped Sentinel, one of his favorite weapons. Make a difference.
We see him lighting up the feed with the Senti. Looking down at Noctum. And while they do try to take their time, they're just trying to see if they have an opportunity to scan that ring console. 100 Thieves now just waiting with Noctum right to their north. Other squads that will be rotating from that south side, Team Burger, that have a ring console over by staging.
Let's go over
Pick up some loot on their way.
Let's check out over there, mates.
No rush here, though, because Noctum are slowly approaching right in front of them to be in their line of sight. They're going to be able to back away for now, and 100 Thieves will be able to now inch forward.
Oh my god, we got Spec Ops teams on every side of this map right now. Everyone's whacking on their slippers and just really trying to make sure.
Second time we see Disguise doing this. They're right behind Crazy Raccoon again. We know that Crazy Raccoon had gone to Overlook to get that ring console. Just trying to stay out of sight, out of mind before they get that information while looking at Crazy Raccoon make their rotate to the north side, playing on the edge before they make their way to Climatizer.
Yeah, CR are well past them now. I'm not sure if Disguised heard that or not, but looks like they're just waiting, I think, for prior to the ring console. So maybe it wasn't a wrap play, or maybe it was, you know, sort of 50-50. Maybe it was, hey, if we get the wrap, that's great. If not, we'll just take the ring console info. And Crazy Raccoon actually might be doing the same thing because they know it's going north. And then they get the next bit of info by pulling up to Climatizer and then going just barely out of zone to pop another ring console. Anyway, we'll get a look at where this does shift. Teams actually quite spread out over the map. This is almost looking like a rank game right now with the... Well, look, I'm not saying it in a bad way. It's just sort of how this particular circle is pulled up. It's a little more central, and it does pull even further central towards Monument.
Well, the thing is, and I keep highlighting the ring consoles, I mean, there's no ring console over by Monument. There's one by Overlook. There's one on Climatizer. None in Epi. You have one over by Countdown. Only two survey. Exactly. There's only two survey beacons in Skyhook. No ring console. So it's forcing these squads to try to prioritize playing on the outskirts of where that zone pull is, which is why you see everybody so outside and spread apart here. And then even riding like you would see Disguise, not to take that jump on a squad, but to just try to get that ring console and not get jumped themselves.
Yeah, I mean, there's been quite a few changes to the ring consoles over the years. As far as I understand it, at the moment, they all have the same chance of spawning. But I think there is sort of an amount that will roughly spawn every game. But yeah, sometimes you do get clusters of them that don't spawn, and therefore you'll have some interesting traffic around the map. A couple of teams going the wrong way down the road. That said, most of them have gotten sort of into the northern hemisphere by now. Team Falcons actually potentially running into Disguised all the way over near Overlook right now. Here we go. Vision of that. Waltzy gonna run away. Maybe it's pop some health meds.
And what you don't see is in the distance, the third-party opportunity for Crazy Raccoon are on the other side of Falcons.
No.
Falcons are about to get
Oh, wow.
pinched by Disguise and Crazy Raccoon. Now Falcons are running for their life and maybe some respite here as Disguise do take some shots onto Crazy Raccoon, forcing Crazy Raccoon to back away while Team Falcons forced to also play off that low ground.
And you're just seeing less of that decisive action come out of Falcons as they lose fight, as they go down early in games. That I think it really hurts their confidence. An early wall here by Justna, I don't think is going to serve him very well. Sangjun, surely not long for this world either, but Disguised, they're not anywhere near this. FaZe Clan, however, are.
Falcons are going to get the next knock right after that. It was actually nice for Disguise to just leave them incredibly low HP. Falcons just clean up what was left.
Okay, here we're getting the info here. We're getting the vision of FaZe pulling up just on the north to the bridge on Falcons. They definitely will be looking at them. 100 Thieves have just gone down to Virtus Pro. Still in a good spot with 21 points already. But Virtus Pro also looking to make a late charge into the finals.
Are getting peppered by a charge rifle by Team Burger in the distance, while Team Burger are going to be playing by the edge of the zone to circle keep them. And seeing where that zone is going to be pulling, and you had mentioned before, FaZe were trying to go for a 3P onto Falcons. Mistimed that, and that has allowed Falcons to still reset for them. A lot of these teams coming in from that north side of zone, even looking at FaZe and Falcons being the only squad to come out of the east side.
Some fun damage stats across the tournament there. Over 100,000 coming out from grenades. And I had a look into the data, Vicky, and one of the interesting things I noted was that thermites are more important than they've ever been. And I think one of the big reasons for that is because of how these teams engage in the fights that occur. They're all stuck behind castle walls, often sitting in a line rather than in a more 3D formation. And I think that actually does provide a little bit more value from the thermites, because if you can sneak one behind a non-energized castle wall, it really does play a lot of space, that as well as their utility in bubble fights and cutting off lines.
Also really helps when you manage to time it and position it behind a mobile shield, right? You're creating so much space of pressure with that thermite. Nice little stat there. So many teams still by Monument, Fnatic being one of them, and to their south is Noctem, but over to their north, Disguise have found a building. C9 are looking at Disguise, and it's a lot of an open area underneath those train tracks with squads looking within the vicinity.
It is, and it's, yeah, so we've got this this view of VKG here, who are gonna have to potentially gatekeep two teams. ALGS and Hungry coming in, and Virtus Pro, both from Skyhook within the zone. I think they've just heard an evac go up. Yep, that was Virtus Pro that just called that in. But they're looking towards that, and they're not looking towards ALGS and Hungry, who have just rolled up.
And trying to engage in this fight, VP flying right above them, seeing this fight themselves has now forced them to divert through the tunnel side of Skyhook. VKG looking to keep ALGS and Hungry back, but this is an invitation for Complexity, who are waiting by the mouth of the tunnel to maybe take some shots to try to 3P them. And they're not the only one with that idea. So is Dragons, who were sitting on Grandma's house from the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, important spots, all of these that we're seeing, because the zone is pulling towards the train station just below the entrance to the tunnel. You can see they've actually had to leave henchmen. No health meds left. You might have a gold bag, you might have a purple bag, but you got nothing in it.
Wow,
he went down to the zone.
Yeah.
His teammates couldn't even drop him a syringe.
I mean, they're on the sticks out here too. Difficult situation here now as we see the engagement from Fnatic. Still looking at Noctem, who are coming in from their 6. Falcons also showing an appearance, playing by the edge of their side of zone. Kind of that standoff that we keep having with so many of these other squads, not trying to overextend, playing incredibly safe.
They've got to be safe. Their lives are on the line, Vicky. A fantastic start to the tournament from Fnatic. They do not want to go home before they get to play in front of the biggest crowd in ALGS history tomorrow.
While Noctem are trying to force this engagement with Fnatic, who are safely inside this building, Falcons were still around Monument, looking to see if they could get involved. Look at them crouching waiting in the distance by the stairwell. It's gonna be an isolated fight. They could see those knocks just light up the kill feed here.
Exactly, yeah, they're probably waiting for those knocks. You can hear some shots coming out, but you're not sure the teams are getting into it until you see the knocks on the kill feed. I think we just saw ArcStars streaming in from Falcons. Fnatic go down. Still only a handful of points for them, but Falcons need to pick up some here now.
And Zero was able to get that knock. Now you can see Remix running for his life. Falcons want to get that KP, and they find it. Knock them, get eliminated. Plan successful for Falcons on the timing on that 3P.
Not sure why Wolfsy's trying to set up his cover in a room they're just about to run out of, but you can always pick them up, I suppose. Lots of kill potential there ahead of them, actually, so Falcons stream forward onto the next. Let's see if they can take down Cloud9, maybe screen Stego as well. But Disguised, who took the last spot away from them down at launch site, looked to be in a scary position again.
And eventually beeline though to that next zone in the next 5 seconds. Complexity enemy. One shot here while Falcons, same thing could be said about how they're gonna be able to get that res onto Zero, hiding behind the mobile shield. So many fights happening now on the north side.
50 left on that knockdown shield. It was so close to get the drag from Hal.
They were able to do it just in the nick of time though, while Complexity are still in trouble, still feeling the pressure. They lose out on 2. Monsoon the last one alive, and not for long. Complexity get eliminated. Stuck in a very difficult position too was DHS also putting him that pressure. Envy on the outskirts. Dragon still in Grandma's house, sharing that space with VP.
I mean, Complexity looked shell-shocked. The expression on Monsoon's face going down there was him really grieving the points that they could have had in this game.
Now this is going to be the bloodbath here. This is where all these teams are going to be out in the line of sight of the squads waiting for them inside of zone. Disguise had moved forward. Now Team Falcons in trouble with Zero getting some cover.
7 seconds till bubble. They had to use it to get to that spot, but so many teams used their utility there. We saw ArcStar after ArcStar littering the path in front of them.
And how do you even move out of that spot? When you're stuck with your backs against the ring right there, it was a difficult rotate once that circle pulled all the way up.
I don't think you can. Even if you had an evac in that spot, it would be shot down 100%, right?
No utility now. You get to see the teams that aren't in that next zone that will eventually have to move forward.
So that spot we just saw from Virtus Pro there is quite good, because I think there's just a sliver of that garage that is in the next zone, and if they've set up their correct the castle wall and the amped cover in the right place, could be very, very easy for them to pick up some kills in the next zone.
And they don't know it yet, but Orclus and Hungry with down to a solo, Metafe is still alive over to the north side on the edge of that next zone. LG were trying to take an angle here, trying to see if they can try to call them out, and Dragons have now taken the initiative to move forward on top of those train tracks in the line of sight of everyone here, directly smack dab in the middle, just trying to set up shop with the rampart walls.
Yeah, you can see their armor just popping up on the map there, creating a small pocket. I mean, that's like women's fashion on a skirt kind of pocket that we're looking at there. Not much room to fit anything in, but Dragons have to try and make that one work.
You know you win when you get the pockets on the dress here too, and with nobody looking at Dragons, they win for that. In terms of that positioning, well, a lot of these teams are going to have to move over from the east side of that zone. VKG trying to gatekeep phase, or forced to wrap around. You see the bombardment, but I like where VKG is standing on Pride Rock, looking at everyone right below them. While they are in that next zone, that we have seen this circle shift over, more so to the west side of those train tracks.
9 squads left now. Team Burger under intense pressure. They try and play this out from the west side, but Disguised, they look to be on a warpath here in Elim round 2.
So many nades too in the feed. 8 squads left. Team Burger get eliminated. Disguise have now found some space on the tracks south of Dragons, while VP are looking at Dragons. Disguise, they still have not noted the solo that is to their north. And even if they did, it's not like they can take so much of that space, with LG also trying to put in some pressure by the crates.
There's Metafe, not even willing to pop a med kit here. Actually, what am I saying? He doesn't have
Yeah.
one. We saw them just before. Is it the sound or is it the lack of meds in the backpack? Either way, Metafe in a rough position there. But look, we've got 8 squads left. If he can survive one longer, that'll be one more placement point for Orkless and Hungry.
Letting the master sings here while Funk is trying to go in for that res. Backing away, LG trying to engage on that fight with FaZe initially before cleaning them up. Nobody to try to take their spot from behind. They've cleared their northern side of that zone while VKG still holding onto height. The bombardment getting that knock onto sight, but they still don't want to give up this height because EXO are playing right below them.
Yeah, I mean, LG, they were pretty much the earliest into this train station area and they played it very well.
Now with the circle closing in behind them though, they have no other choice. They jump right on top of the heads of EXO who are inside the truck originally. LG not looking at them, still on the north side. They finally call up the solo of Metafe, 6 squads left, and VKG holding on to that northern side with their lives.
Okay, Virtus Pro, you can see they've had to give up the garage now. That said, they've still got that whole side of the tracks to themselves. EXO Clan now feuding with VK Gaming as LG take position up in the caravan.
VKG don't want to take that fight against EXO too because they know that LG is waiting to see if they can 3P this while Disguise are playing up the low ground. The trade-off on those tracks is VP, Dragons, and Disguised.
I don't know how VK Gaming and EXO Clan have not gone down yet. They were so close to each other. But VK Gaming have pushed themselves up into 4th spot, 22 points, and now the Mastiff rings out.
It's because EXO just gave up that truck to jump on top of the heads of Disguise. Now Disguise are in some trouble, even though you can see those knocks here in the feed. Dragons move up, they stay alive. Disguise get eliminated. 4 squads left with this circle looking like a skittle. They're forced to move up. They're forced to prevent the res, but VP looking great. LG are just waiting for the perfect timing on the opportunity to try to take this game.
I mean, Sykes has so much left on the Sheila. When he pulls that out, start getting scared because it's him going up against Virtus Pro.
For free, LG walk up and they take game number 3. It's all about the patient play for Luminosity. The pop-off, the breath of relief.
One of the better end circles I have seen so far. Sorry, I should say it's one of the better playing from a god spot from an early position in the game that I've seen so far this tournament. A lot of the times we've seen that, the team will close it out, but they'll play it in such a way that they don't end up with that many KP. The fact that LG win this and do it with 9 kills as well to net themselves 21 points in Game 3 is massive for them.
You know what helps? When your POI is survey and you see the cluster of teams fighting in the mouth of that tunnel tracks. You see all the teams trying to escape from Skyhook, and you hold a great position while still applying pressure on the teams that wanted to wrap behind VKG. VKG were on that high ground, on top of that rock, that forced FaZe to go into LG's line of sight.
Yeah, their position on the rock obviously doing well for them. 11 points is above average and a solid result. 21 though for LG is in fact 21 of their total 22 points right now. It was a rough start for LG, but a big comeback now as they get to essentially the halfway point. Before we get to the halfway point in maps, that's ahead of the curve right now for LG. That's why they sit in 6th spot.
With Dragons currently sitting in 10th with 17, you can see the cluster of points. It's still very tight genome for these squads, even with 3 games down. But that was the last game on World's Edge now as we make that transition onto E District, where some of these teams are still trying to find their comfort zone.
Yeah, we were talking about the teams that, prioritized that and picked it first. Team Burger slipping off the pace a little bit there with 12 points. Now we'll have to find somewhere to come back with, considering they were, I think it was 18th seed in the draft going into this one. They've made it tough for themselves, but still potential ahead.
You know what was a shocker to me, though? Fnatic in dead last with only 4 points after 3 games. It's rough The pressure is on. We have 8 games in total for this series. Time is of the essence. I want to hear from you guys here at the desk. It being right now with 3 games down, no more World's Edge. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good about some of these team chances, specifically Envy looking really comfortable at the top of our leaderboard, but some big names that had some big expectations on them heading into this final series are finding themselves towards the bottom. So let's talk about it a little bit. Like Vicky said, 3 matches down, no more World's Edge. Everybody's comfort map is gone, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest team that we need to talk about is Fnatic. They had a really rough winners bracket, and then that took them down into this, and I don't think they caught any momentum. They actually had a zone. Usually when you get gifted a zone, you end up with some points, and they left their POI where the zone ended at, wrapped around, came back, and it really just seemed like they're playing uncomfortable and trying to do maybe a little bit too much, more than they need to. And I think they just need to go back there. This is the time where it's kind of, you know, it's do or die. So hoping for the hometown favorites here to step it up.
I mean, I think the crowd would agree with you on that as well. We can hear just how sad they are every single time they do go out, but we'll take a look back at some of these final moments here. Match number 1 specifically, Jayhawk, talk us through these final moments.
Yeah, GHS coming from Epicenter. We have a zone ending over right below the Raven statue at Trials. They wrap all the way around the north side of the zone and are able to hold that little choke between Trials and moving towards Lava Fissure, and they do an amazing job of holding that space. For so long, they were just staring at 100 Thieves down on the low ground to make sure that nobody wrapped up on their left. And on the other side, did a great job preventing Envy from being able to push up. All of that rewards them with this end game position where they have the most cover and the high ground. They're able to force the 2 other teams to eventually engage with each other. And when that happens, you're the last team in. You've got Sheila singing, you've got your bubble coming in, you've got the Newcastle wall slam if you want it, Sky Nades coming out, and ultimately the Gibby ult coming down on them as well. You have so much utility and firepower to just blast into these teams, as we see One Tappy do. And I'll tell you what, when they won this game, that crowd roared to life.
Yes.
This stadium is filled, and we heard it.
I was going to say, talking about hometown heroes, at least, you know, they get a GHS win in there, but then we head into match number 2. So, Snipe, talk me through this.
Yeah, so one of the most impressive things here is Envy actually came all the way from Climatizer to win this zone, which is about as far away on the map as you possibly can. So that's a huge testament to saying how good this team is performing right now while they are in first place overall. They're actually just doing their best, using the cover, peeking over, letting these other teams commit to each other. And we saw some pretty bad plays out of teams like Disguise who are just slamming areas for no reasons. And this just allowed all the teams that were on height that usually have the advantage, looking down on the teams on bottom, to give Envy the chance to just move around the map, get as many picks as possible, and they were able to get a massive win also because they had to come in from Climatizer, giving them extra KP along the way.
I mean, and finding this now is the big reason that Envy's finding themselves here at the top of our leaderboard at this stage of the series. But then match number 3, able to watch it out here live, Graceful. Talk me through how LG were able to pull this one out.
This one is actually incredible because this one blue box right here is what gave them the momentum to win this game, because they kept defending it. You see, they still try to retake it. Both the Valk and the Gibby are trying to fight them for up top, but LG just 3-man hugs each other and make sure nobody's gonna push up off of height as they go down layer by layer, pushing every other team into each other, and that's eventually is how they end up getting the win. The most important part is making other teams fight each other by getting your utility out as late as possible. As we already see, those 2 bubbles were already preemptively placed. They put down the Newcastle, and they pretty much own the entire circle at this point.
Yeah.
Now they're just hunting. But it was also a little bit fun to see VKG survive for as long as he did, because he was a solo, by the way. He was running up and down, getting chased by everyone and survived, but LG closing out that game is like super, super good. That's just basic fundamentals of hold hands together and push forward.
Listen, these teams are going to try and eke out every single spare point that they can, because you never know what the next map, the next performance is going to bring. And setting yourself up well, now that we're swapping maps, is important for these squads to do, as everyone at home can see that reflected here. ExoClan in second place, followed by VK Gaming and then GHS Professional. But like we heard Eric saying, Jayhawk, I mean, Fnatic down there at the bottom, that's not what the crowd wants.
Absolutely, but there's still 5 games to go, and the thing is, the cutoff usually in these champs bracket stages is going to be in the low 40s. For Fnatic, that's not crazy to do. They're capable of having 1 or 2 big games, so if they can get a win under their belt on E-District or on Stormpoint, I do think there's a chance they can make the comeback.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like, we're all going to keep saying it. We still have 5 matches left, but it is important. Every single match here is important for these teams. But before we get into all of that, we want to give a thank you to everyone behind the scenes here that helps us put on the show, because even though they're not on camera like we are, they love Apex Legends just as much as we all do.
We're finally here in Sapporo, Japan. This has been such a long time coming. I mean, we've been dying to go to Japan for years, and we're finally here. Something I get asked all the time is, what does it take to pull off an ALGS event? And obviously, there's a ton of technical stuff. There's a huge stage. There's a lot of players. But there's also a very passionate crew of people behind the scenes. And I think it's really important for us to shine a light on them, because without their passion, we wouldn't be able to do what we do, and the ALGS wouldn't be what it is today.
This event in particular is the biggest event we've ever done in the ALGS series. There'll be over 30,000 people in attendance, 350 people working on it. To put on an event of this magnitude, it involves 6 or 7 sea containers, shipping a 55-meter wide stage, a 50-meter wide LED screen. We literally build a full TV production set inside this massive arena. The teams we have working for us, it's not just a job to them. Ultimately, if you're getting up at 7 a.m. and not getting to bed till midnight, you're not doing that for a paycheck. You're doing that because you're really passionate about changing things and building worlds and building platforms for people to really enjoy. And without that passion, without that excitement, we wouldn't be where we are today.
I think each of us are incredibly passionate people for the competitive scene. Each of us are really gamers and fans at heart of the ALGS and Apex Legends. And so I think you kind of see that come to fruition through our formats and the league that we've created. Not only that, but we're constantly trying to reiterate and take feedback from the players and the fans on how we can better improve to ensure the success of the tournaments. You know, it takes a lot of admins, takes a lot of staff to come together and really put the show on.
All right, everybody, here we go. Going live, 3, 2, 1, and we're live.
So the role of production is bring to life all of the storylines, all of the gameplay, and give people a reason to care about what's happening on screen.
Here's a little fact for you, Vicky. There's been 186 Newcastle launches so far.
We'll build the show weeks in advance, but the show is a living, breathing thing, and we have to be reactionary. We're telling stories in real time. 10 left on red, 9.
Stand by to animate Punk 2. What a broadcast director does in esports really is take the producers, run a show, his dream, his vision of what the show should be, and then takes it into a live environment. We have all these different sources, cameras, graphics, video, playback, and all that, and we place it as the announcers and as the analysts and the casters talk about it. The fun part about it is it's all live, as you can hear. So we never get a second take, and that's part of the fun of doing what we do.
Ready. Game is ready. Game is ready.
All right, observers, here we come. Stand by a match to wipe to game, and wipe. And we're in game.
Game is hot.
When you're the in-game director, you obviously cannot see everything that's going on at a certain point in time. So you need to trust that your POVs and your free cams are calling out information for you where they can say, X team is doing this, and you can just push the button without thinking, and you know it's going to be great.
Yeah, let's go in our June Stadiva.
Going to 3 in 3, 2 on 3.
It's also important for the fans that we give them a show that's exciting, and we give the crowd that it's happening moment, like this is going to be it. I know the team gets like a lot of satisfaction out of when we catch something big and you hear the crowd, like everybody starts cheering, and it's just like a really special moment for everybody.
3, 2, 1, 4. I need knock them on 2.
Good job, man. Good job. We told all those bubble stories. Good work.
Good job.
That was great storytelling.
Taking ALGS around the globe, it's such an incredible privilege, but it's also an incredible challenge. The first question we ask ourselves is, what can we do to make our fans remember this moment? From the first touch points that people experience when they travel to the arena, when they see the train stations covered in posters before they even enter the arena, it shows that Apex is not just a game.
ALGS events always feel like a big family reunion. The passion and love for this game is unlike any other game I've ever experienced, and I hope you all see that passion come through at our events. We will always do everything in our power to give our fans the best experience, both in-game and out. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. We couldn't do this without you.
It's always nice to be able to get an opportunity to give a little love to the amount of time and effort and passion that everyone behind the scenes is putting in to make an event like this work. Over 350 people, I mean, from production to the entire stage crew. It takes truly a village to even get to experience this, and everyone at home just gets to see the results of all of the work, but not the weeks of time that they spent coming here to get it ready. So we love them all. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the product that they're putting on, because we're having a blast doing it. So thank you to everyone that makes ALGS and Apex Legends possible. And I feel like, you know, if you want to give a little bit of love as well here.
Yeah, I mean, because I was told to, I absolutely will give love to the production, and thank you guys so much. It is a big family. It's one of those things where the fans, the people behind the scenes that don't get all the credit, the people on the stage, we all have one giant thing in common, and it is loving Apex. So no matter where you're from, who you are, anything about you, we always have that, and it's easy to spark those conversations and have a great time. And it's always the friendships and the families that you build here on stage with each other that are the most important thing.
Which is why these shows are so incredible every single time. And the main important part of it is, of course, the competition, which means we've got to get back into these games. We need to find out who's going to be making it through to match point. So our casters, I think, are ready after they've gotten a little bit of a reset. Vicky, Genome, continue the love train, okay?
Thank you so much, Glitter. Yeah, it's always a reminder that Apex is a family, right? That's what we're here for. We all love the same game. We all have the same passion, and we get to see the passion from the players behind us and how they're going to be able to figure things out, because this is the Elimination Round 2 bracket. This is where the stakes are high.
So high, Vicky. They almost couldn't be any higher, apart from tomorrow, I suppose. But for 10 of the teams, they won't be there. So I guess it is higher for them. Look, there's a hierarchy we're establishing here. And there's also a hierarchy of maps in this particular series, Vicky. And that's because 2 of them we play 3 times. But Elimination District? Yeah, look, you know what? Now that I think about it, maybe we should have put it as the last 2 maps, and then we could have called it Elimination District. I kind of like that. Anyway, that's where we are moving next. We only play that map twice in this series. Of course, we've rotated through them as this bracket stage has gone on. We had, 2 of Storm Point earlier and 2 of World's Edge earlier. So this time, it's going to be E-District on the short end of the stick. This is the POI draft. As you can see, that means not too many teams wanted to prio this one a little bit higher.
Yeah, this is winners round 1, by the way, guys. So as we get everything loaded up for you, I can tell you that I believe it was GHS and Complexity that wanted to have their pickings at where they wanted to land here for E-District. Something that we have been seeing stretched out across the last few days of the competition are a lot of these teams want to prioritize their POI pick for Storm Point. So
Absolutely.
On E-District, I understand it seems very even when it comes to the loot, the rotating patterns that we also witnessed for a lot of these players and what they prefer.
Yeah, so as we went through the 3 maps in this draft, it kind of went like this. Can you get a Trident on Storm Point? Priority number 1. World's Edge, we're playing it 3 times. Priority number 2. E-District, even POIs, as you mentioned, and only played twice. Priority number 3. Now, yeah, that means essentially most teams went for this as a 3rd round draft pick. Very few going earlier than round 2. GHS Professional, actually, one of the only ones. They went for Humbert Labs at number 17. And after their strong performance so far, 25 points, and to boot, it was a lower draft POI pick for them on World's Edge. So this honestly is great because we've seen so many Humbert Labs endings.
Yeah, the only other team that wanted to pick their POI here on E-District was Complexity, and they're currently sitting with only 8 points in total after those 3 games. So seeing where this circle is going to be pulling, seeing if they could iron things out. They are over by City Hall, where they'll have a ring console. And it does look like this circle is going to be pulling down over to the south side, so further benefiting the likes of GHS.
Fnatic need something to benefit them right now. 4 points in our 4th game. It's not the team we saw on Wednesday and on Thursday leading up to this point. It's tough. I mean, they've got so many fans in the crowd that I know are waiting for that pop-off moment.
I mean, we've hit that midway point now at this time. Game number 4. 8 total games here, and you know that when it comes to the elimination round, some teams, they like to play dirty as they need to when they figure out where they stand in the overall standings, how many points they need, how much KP they need to overextend for. Get to see where that next circle is going to be pulling. C9 already on their rotate, while Orglis and Hungry over by Viaduct, they had gotten that ring circle information next to EXO.
Fnatic going street market, pick 42. Nice little third round pickup for them. They know it's close by, but we've got to change up, Vicky. It's Mirage for Fnatic. Is this something that they want to capitalize on in team fights? That's generally why you go for this. As we talked about, not many legends in the current meta that you'll even be able to hit a survey beacon on. Renaissance Man over here is one of them.
Did see them try it out on World's Edge to try to maybe convert into those survey beacons, see where everybody is, but it didn't work out for them. And in this case, maybe they could find that success while we take a look at GHS here on their rotate from Stadium. Envy is waiting in the distance close to the edge of that next zone. Some of these teams, though, when they were denied the opportunity to get these ring consoles now, trying to find themselves in a desperate situation, trying to take these fights.
Yeah, it's a negative rotate for them, but because they didn't get one in Humbert Labs, by the looks of it, they didn't want to go down to Old Town, because that would have been... It's a very central-looking first zone. So, yeah, it could have been anywhere, really, and that would have been going away from it. So they sort of take a bit of a gamble here. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. If they had have gone down to Old Town, they may have been able to sneak up through, say, Shipyard Arcade, and potentially find a good spot down there.
You know what I do find interesting in this lobby is that we don't have a Valkyrie. Well, actually, we do have one Valkyrie. It's VKG, but we saw a lot more from some of these squads that wanted to utilize the Valkyrie to get through some of these tight chokes when it comes to some of these rotates, too. And Zero Tenacity, who landed Shipyard, had that ring console there, so they were able to get ahead of the curve to find themselves in the middle of that zone, right alongside Disguise. We take a look at Envy. They're trying to tail right behind GHS. Another ring console for them to have access to, while VK Gaming split looting, trying to play for the objectives. They have the Evil Harvester, as they can, again, because they're the only team in this lobby with that Valkyrie.
Hopefully the member of them that's closest to this potential fight between GHS and Envy is feeding that information to their team, and after they have got those objectives you were talking about, they can pull up and potentially look for a third party here. Gibby opens up the sky, and here's LD looking on. A nice little mascot to cheer him on up the top of the building there. His teammates seemingly not making any change in direction to come closer and be a part of this fight. Interesting decision.
And just to try to play that objective, VK Gaming probably have their Valkyrie over by Stadium to get a scan on the survey beacon, see where everybody is situated in that zone. That's going to be the awareness that they need to know where that zone could be potentially pulling and estimate from there. Well, GHS are still right next to Envy. Both of these squads neighboring each other completely from their rotate. C9 now, right behind EXO, a squad that had a pretty strong start on World's Edge. K Sweeney running for his life right now. Only 2 members of EXO alive, soon to be only 1 here. Okay.
Does get away with it, just for now. Pop up, easy, easy clean up there. So despite Fuda being, oh, actually, sorry, let's just focus on this for a quick second here. Falcons in 11th spot. Again, very close to the cusp, constantly under pressure, but at least they've got a couple of kills on Asia's and Ziki.
The Green Strago, who now are stuck as a solo. Rotated all the way over there. Falcons, who land over by Resort, are going to get that 2 KP as they needed. Over by Lotus now, as they're going to be able to approach from that north side. We could expect that solo from Green Stego to perhaps go to Electro Dam, where there is that replicator, try to get that res. As C9 have now left EXO as just a solo. It was the Loba that they had left originally here, so 2 teams now handicapped with just one solo left.
Okay. Ring moves even further south. Fnatic, once again, in a good spot, but are they willing to play for it? They did well in that dome zone, in between launch site and dome, but you know, couldn't really close it out, played a little too passively, stuck on blue arms until the late game. Will we see a similar instance play out here? Or do they perhaps want to take some fights against 100 Thieves and FaZe Clan, clear their back, and then have a clean rotate into the zone?
D-Team's already on their move, coming out of an evac tower. You can see Falcons now going to be able to land on top of a ring console. Such a congested spot, though, Genome, as you can see. Where do you find yourself with so many squads already finding their free real estate in these buildings?
Great question. I mean, Exo Clan, they're going out to try and get a res now in Neon Square. Fuda may run into Virtus Pro, who are making their way south above him. Fuda, maybe even the damage leader in this lobby right now. He's done something like 4.5k damage so far. He's been an absolute slayer in this series so far, alongside a couple of others. I think we had Strafing Flame on 4k plus. Lou as well, definitely up there into the 4k rarefied air.
I bring the damage that you need here. Falcon still trying to take more of these fights. Are rotating from outside of zone, looking at GHS this time around. Trying to defend the Evil Harvester that's right next to them too. You can tell with the way that they're trying to approach E-District, wanting to get a lot more aggressive. Trying to take these fights. It is nice to note that Green Stego have been able to get all their members back into this game. The same thing can be said for EXO. Everyone back alive and healthy in this lobby. Evac tower called in now for Falcons before finding the rotate in, and of course with VKG being the only squad with the Valkyrie with that level 3 perk, gives you that information to see which of those buildings will have some space for you, or at least which floor if there's multiple to play from.
They used one up near Lotus as well, so second evac coming out of Falcons. How many more survival items do they have? Maybe they picked up one in Energy Bank, but considering, as we mentioned, the zone ahead of them is so congested, they may need that lifeline. Lifeline being the survival item, not the legend here in this instance, to make their way in. 100 Thieves. Now, as we mentioned, they were very much south, and they're coming up on Fnatic now in Viaduct. Very fun place to watch a 3v3, by the way, jumping around the different levels and whatnot. But Fnatic have spotted them out a little too early for their liking. Actually pushing into the zone now to try and confirm these kills. This is going to be so hard for 100 Thieves to get away.
My personal favorite POI here too, and it's because of that high to low ground difference that you could try to extend on, especially from the different angles here. But Fnatic holding the high ground, also trying to deny the opportunity to get that ring console that is located in Viaduct from 100 Thieves. They're fixated on this, but what they aren't fixated on is the Mythic bin to their north on where that next zone is pulling, where Noctum will be able to have access to once this fight is done between Fnatic and 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's beating Noctum to that one. That is right on top of them. But Fnatic also on top of Jen Burton and the rest of 100 Thieves right now as well. As Meltstera does pop that med kit, he's back to full, and that means they do have the opportunity to take the fight if they want. But as we mentioned, Viaduct, so many levels, so many nooks and crannies that you can hide in, that Fnatic have to sniff them out. And there we go. They've sniffed out Jen Burton. Actually, it was Atenum from Noctum who got the knock.
Yeah, they were able to not only get that Mythic bin, but now they can pepper with the third-party opportunity from a distance. They see the fighting happening right before their eyes. Fnatic now are going to try to reset, looking down below at 100 Thieves. Seeing that they were able to get that res, Timmy won. He's able to pop that bat. Trying to run out of their line of sight. He's literally one shot. He hides in the corner. There's that thermite that we're highlighting before. This time, forcing him to funnel out from that corner. He puts up the rampart walls, but it's not enough. Meltstera gets that knock, but here comes Design, the insurance policy that they need to find that knock now into Leica.
Meltstera, he doesn't find the opportunity to use the Mirage ult and capitalize on the damage, though. 100 Thieves are eliminated. The spot they play from just too hard to win that fight. Fnatic played that slowly, patiently, and with a hiccup there at the end, they will confirm the KP.
A few signs of life here for Fnatic. The crowd getting a little excited here. They need that KP. They're sitting with only 7 points in 18th place after our last 3 games, with 100 Thieves being in 7th place with 21 points. That could be a crucial moment, and they didn't get third-partied by Noctum. They didn't like the situation there, the pacing. They would rather hold their positioning right now on the edge of that next zone, because look at where that circle is pulling.
Exactly. It is going to the west over there with Noctum, where Fnatic is. Virtus.pro sitting right in the middle. And with Ring 3 closing, you no longer want to be in the zone, I'll tell you that much. Doesn't matter if you've got your double healing syringes. It's doing a little too much damage. So Fnatic now pretty confident that they've cleared their backs. Move closer to the zone. And as we switch across to, where is this? The north
Draft
side.
point.
Yeah, northwest FaZe is sitting near August and Hungry Dragons and Complexity.
Yeah, this is Graceful's favorite POI, by the way. A lot of coexisting spots here for a lot of these teams to face off against the Canal. You can see FaZe in one corner, Falcons right in the middle, EXO on the other side. LG looking at this fight. EXO get eliminated from what was left of K-Swinny. Falcons finally chase them down. Again, more KP going in their pockets. That cannot be ignored now, as FaZe are looking down at Dragons. FaZe currently have the Evil Shield advantage for that fight.
FaZe 12, Dragons 11. Who knows? This could be a fight that determines their fate if we fast forward a couple of games' time. This wall is great here. It is blocking off so much access for the teams. They'll set up a rampart wall, pack it up, move it forward a little bit. Gibby ults and nades, push FaZe clan back. JMW doesn't even want to use his mobile shield. He says, no, I've got the meds to tank this. And it's a good result. They push Dragons out.
Still very desperate to try to take that fight, but still also looking behind them, right? Oh,
the stick!
Following up here too, just as a duo, holding on to the high ground, GHS. Just trying to let the Sheila do the rest of the work, but the circle is about to close in the next 5 seconds. They have to start moving forward. Parche's where they're going to try to find themselves in that next zone just as a duo. They were originally looking at Green Stego and Zero Tenacity. Green Stego now are going to take some shots at GHS, but they should be fine. This back end rotate, by the way, is clear for now if GHS is able to get away from that low ground.
Yeah, I mean, without ring closing here, GHS are on a desperate mission to make their way in. If they take the left path here, I think there is actually some available land here. They're just under Team Burger, but Green Stego here are going to take a very late evac tower just up to the high ground.
Trying to take the evac tower to jump around Team Burger perhaps here too. This is a circle that's very open with a lot of angles. Huge nades in the feed coming in from C9, by the way. Zero Tenacity get eliminated, and Green Stego now move up on top of height. Crazy Raccoon right next to them. LG and Falcons alongside this fight. Well, LG is at a positional disadvantage with Falcons holding height right now, just looking over their heads.
Falcons with 4 KP so far this game. That moves them up into the top 10. And Waltzy, after being on Rampart for a little while now, is certainly comfortable whipping out the minigun when he needs to scare some teams off.
You know, after some days of champs moving forward, having more information, moving away from the scrim bugs, we saw that Team Falcons had a lot of success on E-District, playing with confidence now as they're trying to take this fight versus LG. It's fine, they get this res, they take care of LG. And now they have to go in for the reset because here comes Dragons, full blue Evo, but with the timing on the third party, that has left Team Falcons running for their lives.
Dragons don't continue the chase, but it looks like Green Stego are directly above. They can probably hear the bat going off from there. Waltzy does not have a Moby in his pocket, neither does he have the banners. Now that he's back to full health, he's actually thinking about going back for them, but Dragons must know he's in the vicinity. Either way, Team Burger have been in a great position up until now.
And Waltzy's actually managing to go back. Dragons don't even linger around the death boxes, so that means Waltzy is going to be able to get that Moby, but the circle's closing in. He has little to no time. He's forced to take the zipline up on top of the bridge. We'll tune into Falcons to see what they do next as Team Burger move up. They were desperate for loot. When they had full blue Evos, they had time that 3P on 2 Falcons.
Well, Green Stego were looking fantastic a second ago. Suddenly they're out at the behest of the Dragons. Waltzy still just creeping around. Meanwhile, VP sitting below Team Burger and Envy.
Calling him out with C9. Dragons get eliminated. Orglis and Hungry trying to take this fight. Nice timing here. Just letting the Massive unleash, getting that next knock. Waltzy was called out. Falcons get eliminated. FaZe meet them back in the lobby. 8 squads left. And again, this final zone is so open with so much of the water stuck in the middle. Orglis and Hungry send out the nade.
Super important fight here. Fnatic have been biding their time, but unlike last time, they have done the damage necessary to get them to reds and purples. With their elimination of Orglis and Hungry, they have the zone to themselves.
Is this the momentum that the desk was talking about that they needed? The crowd giving them the energy that Fnatic needs. They're in a great spot right now, and they're out of a lot of the collapse fights that are forced to happen once this zone closes in.
This is going to be a massive game for Fnatic. Envy don't really need it at this point, but they are going to try and play spoiler to Cloud9, lagging behind in 14th spot. Cloud9, they need it more, and they will take them down.
Try to go and protect them with the saving grace on the Newcastle wall from Envy. They get taken out. Team Burger right on top of VKG. VKG get those knocks onto C9 while Fnatic in the distance will be able to pepper the squads fighting right in front of them. They're looking at Team Burger, they're looking at C9, VK Gaming, VP now, and they're looking to still continue on the pressure. You can see Yuka picking up those kills onto C9.
Complexity, they were the ones with the headphones plugged in who just managed to hear Waltzy coming into the zone, but they want more than that. They want full squad wipes, and they'll get one onto VK Gaming. Now Virtus Pro sit on the other side of the small establishment to them. Fnatic now up to 3 reds with 8 KP in the bag. They want the dub.
They heard us bringing in Fnatic. They heard that they have to wake up now. As we moved on to E District, they were in dead last. They've now moved themselves up to 12th place with 19 points. They put down the Moby there for some extra cover. They're now staring down VP. How they make this next move, though, helps them out.
Yuka doesn't have his preferred shotgun here, but it's a golden Mastiff, and you can't be too angry at that one. They've gone low ground quite early, preferring to set up first, instead of hoping that the zone pushes Complexity into Virtus Pro. And now, with the bombardments ringing out, the timer on VP to use this high ground to their advantages is diminishing.
What's scary in a last fight like this is what can the Mirage do versus the Ramparts that are left in this lobby. You don't have a Sheila to deal with the remaining teams. Playing split position Leica away, manages to get right back side by side with the rest of Fnatic. VP are staring them down, trying to mow them down.
Now that the high ground's out of play, Complexity, they're waiting, but they don't want to take on VP first. Mirage can be so chaotic in these situations. Surely the advantage is Fnatic's.
You've been bamboozled. They use the Mirage, they let the masses sing, and with the G7 Fnatic, they show up when they're needed.
The crowd roars. They've been waiting for this. A shadow of their day 1 and 2 performances step back into the light. With plenty of KP coming their way. 12, in fact. They move up to 5th spot with 28 points overall. 7.5k damage in a single game. Exactly what we know these 3 lads are capable of.
That's crazy. Let's not forget, we saw them make their rotate from Street Market over by Viaduct, take care of 100 Thieves, did not third party them. instead played safe, and then still was able to rotate safely away from Knock to find themselves on the other end of where that zone had pulled. A much needed dub and crazy KP for a team that once again was in 20th place and now has elevated themselves into 5th with 28 points.
Multiple mascots on the desk there helping them along to their win. Along to 24 points. It's a big game. It's a very big game. Quick reminder, 40-ish points, what the teams want. Fnatic have eclipsed half of that in a single game here. Considering they picked up 4 in the other 3 games, Vicky, that is a big result.
At least it's a good sign that we still have more E-District, though, if they could play into their advantage with that.
Yep. And, you know, that was their 3rd pick, by the way. As it should be, as we talked about before. But still.
Look at that damage. 3.3k for Leica. 2.2 for Yuka. This is the Fnatic that we know. Notstera as well with the assist. As we take a look at the series results, I'm looking at the crowd. You could feel the elevation of the mood completely change. The cheering as Fnatic wake up here. And again, they have another game on E-District. They can keep pushing themselves into the position that they're sitting in right now. 28 points, but it's incredibly tight. Looking from VP with 38, EXO right behind them with 29 points.
Yeah, as we said, Futa popping off for EXO. VP, we haven't been following their story too much, I think, you know, throughout the game, but they have been the silent killers, pushing themselves up to 3rd spot right now. So well done to them. They are in a very good position to make it to the Sunday.
Look at that crowd. I just can't. It's like insane. Like everybody here is making their noise. They're showing their support. And with a Fnatic win, that's one way to get the crowd going. We have more action coming to you guys. Don't go anywhere. With a Fnatic win, we have another game on E-District on the other side of this break.
Sony In Zone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
ライティどうもいやまだいらないなキノコでピークされるかも俺キノコでピークされるかも俺とか来てくんない俺とか耐えるかも左4勝ドームで右下だねドームで右下じゃない俺らいけるいや右下じゃない右下じゃないこいつら見て割り切らせろオッケーゆっくりね右キル上キルフォルテンon me.
Well, Fnatic make the hometown crowd go wild with a win in game number 4. Welcome back, of course, everybody to the Apex Legends Global Series Championship here in Sapporo, Japan. And boy, we are into the business end of this tournament. We are about to have the final 4 games of our Elimination Bracket Round 2 to find out who's going to match point finals.
And who is going home. Sadly, it is going to be a very disappointing time for 10 teams on that stage. And there are some pretty big teams still in that bottom 10. One of them, though, who was in the bottom 10, Fnatic, now in the top 6. This place erupted, by the way. I was speechless with the sound here in the arena, and I can't wait just to hear how much louder it could get if Fnatic carry on with this momentum.
Got to carry on with the momentum, though, and I think when you're looking at overall leaderboards at the moment, Dan, it's pretty darn close. Every single team who is just outside of that top 10 is looking over that precipice, peeking into the top 10 and knowing it's still within their grasp. But the games are starting to run out now. 4 games done. You can't get those ones back, but 4 games still to come here to change your projection.
And of course, the average has been around the low 40s for that cutoff in these elimination games. And so many of these teams are still on the mid-20s, the high 20s. You are not even safe. Fnatic, not safe despite having that big win for themselves. The only teams realistically that should be safe, Envy and VK Gaming, maybe Virtus Pro, but again, still that is debatable with the points that we have seen scored so far in these bracket stages. So everything still to play for. One more match on E-District, and then we move over to Storm Point.
So E-District gets one more outing to find out who is going to pick up the points and maybe push themselves into that top 10, and almost, you know, more disconcertingly for those in the top 10, who is going to fall out knowing that the games are slipping through their fingers. It really is just built to be one of the best parts of this tournament. I always love having the opportunity to cast these games to find out who our final 10 teams are going to go through, because there's one thing we can guarantee, and for whatever reason it is, when we're in this LAN environment, when we're at these live events, there is always drama in that final game.
It is always the kind of heart-in-mouth moment every single time in Match 8, and I've got to say, as a commentator, it's got harder. The years have gone on because I've got to know the players even more, and we learn the stories, and you know how much it means to them. To see people eliminated, it is heartbreaking, but at the same time, you see the other side of that. You see the elation when teams just about scrape through, and they know they'll be in that grand final of the biggest ever Apex Legends Global Series tournament.
Yeah, it's, to put it in context as well, I think you've summed it up beautifully well. It's a year's worth of work to be on this main stage, a year's worth of effort, grind, hours, countless hours of games, VOD review, whatever it is, and also adaptation, metas changing, new maps being thrown at you. It really has been one of the most challenging years in the Apex Legends Global Series, probably throughout the history of the Apex Legends Global Series. And the one thing that you don't want to be is looking back on these 4 games, these 8-game series in this Elimination Bracket Round 2 and thinking, we didn't make it at match point finals, because that is what everybody wants to do as we head back to E-District for match 5.
Match 5, and it is going to be the last time we see E-District here in the elimination bracket before, of course, seeing it feature later in the grand finals tomorrow. But you talk about, you know, changes, difficulty, meta shifts as well. We're still seeing small amounts of innovation and little meta changes as the tournament goes on. The dip in and out of Catalyst, Rampart being included, then not included. Mirage now turning up, a little bit of Loba here or there. People are still tinkering. People are still trying to find little ways to get that extra edge over the opposition teams.
Well, one team who certainly will feel a little bit more relaxed after that last game is the team on your screen right now, Fnatic, with just an absolute platoon of fans behind them. There is so many people in this arena just want to see Fnatic tomorrow. They want to see them in that match point, and they want to see them with a chance to lift that trophy in their home country. It really is difficult to put into the words the energy that's in this arena every time Fnatic win a game.
And I think Fnatic know that, and I think that maybe is why there was some nerves during that winner's bracket of the expectation that is on their shoulders, the expectation that they should be getting to the finals, that they want to lift that trophy, and they don't want to let the fans down. But now this one win, just to put them in that top 10, I think is going to do wonders for how they progress. Now, zone-wise, we're going to be heading dead old center. This is what I love. These are some of my favorite ones.
The most central zone I've ever seen.
On any map.
In any map. That is about equidistant from every point on E-District. That is center of the map.
And we have seen Energy Bank finishes can be very difficult to navigate because of the choke points that are surrounding. Crazy Raccoon do have a ring console to work with. Dragon's already moving. Complexity aren't too far. Cloud9 also moving extremely quickly, as well as LG. So you've got your first 5 teams already going to be finding their space in Energy Bank.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those zones where being there early is great, and you're going to have to really work hard if you want to arrive later on. And Envy, like you mentioned, they've got a ring console, but they're playing this one a little bit slower over at Stadium. You've got a lot of teams stacking up on the southern side due to the close proximity of a lot of the POIs. But one team that I do want to kind of keep an eye on in this game in particular is Team Falcons. We have barely mentioned Team Falcons so far in this tournament. They have scraped their way through to this point, and it almost feels impossible to think that they might not make it to match point finals, let alone being with a chance of winning the thing.
And you're left scratching your head a little bit. You know, Team Falcons throughout scrims, #1 in everything. On every map in terms of average points scored, the way they were playing, they looked ruthless. And then they turn up to this tournament and it just feels like they're a little bit flat in some of their fights. And I feel like there's so many other teams in this tournament that are more confident in their engagements right now. And the further we go on with Falcons, they seem to be losing that confidence, that trust in themselves. And all they need is one fight, one win, and we will see the resurgence of Team Falcons because we know what they're capable of. But there is, again, a lot of pressure on this squad.
It's almost a term that I hate to use because I don't like the word, but there's like a swagger about Team Falcons when they're playing well. There's a almost overconfidence when they're playing well. It's a lobby which they feel no one else deserves to be in because they are that much better. That's when they play their best Apex. But when you lose a couple of fights, you're going to question that yourself. As, like, cover your eyes, everyone. Cover your eyes. Fnatic are in the changing rooms.
Goodness gracious me. Well, 100 Thieves, they're going to be running the other way, so no surprise for them just yet. But Fnatic, the plan is clear. Hope that someone wanders into your path. There's now GHS shadowing Envy and also doing a little bit of damage to them at the same time.
Not going to take to the rooftops here. Zipper exchange some fire of his own with the scout. Really good shots onto the loot pill. Little head glitch that is being used. And this is happening all the way over to the eastern side of this zone. So this is completely isolated as it stands. Nobody, as you can see, is close enough to think about third in this. And to be honest with you, unless someone gets knocked in this situation, it's very difficult to close that gap for either team.
Envy, probably one of the most comfortable teams in the lobby right now, being in position #1. And remember, they were so close to actually getting into the winner's bracket side of things from group stages, but had to fight their way through elimination. And now they are 1 foot in the door to that grand final already after 4 matches. Just a small amount of work still to do, but they'll definitely be feeling very confident.
Luminosity Gaming currently inside of the top 10. That's the number that you have to keep in mind if you're watching here. Top 10 go through to that match point finals, which is really the crown jewel of the Apex Legends Global Series. A chance to become the ultimate champion can only be yours if you do make it to Sunday, GHS Professional. Still kind of poking and prodding at Envy at the moment. You're going to see the Gibby ult go down, and I tell you what, GHS, they want this. The evac's down for them as well to try and take the height off of Envy, and they should be able to with that Gibby ult going off, forcing them off of the roof.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Teams are confident. Teams are wanting to fight, and if you're not ready, you got a surprise coming.
Well, Tyler does a really good job of getting up there and getting that Q down. Rufus going to get the first one. It's exchanged now. Envy just down to 1. Envy are wiped. You love the aggression from GHS, but here comes Remix Powers. Castle Walls up onto height. And one Tappy is down.
And unless we see something miraculous here, you'd imagine it's going to be the end for GHS Professional, and it will be. And the thing is, Envy are probably saying, well, you deserved it. That's what you get for, in their eyes, maybe unnecessary aggression, but they weren't to know. Noctum were just around the corner. It was perfectly executed from Noctum. They heard the commotion that was happening, and they just watched, waited, picked their moment, and now they are rewarded with that eastern position and with some KP.
Yeah, such an interesting fight, isn't it? Because on the Envy side, they're like, why are you fighting us? Why have you done that? They're inting, but it's completely isolated, that fight. But they thought it was completely isolated, that fight. And I'm telling you what, if Envy win that, they probably think, thanks for the KP.
I feel like it's a region thing as well. I think we're seeing the combination of so many different play styles at this tournament, which is why I love it when we get to the international stage, because you get the teams that are like, no, you know, I want to play for zone, I want to play it slow, let me read, let me see how A3's going. And then you get other teams that are like, Ape, I want to push, I want to get kills, I know I'm good enough, I know we're good enough, we'll get rewarded, we want the points, we don't want to find ourselves in the bottom 10. And it does create for some incredible moments.
Well, look at where the zone is going. Slight shift. I say slight. It's about slight. It's still bank center.
Still as center as you can be.
I don't know what kind of narrative I'm trying to weave. I'm not going to pull the wool over your eyes, everybody. You can see it for yourself.
So one thing we were mentioning, very difficult zone to get into, but perhaps those teams who are playing the Survey Beacon characters, whether it be a Valkyrie, whether it be a Mirage, might give you that extra info of where these teams are currently residing and maybe where the extra space is going to be.
They're trying to see if there's any Mirages in the lobby at the moment. I don't think there is, if I'm not mistaken. So Survey Beacon going to be not really too applicable. You spotted something. But there is a Mirage. Fnatic do have it. Good eyes from you, Dan. So that ability, we were kind of theory crafting in the back. When we have such a zone-centric playstyle that we're seeing at the moment, and we'll come back to this thought in a second, because a couple of kills are starting to go down. August and Hungry trying to push onto the remaining members of EXO Clan, and it looks like they're doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, they've been able to get 2. EXO are going to try and scarper away and survive and maybe get back up to a full 3-0. Tenacity were in the area, but they're also leaving it. They don't fancy it. And Fnatic are in the southwest of the map and will be joining. And I think what Mark was going to start talking about was that Mirage and how it really can impact things having access to a survey beacon.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you look at where the lay of the land is on the map overhead at the moment, the only teams who can find out where everybody is with a survey beacon is going to be the team with Mirage. Picking the perk to do so, then you're going to be able to see where everybody is stacked up, and where that zone goes, you can see what the quieter side of the zone is. You can then play for that side of the zone, knowing that nobody else has the information, and when everyone else is stacked up on top of each other, those kills are going to come to you. You don't have to do too much. But Kimchi's got a job to do here, and it's get Monsoon back on his feet.
BKG also on Valkyrie, so that's another team that'll be able to use that survey beacon to their advantage. But Complexity are just hoping to stabilize a little bit here, because this is a nice position. You can actually set up, utilize the amped cover, get the Newcastle wall down. But they are very much being pressured by VP right now. Now, speaking of Fnatic, previous winners, and of course, the hometown heroes are going to be down on the south, but they've run into Zero Tenacity, who actually came back on themselves a little bit. And now Fnatic are being held out. They were coming for this survey beacon that you can see right in front of them, but whether they get the chance to use it or not is going to be another question.
Nice little spray coming in from Leica with that Nemesis. Monstera on the Mirage, who may be the one that they're trying to get towards a couple of beacons for later on. For now, though, Yuka taking a little bit of an off angle. He wants to be the aggressor here. You can see just playing a little bit away from his teammates. But instead, it looks like a little retreat to the safety and the warm embrace of his two teammates to think about what the next play is, as K-Swinny just tries to kind of wander past everyone and say, don't worry about me. You guys get on with what you need to get on with. Uh-oh. Oh. Didn't work. Didn't work. EXO Clan eliminated. K-Swinny tried to make himself as small as possible, but unfortunately, doesn't matter how small you are, you're still playing a legend who is a meatball.
Well, Fnatic will take the extra little bit of loot. And of course, the extra KP, one step closer to the grand finals. 29 points now. DSG, by the way, they're going to jump on Dragons.
Dragons trying to cast a wall, trying to slam them away just to buy the time to play the back of this bubble and maybe think about healing. The only problem is the counter slammers come in, and Disguise are trying now to push this. A couple of nades on the outside of this bubble. They're going to have to bide their time as now it goes down. But Pricey, out of nowhere, from distance from Team Burger, gets involved himself.
And look how isolated this fight is. There are other teams, so you don't want this to go on too long. You need to have a plan B, but they are going to be able to set up a base here, and I think they're just forcing Dragons back and saying, well, we'll just take this spot.
Arctic 1 HP, got absolutely focus fired by 3 members there, but just about managed to stay on his feet. That could have been a very different turnout if he would have managed to go down there. Disguised, playing under one of the bridges that you can see on your screen, still poking and prodding at Dragons, but nobody really in a position to be aggressive in this situation. So difficult to beat, because you know there's so many teams now stacked up inside of Energy Bank that if you force this and one player gets knocked, there's more than likely an opportunity for someone to come and third it.
They did force Dragons back a little bit, bullied them slightly, took the lunch money, but Dragons are still there to come again as the zone is going to shift further south. Now, you can see it's going to be really good news for the teams that are already there, but it's also great news for those who are on the edge because they're going to be very close to it, like Fnatic, Zero Tenacity, and Noctum.
Noctum, like you mentioned, actually picked up the Mythic bin as well, so they're going to be leveled up with their Evos, they're going to have some good weapons to play with, and by the looks of things, going to have a pretty quiet side of the zone as well. However, things aren't looking so quiet for Fnatic right now. You're going to see a Mirage ult being popped. Timmy's checking all the clones just to see which one has a pulse. And now he's going to move in and take down Leica.
Great shot from Timmy, ensures that they still have the 3 versus 2 advantage here. They are not being too aggressive. They are very aware that someone could be in the vicinity.
Leica, though, he's going to get back up. But Fnatic, even though they're weak, have somehow or other managed to reset here.
Yeah,
100 Thieves just didn't want to push that.
They were scared. They were very concerned someone else was going to push up on them. They said these kills are not worth it for our position right now. Fnatic are still in a very tough spot though, but they're making it work.
There's not much of that castle wall left. I'm not gonna put too many hopes.
They have to be aggressive
on them holding that spot. And like you say, they have no choice here but to be aggressive. I liked how you could try to take a bit of space there. If he hits one shot, they're trying to buy the time for the bubble. Now that they've got the bubble, they can reset, get full health, and now they can go and do some damage. Like he's gonna get the first one. Zera will go down as well. Now it's up to Yuka. He's going to try and stick the res here. Zicky's left on his own, but here come 100 Thieves. They will third this surely and pick up the pixies, but no! Once again, as Fnatic will fall, 100 Thieves look like they're not sure if they want to go forward or back.
100 Thieves, I thought it was just perfect patience, and they were almost waiting for that fight to happen, but they seem very reserved, very reluctant. Maybe there's just a call that they believe their position would be better if they're not taking these fights. I mean, I don't blame them. We have seen so many crazy third parties, and perhaps they saw LG in the distance or Dragons in the distance, I'm not sure, but something spooked them.
I think upon reflection, they made the right decision. I think you're quite right. There was a lot of teams who were just maybe sending 1 or 2 of their players just to have a little peek. And if 100 Thieves commit to that fight, and like we say, one goes down, then all of a sudden it can change. LG finding out themselves. Sykes now going in with the Eva 8's going to even up the numbers. Really big damage coming in from Sykes. Just needs to try and finish this fight off, though. Can't quite connect, but his teammates come in. Green Stego are eliminated, and LG pick up those KP.
So very intelligent from 100 Thieves. That could have been them. And those death boxes would have been theirs had they have stayed, had they have taken that fight. Instead, they've rotated into zone and they have found somewhere to call home. But LG, they will get the reward as Zero Tenacity get eliminated at the hands of Cloud9. As now a lot of teams with round 4 closing are starting to full send into the zone here, whether it be via Valkyrie Ultimate, whether it be evac tower, desperate cause, desperate measures.
One thing that's so good about what Cloud9 just did is they are playing this from hard zone. They are safe for not just this zone, but the next one as well. So deciding to move out, third party, a fight, it just clears even more space for them. And something I actually want to commend Naughty for as well. A lot of people are thinking, why are you using the Dark Veil in that situation? Why are you using your ultimate? Well, if you don't use your ultimate in that circumstance and you get taken down on your way back to the building, you'll be kicking yourself. LG now in a fight themselves. Let's jump into the comms of LG as they win yet another fight.
I'm on you guys! You can rest. They're running up. Chill. Come back to me, bro. It was bad.
Oh, LG are down, LG are out, and it's Team Falcons who contributed a lot to their downfall there.
It was a quick in and out, and you heard a little bit of frustration as well as they go down because LG knew there was points on the table and available, but they are in 4th place. So not too much frustration. Now a team who does need points is Team Falcons, and it's DSG on the receiving end of Sheila right now.
I mean, everybody at the moment is just trying to play any cover they can. Arctic's going to go down. Player K is going to be able to stick this res. Should be able to stick a second one as well. And I tell you what, if Falcons peek and try and push, he has that Kraber in the back pocket as well and could do some damage.
Bubble's gone down. DSG playing this as defensive as they can, and Falcons maybe are just waiting for their time to pop in and pop some heads. But DSG are navigating these hedges very successfully, making it pretty annoying for Falcons, but they've got the reward they were searching for, extra loot.
Well, I was going to say, extra loot is great, but don't get caught looting when you know that DSG are still so close, and you know that Player K still has this Kraber in his hands. It's a little bit of a risky decision to loot in that situation. I will say, from Falcons, but it looks like both teams are going to survive here.
Must have been desperate, really, to take that decision, but DSG are going to force their way in with the bubble, have the Kraber, of course, but Falcons are going to be behind them. As now with the zone closing, there's about 6 teams not inside this zone. All are going to have to fight to try and find any space.
Falcons are one of those teams. Hal gets a crack. Zero will find a kill, though, onto DSG, and now is that the opportunity they need? DSG will be taken down. Falcons get the wipe, and it's thanks to the Sheila of Waltzy and the scout that comes from Zero.
Falcons now will control the northwest, but they need to get something down to give them some protection. But this is where all the commotion's happening in the moment. Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, FaZe, Dragons, Virtus Pro, all up here on the north.
Well, Falcons, unfortunately, Zero's gone down for you. Sangu from Crazy Raccoon on your screen right now alongside his teammates. He's putting the paint onto Falcons. The question is, did Falcons manage to get the res? If I'm not mistaken, they would have got it back up, and yes, indeed. But here come Cloud9, and there is the slam from Shuby. Falcons eliminated as Cloud9 take their spot.
Again, incredible confidence from Cloud9, but now they've used their ultimates. ALGS and Hungary are trying to push in as Burger watch over. Let's jump into Elicit It with Team Burger.
Loads. If we can survive 5 more seconds, I can bump. Just chill. Yeah. Batting. They're trying to push. Pop. Up. Springing. Okay, walls up. The banner. Can we maybe wall over here? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, wall over here, wall over here. Bro, I can't. Holy fuck. Same. I can't help. What do you need? Bat? I've got the Phoenix.
I mean, you thought the Team Burger were dead to rights, but somehow they survived the onslaught of grenades, frag grenades, arc stars, anything that got thrown at them. It wasn't enough to squash them.
Sometimes just another team can be your blessing. They can save you just by taking away that attention from the squad that was shooting at you. Now Team Burger have been joined dead center by Virtus Pro, ALGS and Hungary. One of the first teams that have to move here, and the decision is going to be a tough one of which angle they try and take.
Crazy Raccoon, VK Gaming, FaZe Clan, all within about a hair's breadth of each other. As the zone will now force everybody to take action. St. Jude's waiting for the perfect opportunity now to pop that Gibraltar ultimate down. Tinks are coming in, but they're not the damage they would have wanted here. Not going to force that team off of height as they would have wanted, and now they have to rethink what the plan's going to be.
This is where saving your castle wall is going to be very important as well. You might be able to create some space a little bit later. Team Burger have just lost one. That defensive bombardment has done the damage. FaZe Clan also just got a respawn, by the way. Mayhem here in this final zone.
Finally, they're going to bubble here, Crazy Raccoon, and they were one of the last teams to bubble, but look how close everybody is. Somebody has to be evicted this quite simply. Not enough beds at the inn for everyone to be comfortable here. Let's Crazy Raccoon go crazy onto Dragons and take them down.
Can they survive though? FaZe are going to be the next target. Missing a couple of shots.
Oh!
Will finish him off. But I think Crazy Raccoon are also going to go down here. 5 squads suddenly remain. 1, 2, 3 just fell like that.
And it's Complexity, who might be the last to move in here. Noctum Esports trying to hold the ground as well. The slam will come in just to buy them some time. VP gone in the meantime. We have 3 squads remaining in our final circle. Make that 2, as now Noctum looks to close out on Complexity, and Noctum Esports will win game number 5.
The E-District specialists do it again. Somehow, some way, they find a way to get it done on this map. And just in the nick of time, we do not see E-District again here in the finals of the elimination. We go to Storm Point, but they got the points they needed.
What an end game. What an end game that is. That's why we love this game. Just the pressure on every single decision. You can feel it, you can see it through your own eyes. It really is different. The more days that pass in this tournament, the more games that pass in this tournament, and the more that the pressure ramps up, every decision matters. And for Noctum Esports to get it done on E-District, like you say, where they have been so good this tournament, knowing this is the last opportunity, it's a massive moment for them.
That is their 4th win on E-District so far this tournament. And that is scary for anyone else who's in that finals lobby, because if they do get there, suddenly E-District, they become that team. And on match point format, you never know So you've really got to worry about these teams. They do seem to specialize on these maps. Now, Noctum, 22 points. They send themselves up to 4th position in the overalls, by the way. Complexity also getting to that final circle. Only the 1 kill, but they'll be delighted to put a consistent 10 points on the board as well. And then ALGS and Hungary, 14. Boy, did they need that.
They certainly did indeed. Crazy Raccoon as well, involved in the end game. Weren't able to quite close out. It was a very busy side of zone for them to try and move through. And I've got to be honest, we've only done 1 game down. I'm kind of out of breath, to be honest. Give me a minute. I'll be back. I've got 3 more in me.
It was one of those games, wasn't it, where there was just, there was 9 squads as the zone was closing. And like you said, no more beds in the inn, but there was literally no room to play. And everyone trying to bubble, everyone trying to take that extra little bit of space, but eventually forced into those fights. But 3 teams who desperately needed points here in this elimination final, and boy, did they find them. And I think the worrying thing is, for some of those teams who were hovering around 5th through 9th, the likes of Complexity, the likes of ALGS and Hungary, they catch up and they join those bubble teams now.
Well, if you wanted to know how close it is, I have never seen something like this.
Insane.
Take yourself to 5th, okay? It's close above 5th. 5th place is LG, 30 points. Fnatic, 29. GHS, 29. Exoclan, 29. ALGS and Hungary, 29. Team Falcons, 29. Complexity in 11th place, 28.
You can keep going. Cloud9, 27.
Ridiculous.
Green Sego, 26.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Dragon, 25. You can keep going down to Team Burger, even down to Fate. Like, this is insane. 1 win can send you into that top 10. Even Zero Tenacity, if they have a big game, they could be right up there in the mix of things as well.
And the wild thing is, even VP, who are 1st place at the moment, 46 points. They have 3 dud games now. There's a chance that you might just slip out. That's how crazy it is. Now, don't get me wrong, VP in the driver's seat.
Yes.
But 3 games is a lot of Apex, Dan. It's a lot of Apex.
It is. I would like to think that plus 40 should have you safe. But again, we've seen crazier things happen, and all it takes is one team being very unsuccessful in the lobby, and suddenly there is a lot more points that start to be shared between those teams who are in that chasing pack. I'm sure the mathematicians out there will start to realize what is actually possible for all of these squads, but the fact of the matter is, it is arguably one of the tightest lobbies we've ever seen.
A beautiful, beautiful shot. Some of the beautiful people who have been in the building for 4 days now. And I tell you what, the moments just keep getting better and better. I mean, like we said, I have never seen a lobby this close when it comes to scoring. How many 29s was it? 5 in a row? 6 in a row?
I lost count, there was that many.
Like that. There was a lot of 29s. And honestly, one game completely changes not just the lobby, but potentially these teams, opportunity to make it through to tomorrow, to match point finals, and have a chance at the championship. It could be 1 kill, it could be 1 res. It's just lock in, everyone. Lock in, enjoy it.
It's quite scary,
really,
really, to think about it, isn't it? I think that's the worry for a lot of these teams, because there is a lot still to come. 3 more matches here in the elimination final. Plenty to play for. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Welcome back once again, everybody, and a quick thank to one of our amazing sponsors. If you're wondering what monitors the players are playing on our main stage, well, it's of course going to be the Sony InZone M10S, and they have proudly been chosen as the official monitor for the ALGS Year 4 Championship and Year 5 live event, showcasing its exceptional performance. InZone is a gaming gear brand from Sony, meticulously crafted for core gamers with a lineup of high-quality gaming monitors and headsets. The InZone M10S is ready to provide an exhilarating experience for esports enthusiasts while giving you the competitive edge you need. Let InZone elevate your gameplay to new heights.
Speaking of new heights, you can get new drops. They're not new heights, but it's one way I wanted to transition. Twitch drops are available for you. All you have to do is watch for 30 minutes. And I know you guys watching, you watch for way longer than 30. But you can get your hands on all of these wonderful things, of course, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I imagine you've already claimed, but Saturday and Sunday, we've got the Holo Spray available for you, and then tomorrow, the Gold Nessie Gun Charm. That's what we all came for, and that's what you can get for 30 minutes tomorrow.
All right, well, let's get on with the action then. This is where we find ourselves. This is the map rotation, and we are in to match 6. Storm Point is now going to be the map that decides which of our teams are going to go through to our match point finals, and which unfortunately are going to have to remember Storm Point as maybe somewhat of a disappointing kind of nightmare, to be honest with you.
And this is going to be good news for the teams that have been performing well throughout this tournament on Storm Point. I'm talking Fnatic, I'm talking Cloud9, I am talking GHS and Team Falcons, the 4 best performing teams on this map in this lobby, with different averages, but around 6 to 8 points for all of them when we have seen them. But nothing crazy, no 10s, no 11s, no 12s, like no one has been dominating on Storm Point on this lobby, and perhaps that's the reason why they find themselves in the elimination bracket mark.
Well, just a reminder, by the way, it's LG who are in 5th place on 30 points. There are 5 teams after that who are all tied up on 29 points. Team Falcons, as it stands, one of those on 29, and they are in 10th place. If it was to finish now, they would be the last qualifying team. But behind them, Complexity, 28, Cloud9, 27, Green Stego, 26, then 25, 22, 22. It is about to be an absolute car crash of the last 3 games. I have no idea which way this one's going to swing.
I mean, what's crazy, you can separate 5th from 17th with just 9 points. And I just said an average of around 6 to 8 points achieved on this map every single time these teams play it. That's how quickly you can jump up this leaderboard. It is going to be a mental last 3 matches, and you better lock in, put your seatbelts on, because this is going to be incredible.
It's going to be mental, mate.
Mental.
Mental. Well, good news for Noctum Esports, not just the fact that they're going to be chilling because they just won a game, but also they've got Ring Console. And speaking of why that's important, because we got to talk of Zone, and Zone looks like it's going to be a potential DB zone. Down Beast, highly likely to be featured in our endgame here.
It was funny, we were sat backstage watching the POI draft, and Crazy Raccoon were picking like 5th or 6th. And I was like, Down Beast is free, they'll probably go for that. And someone was like, nah, why would you go for Down Beast? They picked Down Beast. This isn't why, they've done it for the Trident,
they knew Game 6 would be...
But now they're rewarded for it. And Crazy Raccoon, wait, do they actually have a Ring Console to scan though? Yes, they do. So, okay, Crazy Raccoon are going to be well aware of where this zone is going, so they're going to be the first team that gets to set up, and everyone else is going to have to arrive and take 2nd or 3rd priority. So a real opportunity here for Crazy Raccoon to pick up some points and start to climb that leaderboard. Remember, they are in 19th position, but... they are only 14 points behind 5th.
And utterly doable. It's ridiculous. We've both got like these weird smiles on our faces because we know that this is going to be a carnage-filled 3 games. And I think it's like a smile, slight nervous trepidation as well, because it's kind of what the players on the stage and the teams on the stage are going to be feeling right now. It's going to be crazy. Honestly, this is going to be some of the wildest Apex we've seen in quite some time.
Just looking across the compositions, and we're not seeing too much changes. Of course, we have lost the Mirage that was being played by Fnatic. They've moved back over to Rampart. Still a couple of Valkyries in the lobby. Catalyst is featuring, and Loba still there for ExoClan, by the way. They are committing to the Loba. Clearly is helping them out, especially with this map. They feel like it could help with loot, and of course later making sure you can get those shield cells. But they're playing it alongside Gibraltar again, not with Newcastle.
Oh, FaZe. FaZe. One of the teams who needs points. And Nax is going to need reviving. It's kind of who moves in. FaZe, unfortunately, Zenetic will be the last body to the ground, as FaZe Clan will be eliminated first.
And you said FaZe need points. Zero Tenacity are in dead last. They need points.
Everybody needs points.
They've just
what are we even talking about?
First three. Zero Tenacity, with those kills, have now just made the gap from 5th to 20th, only 20 points. Again, very doable, just with one victory. No one is safe outside of that top 3.
Well, this is just to the north of Launchpad here. This is LG and GHS Professional. And GHS Professional, who aren't adverse to a little bit of an aggression. Maybe having the tables turned on them. One tappy, he's all bouncing his way back to safety. And LG, who probably thought we should have a kill here, now have completely lost position, as GHS will not only own the building, oh, what's up, Funk, but also be on the back foot as far as position is concerned. Envy in our kill feed, VK Gaming gone. Envy with some KP.
Envy just securing their spot in the match point finals, you feel, with that KP. Up to 44 points now. Again, I'm not guaranteeing it, but it is looking ever likely the more points they put on the board here in match 5. Sadly, though, for VKG, they're going to have to watch on and look to other games. Now, funny that, because VKG were in 2nd place and arguably one of the more comfortable teams as well. But that does open up points.
Just opens it up everywhere else. If you hadn't guessed by the exacerbated words of Daniel Gaskian and myself, it's quite close, this lobby and these leaderboards. Fnatic, 6th place, but kind of irrelevant. 29 points on the board. One of the 29 club.
And they have been able to worm their way all the way to this western side. And I fear for that team that might be arriving soon on the Trident, because there is a Sheila pointed square at them if that bubble disappears. So Green Stego, I believe it was, is just going to have to reposition, maybe take a pit stop somewhere.
Speaking of which, Team Falcons having a little water break here outside of the wall. There is a ring console for them inside of wall as well. Hal might need to ring the insurance company with a little bit of this driving, a couple of bumps and scrapes to the Trident, but if there's any vehicle that can stand up to that, Dan. I sound like I'm a salesman right now for the Trident. Do you want the undercoating? Oh, you're right.
I'm honestly not sure the Trident...
Great payment plan, man. Let me sort you out.
I'm not sure it needs any more sell value. I think it's already gained enough traction here in this tournament. People have switched from prioritizing one map to another because of how good the Trident has been throughout the ALGS Championship.
Anybody want to try it on commission?
Well, Down Beast has already gained a lot of teams here. C9 right on the top of said Beast, and in one of the better positions to potentially pick up KP, especially with the scouts in hand.
Good look at the hoof of the Down Beast there. Down Beast there.
The Down Beef.
Ah.
I don't know what kind of animal it was.
Everything's food to me.
We'll take a look at this map overhead because we're about to get a little bit more zone information, but I do think it is going to continue to transition towards Down Beast, or certainly that's the expectation of almost everybody in this lobby. If it does take some weird pull, only Complexity would be delighted with it.
Look at what's happening here. MV Falcons, top right hand side of your screen. Both of them, I'm pretty sure, on Tridents.
No, Envy are going to hit that ring console now. Yeah, they're just trading out.
GHS Professional, in between Envy and Falcons, makes me feel things. Because they like to be aggressive, Dan.
They do indeed.
And they could start a little bit of a party here.
Wasn't it on Envy last time as well? They certainly like to push anyone that gets in front of them.
Falcons are out there. They don't want this.
Yeah, Falcons, they caught a whiff of GHS and said, actually, I don't trust these boys. Instead, it's going to be Envy who feel the wrath of Sheila, but Envy also going to drive on away in their Trident that Mark's desperately trying to sell. And they're both going to take the same route on the northern side and go up towards the trenches. Zero Tenacity will be the one team that maybe can hold them out when they do arrive. But GHS Professional, it's going to be a relatively comfortable move in now from this eastern side, from Cascade Falls.
There's a fascinating story developing, by the way, between Envy and Falcons. They've been chasing each other on a Trident for quite some time. Falcons now in zone at North Pad, Envy just outside of it. As GHS continue their way through Cascades. And this is great job from the observing team. This is what I'm talking about. This is such a strange situation for both teams to find their way in. They both want to essentially play the same path into zone. But the Tridents, both having them makes it difficult because both can travel at the same pace.
What's interesting is Envy are playing the Valkyrie, so they're hitting the survey beacon, whereas Falcons obviously playing the ability to hit the ring console. So they're both in similar areas, but not going for the same objective. So they are just so close, but they just happen to be waving at one another as they go past.
Falcons probably thinking about wrapping towards the back of zone here. Fnatic do own a huge amount of real estate. There is Falcons. In the bub den. Still not catching on the bub den, is it?
Never will. Now Envy going to be overlooking Falcons arriving and somewhat helping out by doing a little bit of damage to Zero Tenacity.
Elsewhere in the kill feed, Timmy's gone down. Way with a grenade his way. Lou's going to follow up, but we'll focus on this one for now as Falcons try and inch their way forward. Really aren't safe for now, and they've got to be so careful of their left as well because they know Envy is looking at this. Now we change our attention over to LG. GHS Professional, gonna be a player down. One Tappy trying to escape.
Falcons did get into their Trident, by the way, and now they move on. They move past the one team they were looking at.
Oh, if they get a little bit of an armor check here on Henchman, by the way, they'll be licking their lips. White armor for Henchman.
August and Hungry just round the corner as Zero gets in the driver's seat. Says, actually, I wasn't happy with that position. Let's change this one up slightly. And now Falcons have been able to find a very comfortable spot, or at least it felt comfortable, as 100 Thieves get eliminated in the kill feed. Can Falcons survive this pressure? It looks like they have been able to stabilize. By the way, Mythic Bin has arrived inside the down beast, I believe.
Henchman gets up to blue. 100 Thieves fans, 22 points on the board, 15th place at the moment, and eliminated first. Funk and Sykes have been sent on a little recovery mission, and that is to find the last remaining member of GHS Professional. One Tappy. Will be going down in 3, 2, 1.
One Tappy takes a 3 Tappy.
And he's not going to be happy.
Isn't the last remaining player, though. There is still someone else on GHS. Zero's just gone down to a scout, by the way, from Crazy Raccoon. So Falcons still under that same pressure, as we're going to get a little bit more zone information. And I imagine we're going to continue transitioning towards down beast.
Yeah, pretty sure this one's going to be a down beast zone, probably pulling towards the eastern side. Doubt it's going to pull out towards the choke, but we have seen that happen sometimes, and it kind of catches everyone off guard. But pretty much everyone at the moment is located inside of that zone.
It was Crazy Raccoon who was shooting Falcons, by the way, but they've got back up to a full team. It's Zero Tenacity and Envy, which I'm very curious about how they try and play this one. And Complexity, by the way. They've been out at checkpoint for quite some time, and they are not playing a Valkyrie, so they're not having the survey beacon information. And you can see at the bottom of your screen as well, the one remaining player of GHS Professional trying to get to the mill to, of course, get those banners and get GHS back up.
We'll be able to craft here at Mill as well. So over to the story that we're following with Team Envy and Zero Tenacity. Envy with 22 seconds until zone close, so they know they have to force this. The difficulty here is the cover that Zero Tenacity do have. It makes the Gibraltar ultimate, the defensive bombardment, less impactful because they can play under that pagoda and still be in a position to fire outwards at Envy's positions. Zero Tenacity. Oh, zero regard at the moment as they fly around in the Trident.
Zero Tenacity just having a good time. Happy to have a Trident,
in these pressurized situations, sometimes maybe that is the good idea. Okay, here's Envy with the Valcolt. Can they get it off?
It's about where they go for me. They've got the information they wanted from the survey beacons earlier. They have a rough idea of where people are, so they should find somewhere to call home. But at the same time, there's so much space being taken. Now Team Burger taking this fight against LG, and ArcStar's coming out in a hope to maybe get a stick.
Funk.
Oh!
just went up to the high ground with the castle wall. Bubble's going to go down as well. Sharky onto Sweet, gets that first knock. LG, barely anything to play with here when it comes to health, and this is a clean wipe looking like it's going to happen here from Team Burger. Last player alive is going to go down in just a few moments. It'll be naughty from C9 who gets credited with that kill, but LG will fall and have to watch on from the spectator screen.
Just to update you on Envy's journey, they did land and a couple got knocked, but I think they might be okay and might have found somewhere to actually play here, as Team Burger will be delighted to pick up some placement points, as Crazy Raccoon still shooting over to that area where ALGS and Hungry find themselves, and Fnatic still shooting at Envy, as Envy do get eliminated in that kill feed. So their journey was not a successful one with the Valkyrie ultimate, and that's always the risk you run by playing her.
St. Jude trying to move forward towards his teammates here as they play the tail of the beast. Going to be plenty of teams, though, who are going to be playing up on height. I'm pretty sure that C9 are one of the teams who are playing height at the moment. You would imagine, for the fact that they got that knock onto the final remaining member of LG, that they certainly do have to have the angles, at least on the height, to be involved in that fight. C9 on that height, indeed. Fnatic still at the very backside of the beast.
Which is great. Zone's coming this way. Like, this is an amazing position for Fnatic, and, you know, could be a finals securing position as well, because if they can find another victory and surpass that kind of 45-point mark, it'd be in a really good spot for those finals.
It's actually pulling towards Fnatic as well. It is pulling right towards the western side of this zone. So Fnatic, God spot. The only team that really can cause them problems, if it was just a straight 3v3, would be C9 up on that height. But at some point, C9 will have to expose themselves. Not a lot of cover. You know, when you slide down towards these legs, as you can see on your screen right now, the position that Falcons will find themselves under, there's no real cover to play with. You're going to have to rely on rampart walls. You're going to have to rely on cat walls if you're in that position, just to give you that little bit of cover.
But that is also assuming it's a straight 3v3. The good news is there's going to be plenty of teams in this final circle that might take attention away. And I really feel like both Cloud9 and Fnatic need to realize and recognize what an important scenario they find themselves in. Both of them could really secure the points they need for match point finals here. Arguably the two best positions on the map, but that can be taken away from you very quickly if you make one mistake. Now, Zero Tenacity have utilized that trident to get into a better position. Team Burger also worming their way in, and Falcons have found themselves a pretty good spot to work with right now as well.
C9, this is a really big opportunity. I mean, this DB zone, if you have height, you should guarantee points.
You should get top 3, really, from here.
But it's about execution, right? And we always talk about the difference between playing at home with a scrim that doesn't matter and knowing that you have to convert and knowing the pressure that you have because you have the best spot. People can make mistakes under pressure.
Somehow, some way, GHS still alive with a rat. And these points, and if you can pick up extra placement points, could be massive as Team Burger
are going to challenge them.
They're going up.
They're going to challenge C9's position here. This is really, really interesting. Noctum Esports been eliminated in the meantime. Gibraltar are going to go down just to force them back. CR have gone as well. Crazy Raccoon fall. 13 squads now remaining.
Here we go.
Unlucky for some. As C9 now, this is a really interesting spot for them to have to try and play. They've given away the ultimate height. And I think it was the Gibby ult that forced them now, not just from the height, but to the low ground as well.
And we were saying how they were in such a good position and a guaranteed top 3, but all it takes is some confidence, or maybe just a big risk from another squad to completely change that for you. And now it is Team Burger and Team Complexity, both on height. It was both of them at the same time joined the high ground here. No wonder C9 retreated. They felt like it would have been a pointless fight to try and take.
Mythic Bin's still up, by the way. I think there's just so many players and teams in the vicinity that nobody can really afford to go for it.
Round 5 begins to close. It's Team Burger versus Complexity on height, but both have to move further west here.
There's a slam from Cole. Sharky does have that castle wall available if he wants the counter slam, but it looks like they're happy to coexist for now. Now elsewhere, GHS Professional will be eliminated, as will DSG Dragons. They'll go down next as well, as we now find ourselves just on the cusp of single figures. 10 squads remaining on this down B zone.
Extra placement points for everyone. Now you're into the top 10. Team Burger still posturing up against Complexity. Both teams reluctant to take the fight, and both teams happy to go inside right now. Complexity will be the first to drop down and give up this height. Virtus Pro, they go out in 10th.
Team Burger, they're going to be peeking here on Way. The mobile shield will work for now, but it's not going to work for long. The bubble saves Complexity, but for how long? Sharky going to get the first one. Big chunk from Sharky as well. This man's one lands. He knows how to deal with pressure as Team Burger will get the armor swaps, will be safe and retreat back to height.
Yeah, Monsoon, I think, just tries to make a desperate attempt to escape here and maybe pick up some placement points, which Complexity really do need. Now, Cloud9, who did drop down, do find themselves in a nice little nook to work with. ExoClan are going to have to try and escape underneath this down beast, by the way. But Monsoon's found a good rat spot as well.
Don't forget about Mon. Can't afford to pop any shields though, because he'll give his position away with that audio cue.
Fnatic still in prime position, by the way. But the zone does move out slightly towards the middle. Actually, Zero Tenacity are the team closest where the zone's finishing. Can Fnatic capitalize on this position and make this crowd here in Sapporo erupt once again?
Oh! 120 in a matter of seconds coming in. As Complexity will be eliminated. Pricey from Team Burger finishes off that fight and finishes off Complexity. Now the standoff. ExoClan versus C9. And this is a straight shootout, and Shubi, well, he isn't going to be able to win it. C9 eliminated, that's devastating for them. They are outside of that top 10 as Team Burger now come in. Sharky was such an impactful player in that last fight. He's doing the same again here.
ExoClan did so well, but it's going to be all for nothing. Well, for 7th place, they'll take it, but Team Burger, such a good spot. All red armors, of course, but it's a matter of survival, just getting past this bombardment before they start to move.
Team Falcon's still alive. Team Burger is still alive. Zero Tenacity, who was spinning around on a trident a few moments ago, now find themselves involved in an end game. ALGS and Hungry might be looking to send it on to Fnatic here, but they're just going to be met by the EVA 8. They're just going to get barrel stuffed. Leica and Yuka will take down ALGS and Hungry, and the Newcastle is there on Yuka as well to get the res. He peeks to make sure they're not getting pressured, and will be able to maintain that space.
Yeah, Fnatic will be able to reset. Falcons are doing very well to stay alive and stay away from fights in the moment on the south as well. Sheila's going to come out. Fnatic continue to push.
Oh!
GES are going to be the next team.
Gridstego down, and Yuka is doing what he does best. Bubble goes down. Yuka now under pressure. Melzera, last alive here for Fnatic. He's going to fall as well, but here comes Sheila, and she's got something to say about it. Falcons, desperate for a win, desperate for something to hang the hammer, will win game number 6. And that is a reaction of pure relief from Zero.
It is about damn time we saw a Falcons victory, and you can see what it means to them. Boy, did they need that. Elation on one side, relief on that man's face. Waltzy knows he needed that, as well did the rest of the squad. It's a 7-kill game. It is a win. It sends Falcons on to 48 points, which should be enough to send them to the match point finals. What a performance from Falcons. You look back at the journey they had, the race with Envy to get from Survey Beacon to Ring Console, to avoid the gunfire, the pressure they were under as well, underneath that initial bone system around Down Beast, and then they worm their way into zone. They continue to pressure other teams, and that is when Falcons show they are still a team we have to remember are here at this tournament, and you cannot forget them.
Everybody was waiting for that spark. Everybody was waiting for that moment. And Team Falcons provided 19 points in match number 6, 7 KP, which has been the thing that's been missing with some of their placements. They've had good placements, just not the KP to go alongside it. But a win when the pressure is on. What kind of moment will we look back on this as being? If, still a chance, I'm not going to get ahead of myself, they are here tomorrow and taking part in match point finals.
It was actually incredible pictures, seeing that reaction. Like, pure relief for everyone, but how that is emitted from these players. Zero, of course, doing Zero things and screaming and getting excited, but Waltzy, I've never seen a reaction like that. That was genuine relief on his face with a victory, and I think that, boy, that they needed it.
These are your heavy hitters for match number 6. VP hold first place, but it's all about the cutoff. LG currently holding on to that 10th place spot, excuse me.
And remember, they were in 5th place going into that game. That's how quickly all this can turn around.
2 more games to go. Just behind them, LG 32 points. GHS Professional, Green Stego, Cloud9, Complexity, all on 30. Dragons just behind on 29. Anybody in that bottom 10 can make it through to the match point finals. We have 2 more matches to decide who that's going to be.
And looking at it previously, I was thinking maybe Zero Tenacity was the outlier. Maybe they would be the team that would just be bottom feeder. But no, we saw them right off the rip, taking down FaZe Clan, putting points on the board. And they have really made it a situation here where genuinely anyone in that top 10 can still get into the top 10. The bottom 10 can get to top 10, excuse me. I don't know how I'm going to react to that. This is going to be scary.
You having fun?
I'm loving it.
You having fun? So am I. And I'm sure that everybody who's on the desk right now is having fun as well, because I really need you to take this right now to give us a chance to catch our breath, because this has just been absolutely phenomenal.
Trust me, we were losing our minds in the green room, and the boys have a lot to say about the matches that we just got through, so I'm excited to break everything down here on the desk. Fantastic job, as always, on Tennis and Gaskin. We've got 2 more matches, though, left in the series. Before we get into that, we're going to take a look back on everything that we just saw. And, Jayhawk, I want to go straight to you, because you said it before we started this series, the concern with Falcon's ability to close out matches, to get the wins when they need the wins. Heading into Stormpoint, Gaskin made a list of teams that had higher probability for success on Stormpoint. Fnatic and Falcons were on that list, so talk to me about it.
Having talked to Privacy, I know they really wanted Lightning Rod. They've wanted it throughout the entire tournament. They finally get it, and they get their win. And it was really impressive because they had to go all the way across the map, but at the end of the day, you saw the relief on their faces. Zero is obviously hyped, because Zero obviously always is. But Hal, and then especially Waltzy, I feel like Waltzy, having never been to the losers bracket before, I think he felt something deep inside that he's never experienced in his life, because that was kind of crazy to see.
Yeah, and I think that that's kind of the boost that Falcons really needed in order to feel a little bit better. Obviously, job's not done yet. We still have 2 matches, and after the scores heading into this match, you saw just how close everything was, separated by a point, or not even, with multiple ties. So it's going to all come down to these last 2 matches. But before we do that, we're going to take a look back at 4, 5, and 6, because there's far too much to talk about. We're going to go back to match 4, Final Circle, the Fnatic win here. Graceful, talk me through this.
I mean, the craziest part is how this all led up to this point. Fnatic was actually struggling, almost down on a knee before this game started. And it all snowballed from one sloppy fight, might I add, in Viaduct, where they had a really close fight. And then they just walked in from the southern side and then forced their fights all the way into the buildings from Noctum, leading them to this water point right here. I was a little bit scared because they have the last bubble here, decide to still peek the enemy bubble. Little bit risky. We talked about that at backstage as well.
Yeah.
However, as a team, they were holding the line, helping the other teams get pushed into each other to force a fight. And they actually racked up 4 kills here, which is incredible.
And arguably, this was the match that kind of turned the tide for Fnatic, started to set them up with a little bit more confidence. But then we head into match number 5, E-District, Noctum. The combination is just, it's great, Jayhawk.
Yeah, you talk about turning the tide. They were popping off in groups, and then in winners, they did not look like the same team. But leave it to E-District. This is their map. They had 3 wins in group. We were starting to wonder, was it a fluke? Was it RNG with the zones? They come from E-Dam all the way down to the south side of Energy Bank, and they prove this is not a fluke at all, and this is their map. This is their 4th total win on E-District, and they did it in style. A really chaotic endgame. You see all these bubbles, all these walls, high ground, low ground, different teams slamming, but they were able to secure the high ground. With the shotguns, they went crazy. They end up dropping down and getting the win.
Noctum looking real good on Aegis. If they make it through, it'll definitely help them in match point finals. But then, of course, we just watched it live here, Eric. Match number 6, Falcons versus Fnatic.
Yeah, I think this is by far my favorite game from them, and it's their first win of the tournament. And surprisingly, it didn't come with the kills. They only ended up with 7 kills this game. It was all about their rotates and playing patient. They actually had to go, and they started from the tail of the beast, somehow worked their way all the way to almost the head of the beast and worked their way down. I would love, this would be a game that you would just go back and see what they did, the micro, because it felt like before they were getting antsy, they were trying to jump into fights, get those KP, and that's why they weren't winning games. And they finally slowed it down, and it really, to me, it didn't look like they had a chance to win this until they got to this spot. They were getting knocked under the tail, they were desperate, they had to fly in, and somehow, I would love to just hear the IGLing. They waited, they played patient, they let all these teams push the platform, they sit in the bubbles, and then we get to just see them mow down these teams while they're all stuck on the platform. Usually, height team wins in these situations, but they just play patient, get the PK shots, let them all eat each other alive, and they get their first win. And like we said, they got that. That could be the momentum builder for the rest of this tournament. That is just one of those reliefs that you don't see out of a team like this. They're not usually playing from behind.
I mean, you get the hype, but you can really see just the weight being literally lifted off of their shoulders in real time. You see it on multi-space, you saw it on Zero. I mean, Hal, it just looks like he's kind of dazed a little bit there. They finally get that win that they needed, and it put them in a safer spot. I think it'll help their mental heading into these last 2 matches.
I think Walty's reaction almost could be a sign of him being extremely hard on himself. For all we know, that he could have felt like the weight was on his shoulders for this tournament. You know, just not performing up to their standards, and getting that is just like that big relief. We could see that side of relief, just kind of a holy cow. All right, here we go.
Yeah, and it's not just them that's going to be stressed right now. Okay, we're going to be taking a look at some stats here. On the line is Orglis and LG. They are right above that top 10 cutoff, separated by 2 points in their overall standings, but here's some of their stats, Graceful. Talk to me about what you're getting from this.
I mean, I think that both of these teams, since they are in the middle of the pack, they're still, you know, they might have been getting a little bit into better positioning, but they're not quite where they want to be just yet.
Sure.
Because we might be talking about, you know, we still have 2 more games, but even the 20th, like, FaCe clan at the all the way to the bottom, if they just win the game with 0 kills, they're already at the tiebreaker pretty much. So it's that close from the middle of the pack to the bottom. I think both of these teams are feeling okay. They have won a few fights here and there. Everything hasn't clicked just yet, but I believe that as we go further on, they should be cleaning this up.
Sure, and as these 2 teams are only separated by 2 points, the cutoff below the line is separated by another 2. They're both tied at 30 points. You've got GHS and Green Stego, Jayhawk. It's still anybody's game, even if they are below that cutoff.
Yeah, GHS, they won the first game of the series, and you think that that momentum would carry them forward, but we talked about how we have so much parity. So many of these teams are not able to separate themselves from the pack. Like Graceful just said, 32 points for LG in 10th, 19 in 20th. I don't even know what the projected cutoff is going to be. I legitimately have, usually I do, but in this one, I have no idea. I can't tell you the last time a 20th place team was only 13 points behind with 2 games left to go. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, none of these teams want to go quietly. As you guys at home get a look here at our series results, so you can see what we're talking about with just how close these overall scores are. Sure, a little bit of a divide being created by VP and Team Falcons up there at the top, but not much. Still completely leapfroggable. We're going to make that a word by any of those teams at the top 10 by having 1 good performance.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that stands out to me is Disguise, or I think it's Disguise or 100 Thieves. One of them had like a 17-point game. I think it was 100 Thieves for sure. They had like a 17-point or so game 1 and have had 5 points since. So I don't know if they're just going to do the typical designful thing and wait till the last game to step it up, but I feel like they would be tired of that at this point.
And one thing I do want to point out too, if we're looking at the second page of this, like the second column, Complexity's placement points, 20 placement points, 10 kills. They have higher placement points than Noctum, than Orglis, than LG. They just aren't getting that KP that they're looking for here. I mean, that's important here, Graceful.
Yeah, I mean, placement is, you know, solid and all, but at the end of the day, you need to be able to win fights. And it looks like they haven't really been able to convert these bubble fights that we see all over the place to solid kill performance, whether that be that they can't place themselves ahead of the pack so they can gatekeep, or whether that be that they're losing bubble fights. I haven't seen properly just yet, but they are missing a little bit of kills, and I hope that they can get that ahead.
All right, Jayhawk, it's not an official one because we did those at the top of the show, but now that we've got 2 more matches left and we get a little bit of an idea of where everyone is, do you think you know how this could potentially end? Stormpoint, we're on Stormpoint, don't forget.
That's like the hardest question in the world to answer. I literally just said I don't even know what the cutoff is going to be, and now all of a sudden you want me to predict who wins? Any of these teams from probably 5th on downwards, I don't think any of them feel safe right now. Obviously, some are more comfortable, but with FaZe Clan, like we talked about in 20th, one big game, and all of a sudden they're in. So I don't know. I genuinely have no idea.
You've lost your ability to predict.
I don't know.
I'm not going to ask the casters because I know that Mark would absolutely hate that, but we do have 2 more matches to get into. Let's close this out without predictions.
Dan, who are you predicting? Who do you reckon is going to go through?
Jesus. I think that Fnatic are going to win this series.
Oh, okay.
You got something out of us. And
Sure.
by the way, I say us, Dan, you're not getting anything out of me. I'm sorry, that's just how it is. But let's get into the games. Let's talk about what we've got in front of us, because honestly, we've just been sat here. We're like, I cannot wait to be a part of it. Honestly, it's
Caster, start the game. That's what I've been saying. Get me into it.
Dan's been holding the button. But yeah, it's just set up for the most insane last 2 games. And I want to harp back just for a moment to that end game and the reaction from Falcons. If you hear us talk about it here on the commentary booth. You hear us talk about how pressure is a big thing, how much work goes in, all of these things, and you're probably sat at home right now and you're like, yeah, we know, like, we get it, like, but it's so difficult to actually explain what goes into making it to this stage of a tournament until you see a reaction like that. And it's different emotions, right? It's relief, it's jubilation, it's exhilaration, it's just everything, just this big output of emotion that you see on your stage, because they know how much it's taken to get to that point. And, you know, the pressure that comes with it. If they don't win that game, Falcons, if they let that one slip through their fingers, do they make match point finals? Almost unthinkable to think of that, you know, coming into this tournament. And now you're starting to understand, hopefully from those reactions, what it means to these players and these teams to get through to Sunday, to get to the match point final and be a part of history. Right then, I've said my part. Let's get back into the game.
The analysts flabbergasted. And I don't blame them. Very difficult to predict this one. As Jayhawk was even mentioning, trying to even understand where the cutoff is going to be, almost impossible, because we're in uncharted territory, it feels.
Sorry, carry on. I've just seen the zone.
Well, we'll get to that. We don't need it.
I've just seen the zone.
The players haven't even got out of the dropship yet, and he already knows what the zone is. But here we go. Match 7. 2 more left. Not many more points to try and get yourselves into match point finals. Team Falcons arguably have done enough at 48 points. But of course, their contribution to their total score here will impact where they pick their POIs in that draft come tonight.
I have seen the zone, and the reason that you're probably thinking, well, what does that matter? Like, what are you talking about? FaZe are going to be very happy, I think, because I've got a feeling it's pulling towards wall, where they are landing. Now, wall zones, there's a couple of buildings in wall that you can hold for so long. I stand corrected. Hopefully, they have a ring console, otherwise, FaZe are screwed.
So, initial zone,
I thought this was going wall. I looked at that, I'm like, this is a wall zone.
I don't know if FaZe Clan do have a ring console, by the way.
It's not a wall zone.
You know who does have a ring console? Team Falcons. A really good opportunity to try and solidify more points here and put themselves in a better position for that POI draft later this evening, because you'd think they should have enough points to get to match point finals. But as Jayhawk said, I don't even think anyone feels safe right now with the amount of points that are on the board. Complexity, also a ring console at Command Center. There'll be, oh boy, the Complexity need this as well, in 14th position at 30 points. I'm sure they'll be delighted knowing they have priority to zone. But at the same time, sometimes it's a blessing, sometimes it's a curse, because how many times have we seen teams move very fast to zone, think they're in a good position, get eliminated in 16th place, get no points?
Well, FaZe do have a ring console, so at least they're going to know it's not a wall zone.
Oh, they did have one.
I'm still looking at that, by the way. They do have one. I still look at that, by the way, and I'm like, this is a wall zone. I'm not. Crazy. Anyway, playable space is at a premium on this zone. A lot of it is going to be mountain range in the kind of upper side of command center. Stormcatcher, understandably, going to be very busy, as is kind of the top half of Elrod. And Thunderwatch was just underneath it. So it's going to be essentially a hill zone, you would imagine.
You would think so.
Still a wall zone in my eyes.
It just pulled somehow back to wall.
Broke the algorithm.
Disguise down in 16th position on 23 points. But again, not out of it. I'm sure there would be a world in previous tournaments where we would look at a points total like this and think, well, you know, it's going to be a really tough position to be in. You have to find a win from here, but no, realistically, 2 average games and you might find yourself there. Now, early fights are terrifying when you get into the last 2 matches here. We are going to see people reluctant to take these fights, but at the same time, those throughout this tournament who have had confidence to take fights, sometimes have been rewarded.
Well, Sweet's got the long boy, as well as the Mastiff, so he can hold them off at least, but you're looking at rotate opportunities. Did he stick it? Yes, he did. Envy get the drive-by stick, and Envy take down VK Gaming. I think I just saw dropped smile. He did. That's a very rare thing in a tournament.
That is the second time we've seen that this tournament. Drive-bys getting ruined by Arc Stars. And people are just planning their attacks so successfully. These ambushes have been insane. And the difference maker, now Envy get a Trident to work with.
Hey, how about that? Imagine if Envy get in this, by the way, drive around the corner and get stuck.
Or just drive it off the map.
Just
screw these.
Yeah, anything's possible at this point.
Now, Envy are another one of the teams that should be at a good points total to get into that match point finals in 47.
There is a certain element of comedy to the Trident sometimes, the way that it just boosts away in the distance.
It's also the element of unknown, the amount of things I've seen happen with Tridents as well. They get flung up into the air, and players getting hit and 300 feet in the air later.
Vicky made me laugh. She's what? Yesterday? Okay.
I mean, still, how many years into this game and it always delights just in the most
2 games the same.
unexpected moments.
That's the brilliance of it, right? No 2 game is ever the same in Apex Legends, and it's just honestly a joy to watch. Anyway, let's concentrate on Envy. Already managed to ruin VK Gaming's day, or should I say, maybe not the day, but certainly this game. Fnatic, Trident.
Also, by the way, again, it's VK Gaming going down early. Again, that is a team who's already on 45 points. And again, that opens up more points to the teams who are in that chasing pack. If you're one of those teams who's in the bubble, you're like, can these top teams actually just gain some points and help us out here? Because otherwise, we're just giving a chance for the bottom teams to get back into it.
Well, Fnatic are completely the other side of the map at the moment. I think they recognize they're going to have to collect a lot of Evo if they want to have success entering a little bit later on. Crazy Raccoon, though, holding down the Spider Cave. Shout out to Spider Tiff as well.
Very much missed here on the broadcast, but of course for good reason. And I'm sure we'll see her next year, but Team Burger at the moment, I thought they were going to consider moving up to Nocturne, but perhaps they noticed the armors if they had been checking them a little bit earlier. There's a live leaderboard of how it stands, by the way, and just to give you a reminder of how close it is, in case you'd forgotten.
You can't help but giggle at it, can you, really? Terrifying for
If
everyone.
you don't laugh, you'll probably cry, and I think that's the reality for a lot of these teams and a lot of these players.
I was asked today when was the last time I cried. You asked me in a couple of hours. It might be a lot more recent. Team Burger versus Virtus Pro, and another one of those teams is at the top of the leaderboard. He's going down early here.
Looks like it was just Lou they could find at the moment. This is happening down just on the outskirts of Launchpad, and I think Virtus Pro should be able to get the remainder of their squad away, but they might be running into trouble as Fnatic are also in the zone, as Fnatic always are. And you will actually be able to see on this map overhead, look at Fnatic, they're going to drive past the remainder of Virtus Pro.
Wait a minute.
There was one pop shot there, by the way.
Wait a minute.
And Fnatic might just drive on past Team Burger and ignore them and carry on their merry way.
Yeah, I thought for VP that was going to be one of those situations where it was kind of like, really? What are you doing here? We're looking at the zone. It is pulling up towards the northern side. Hillside, maybe pulling out actually towards the east a little bit, just away from the main building. You see some end games there. We do see some ones to the north as well. And of course, we've seen a very famous one here as well.
Quite a historic ending up here. Some brilliant memories for some, bad memories for others. Green Stego going to be one of the teams that holds down a position with all of the mountain behind them so they can build a base effectively, but Noctum may be looking to try and take that space off of them, but they might think again here because they're going to back off. But by the way, remember who's coming down this way. Fnatic are not so far away from here making their rotation, so Noctum do need to be careful.
Did notice in the feed that 100 Thieves had Timmy knocked. Not sure if they're going back to his feet. Well, it did look like it was from some distance from LG, but even so, respawn is going to be available for them. Skies, they're moving. And this is what you were talking about, Dan. Noctum have to be aware, and they are aware by the looks of things. Be 2 players already dealt with from Fnatic. Castle wall away from Yuka. He's going to have to cross. If anyone can give him the schmooze, though, just to avoid a few bullets, it's going to be Yuka. Magic Man.
Excellent movement from Yuka.
Have that.
Just an extra grenade to teach the stairs who's boss. And he'll be on his way. And Fnatic, I mean, looking at the rest of... I mean, by the way, Noctum is still in hot pursuit. Just to let you know, he is not safe.
Wait.
Oh, my! Despite his best efforts, and it looked like it was going to be successful, Noctum made sure they locked down the extra KP onto Fnatic, which does keep Fnatic in that danger zone, may I add. 41 points in 5th place. I feel like the cutoff is going to be around there, so it might not be job done yet. Still a bit nervy going into match 8.
As you can see here, everybody who knows where this zone is going, it is so busy on that north side. Everybody knows the north side is going to give you success. Mythic Bin is going to be spawning inside a command center. LG, probably the favourites to get that. Crazy Raccoon are playing on the top of command center, so not really close enough to... Well, it's too much of a risk at this point to drop down the big zips and see if you can grab that for yourself. Crazy Raccoon might have a pretty good chance of actually picking up some KP playing this height, though, overlooking all of the players who are in and around Elrod. Team Burger down on the bottom side in storm captures for now. VP back in the game, by the way.
Good job from Virtus Pro. They were able to successfully get away and get back up. By the way, LG, Mythic Bin, right under their nose. That is going to be a very welcome present. Sometimes it does just appear when you least expect it, and you start to think, all right, maybe there is someone on our side here to try and help us get in. And they are 10th position at the moment, RLG, so maybe they do need that extra oomph from the Mythic Bin. Zone-wise, it does continue to pull east, by the way.
Crazy Raccoon trying to send it here on 100 Thieves. A couple of Sky Nates did go up. Slam comes in, which is going to push them back, but there's a couple of Arc Stars on that Trident, which are going to force 100 Thieves once again just to buy some time to heal. And they don't have time, quite simply. Designful's doing what he could. Timmy can't survive. 100 Thieves out, and they will leave it to the last game again. Why do you always do this to yourself, 100 Thieves?
A huge fight for Crazy Raccoon. Bear in mind, Crazy Raccoon and 100 Thieves were in 17th and 18th. Both of them around that 20-point mark. And 100 Thieves are going to leave themselves with a lot to do. It could be requiring a win, depending on how many points are accumulated here in match 7. Crazy Raccoon, though, will give themselves the chance to get to this late game.
This is such a risky play, by the way. Oh, VP just wrapped in behind LG. It might make this a bit more of an obvious play.
Spotted him.
Because going up those big zips is pretty much blind. They do not know what's at the top of this zip.
We do.
At some point, they're going to have to take it. Over to the busy side of zone. Outside Elrod, August and Hungry. I don't even know if they're going to be able to get their feet on the floor here. Henchman gets the bubble down. That is so important. Matafe does go down, but with the bubble there, they should be able to reset.
DSG are very close in proximity though, but are not going to be pushing into the bubble just yet. And the wall does come down, so OAH, they stabilize, they hold, and they will live to fight another zone. By the way, LG opted not to take those zips, and they have rotated round on the southern side and are taking an evac tower now. Just to let you know, they would have been safe taking the zips. There was no one up there, but I completely understand this play. Well,
wait.
Was that on purpose? I don't know if I love it. Oh,
no!
Oh dear. Great bubble, great bubble.
Just a minute.
Sweet.
Sweet goes down, but just before he does, gets the bubble down. And LG survive.
Maybe I love it. I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
No. Okay, LG. You can only get away with things so many times. Sweet's trying to reset. Still has that Kraber as Falcon start to pick up some kills on the north side of the zone onto Envy. LG somehow, some way, against all odds have stabilized.
I mean, it's messy, but it's worked out at the moment. And actually...
It's working. Has it worked? We'll find out soon.
Will it continue to work? There's another look. LG, our focus team right now, because they are the cutoff. 32 points. Kraber in hand for Sweet.
All right, Sweet. Time for you to do what you do best here. Kraber in your hands. LG's hopes in your hands. We know that he can take over games. One of the best Kraber players we've ever seen. We'll have to wait to check in with him for now because Crazy Raccoon have made their play. They're going to evac.
Yeah, they have to. They're on this far west side and they have to try and go over these mountains or around them. Maybe just a little bit of both. Where do you go? Remember, the zone is going to be pulling far east.
Ooh, just getting some info.
Well, FaZe Clan are right here, by the way. Right underneath them. So they have to be careful.
Sweet just got a knock. Sweet got a knock with that Kraber. There's 119. This is what we wanted to see if you're an LG fan. Team Burger pushing onto them. Funk's going to pick up one of those kills from distance, but Sweet's got to be careful of his position here. There's teams who are firing down that hill onto them.
Dragons eliminated. Team Burger survived. Sweet was watching over and he was cooking them with the thermite. But Burger are able to reset because of the pressure that came from the teams that were on the higher point here. Sweet had to kind of back off. Nerve-wracking times as we get down to the last 15 squads here in match 7.
Still 15 squads. 15 squads alive in this game. Gibiol comes in from Sweet. Charge rifle though. It's going to force Funk to back down for a few seconds. In the kill feed, you see C9. Big fight for them. VP currently involved in that one, and VP will go down. Another one of our big hitters deleted early.
And it's extra points to teams that are chasing as well. Team Burger managed to stabilize in the bubble, and they will get a castle wall down, but LG eyes trained on them, hoping they can pick up this KP, but LG have not dived on them. They know the pressure, and they know the risk of trying to push this. As now elsewhere, C9 close to August and Hungry, and now LG are pushing.
I think they hit a Kraber shot there, Sweet, and now they're pushing off the back of it. 2 players already down from Team Burger. They're just looking for the next. Sweet shooting anything that moves, including his teammates.
LG are making this work. It looked messy at one point, but now they are finding points. Crazy Raccoon will be eliminated after that desperate attempt to get in. August and Hungry, C9 posturing up against one another.
Armor advantage, certainly C9's. Cat spikes are slowing it down though, kind of getting those spikes where they're needed. And now Henchman's moving in. Everyone's weak. Can he get the kills? Can he hit the pump? He has to reload. And Shuby will fall. C9 lose the fight. It's ExoClan who come in to be a part of it.
It kind of comes in, but now kind of goes out. 10 squads remain. LG still trying to force their way into this zone as well. And LG still hold on to 10th position, but hot in pursuit is Complexity on 35.
The crazy thing, take yourself back a few moments in this game. Command center, LG, about to blind zip. Probably thinking that's the next play. Mythic bin pops. Kraber pops. Sweet and Funk get up to Reds. And without that, do they get here? We'll never know, but it's probably more likely that they find themselves in this position. Thanks to the gift that came down to them. 9 squads now remaining.
Yeah, Team Burger got eliminated. LG were watching that for quite some time and did the majority of the work, as now Sheila's starting to pop up in that kill feed. DSG have lost 1, make it 2. Arctic, the last remaining player, he goes down. Now it's 8 squads. Complexity, have to bubble, have to try and escape, and have to move, as we're still trying to go east here.
The Skies have just been eliminated as well. LG, they want some more fights, they want some more damage. FaZe Clan eliminated, and is this the game for LG? It's going to be Complexity who jump in now. LG have been eliminated, but points secured at least. Kimchi on the Newcastle, still on his feet and trying to make his teammates stand up as well.
Does get the res. Kimchi goes down. Monsoon is alive though. And actually, the position of the Trident might have just worked out successfully. Now Bubble goes down, and Complexity are going to get the chance to stay alive and reset.
Nobody got finished. Enemy's back on his feet. Kimchi, come join the party as well. You're back on your feet. And Complexity live to fight another day. Falcons still alive as well, with 5 squads remaining. The winners of our last game. And that is, as it stands, how close this is.
5 squads left. You mentioned them, Falcons and Noctum in that top 10, but 3 teams who are not in there. Complexity, who are fighting on that cusp. Green Stego, 0 tenacity. Imperial House just taken down Monsoon, but they should be able to get him back up as well. It looks like it was from a distance, and now it is into the Trident for Green Stego.
Oh, they forgot Dexter. Or are they just moving it for a little bit later?
Reposition.
Reposition, maybe thinking about getting a castle wall down next to it. There it is indeed, right on cue. Enemy. Let's just watch his 2 teammates fall, and he will be the last to go down as well. Complexity are eliminated, but points, kills, they have secured.
But with that 1 elimination, Green Stego have just jumped up, by the way, to 10th position. Again, that's how tight it is. But can they get themselves into that top 3? Every placement now could be huge points for you. Every kill could be the points that make the difference going into match 8.
They're going to have to be one of the first teams to move here. That's the difficulty for them. They're going to have to cross. Asia takes a lot of damage on that cross, but they've made it. They managed to close the gap, and they want to take this rock. Time for the fireworks, as the defensive bombardments will come in from the Gibraltars. Falcons overlooking the pyramid of players in front of them. That's Green Stego, who have a chance to put their destiny in their own hands, will fall as we enter the last 3.
Falcons still watching over. Are they about to go back to back to reassert their dominance in this tournament?
Back to back is something that Hao is very familiar with in this exact zone. 0 tenacity will be eliminated. Noctum taken down as well. 2 players still remaining for them as if Falcons trying to push it forward. It's going to be Noctum who deny Falcons going back to back and prove it's not just E-District.
Noctum send themselves onto 61 points into 2nd position and have 100% solidified their spot in the match point finals, as have Team Falcons, both surpassing the 60-point mark. With 1 match to play, they can be on top of the world, knowing they will be competing in the biggest match point finals in Apex Legends history.
Noctum once again, just upsetting the odds. If you would have asked for predictions, I think for a lot of people who's going to be in that match point finals, and I mean this with all due respect for what they have done here in Japan, Noctum Esports probably wouldn't be one of those teams, but they have turned up in a way that maybe even they didn't see coming. 24 points on the board, 12 kills, gives them that win and pretty much secures their spot, or does secure their spot in our match point finals. Team Falcons could close out back-to-back, but they will quite happily take the 19 points.
I mean, you know me, when we get to match point finals, I start to look at the teams that have been winning games, and Noctum Esports will be there when it comes to those statistics of who is likely to win a match point finals if they achieve the threshold. But that's a different matter. You've got to get there first, but certainly Noctum have shown incredible form when they do get to these last circles at putting a dub on the board. Falcons 19 points, Zero Tenacity 10 points, and actually a pretty consistent amount of points from 4th down through, what, 13th there? Everyone putting around a good average of 6 or 7 to keep themselves in that question of getting to match point finals.
But this graphic that's going to be coming up next is the big one. That's what we want to show you at home, how things stand with 1 game remaining. Some stats from your top 3 in that game. 19 points, good KP all around for Falcons. Imperial Hal really starting to step up as the guy that he needs to be. 5 KP for him. Attenum, by the way, 2nd ever LAN.
Amazing. Almost as amazing as this leaderboard. We are starting to create a little bit of gap in places. And we've mentioned, you know, some teams will be comfortable. Some teams should be definite at this point. The likes of Falcons, the likes of Noctum, Virtus Pro. Anywhere in the 40s, I'm still a little bit concerned, but Envy should be good. Burger, VK, I'm thinking are good now. But Fnatic, LG, EXO, Greenstego, all in the danger zone. Chased by Complexity, August and Hungry. And then, I'll be completely honest with you, Mark. FaZe Clan could still do this. It is only a 17-point gap from themselves in 10th position. A win with kills would jump them up into that top 10.
2 games ago, we were saying Team Falcons, it's unimaginable they don't make a match point finals. That's how close this has been. 2 games ago, now they're first, guaranteed, going through, will be here tomorrow to compete for that $2 million prize pool and the chance to call themselves, of course, the ALGS Championship winners. There's the family of Team Falcons members. But, you know, with that said and done, Dan, we've still got 1 more game to go. We've still got 1 more game of Apex Legends on Stormpoint to decide who are going to be the 10 teams who go through to that match point finals. And
speechless.
No idea who it's going to be. Genuinely no idea.
I don't blame you, because I'm nervous. And if the players are nervous, and I'm nervous, you know full well if you're watching at home, you're nervous too. We've got 1 more match. Who's going to be in the match point finals? We'll find out after this.
Welcome back, everybody, and with 1 more game to go, Before we get there, we just need to remind you of some of the awesome stuff that has been happening, over the last few days. This cosplay contest, by the way, was nuts. Like, some of the cosplay is, I mean, look at it, awesome.
They went all out here in Sapporo, Japan. I mean, Pathfinder was amazing. By the way, I was walking down the hall earlier and a bloodhound just appeared out of nowhere. I was terrified. I thought I was in a fever dream.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd probably double check if I was like, that's a Pathfinder. And I'd look up and I'd go, what? That's a Pathfinder.
Oh, it has been amazing, and it's, you know, it's good to see the incredible things that have been done by the community and create some lighthearted moments, because it's about to get serious. So serious, Onset's even taken off his jacket.
I'm just warm.
Oh, okay.
I'm just warm.
I thought I'd do mine up to try and counteract it. Didn't work.
I was just warm. We've got one more game to go, and there's a couple of stories to tell here, of course. The big one is who's qualified. Everybody knows that. Top 10 goes through, but how many times does Design & Co. need to leave it to the last game with the tournament life on the line? Is this one too many for 100 Thieves? That's the question for me. 22 points. They are joint last, but with how tight it is and the cutoff being currently 39 that's being held by Green Stego, very, very doable.
Has to be a win. It's as simple as that for the likes of 100 Thieves, FaZe Clan, most likely Crazy Raccoon and Disguised as well. You need a victory alongside kills. Not the case though for everyone else in that chasing pack. You can still achieve it with probably a top 3 or a high kill game in the top 5. There are still some teams who are right on that cutoff, the likes of Complexity, that they might be able to do it just with a 6-point game, for example. But again, depends what happens around you. You want to put destiny in your own hands though, and place as best as you can with as much points so that you don't have to sit there biting your nails off.
So one more game here on Saturday to decide who are going to be in those booths tomorrow, competing for $2 million. Here are the players. This place, the roof has just come off. Because we've got to find out who's going to make it as we head back for one final time onto Storm Point. It's match 8. Let's do it.
4 teams will go into this confident they've made the match point finals, but still a job to do for some. One most importantly for the hometown heroes, Fnatic, still sat on 41 points and very much in that danger zone. An early elimination would have this whole crowd watching with incredible amounts of nerves. So Fnatic will be hoping they're able to get to the latter stages here to try and secure their spot in that match point finals. One team who did secure their spot, Noctum, 61 points, second place. We will definitely be seeing them tomorrow in the finals. And you mentioned it. I don't think it would have been on anyone's bingo card for them getting into the finals, but boy, have they earned it.
Let's talk zone. Let's talk about where we're going to be seeing our end game, and we are going out towards North Pad, one of the most difficult zones when it comes to playable area that we have on the entirety of Storm Point. The trenches. It's just such a horrible place to have to play in the late game, especially when you've got, you know, multiple teams trying to stack in there.
They're called the trenches for a reason.
It's true. I mean, North Pad is still in. That building of North Pad is still in. So Envy will be able to play that for quite some time, but this is a rough zone for everybody, who, especially the teams who need the win.
Well, we are seeing early movers. Those who have that information will try and get any building that is available, any extra little bit of coverage. I'm actually very excited to see this end zone play out in a meta that we have, because the Newcastle walls are going to make a big difference. It's Cloud9, have they just caught maybe some rotation here from ALGS and Hungry, but looks like ALGS are going to get away from this, but Cloud9 are still shadowing it and still in hot pursuit and will still take their evac tower.
Cena going to use it to find a place to play. This is what we're talking about. This is where we expect our end game to be. That's why you're seeing Tridents with bubbles on. You're seeing teams set up inside of the donut buildings. And some of these little bunkers that kind of line the trenches are going to be valuable as well.
Big
Green
fight.
Stego have to live here, have to survive. And they've only got white armor.
It's Virtus Pro on the other side. Virtus Pro in a far more comfortable position. They'll be happier to take this fight. They'll be happier to take this risk.
Asia's down. Now, how do you play this, Green Stego? Do you commit one player to try and just stall, distract, and allow your teammate to get out? Dexter goes down as well. Zicky,
oh no,
he's being chased down as well. They've got the Trident. Lewis hunting him down, and the team who's in 10th place is about to go out. It opens everything up in this lobby.
It is extremely unlikely that Green Stego will be able to hold on to this position in 10th. Complexity only a point behind. ALGS and Hungary only 2 points behind. It's near impossible. And that is a heartbreaking moment for Green Stego, as I think they will have that reality hit them very hard. The first team to be eliminated here in the final match of today. They just have to watch on, hope and pray.
Fnatic are trying to set the trap here. They force the bubble. It's VP. It's VP who are going to fall into it, and maybe they are the Avengers for Green Stego. It's probably not what they really wanted, but Fnatic get the points, and Fnatic with the points take one step further to qualification.
43 points they find themselves on, a little bit closer to comfort. But you can see what it means seeing Green Stego eliminated in first. Complexity now knocking on the door of top 10, and it blows this cutoff line wide open. Now Team Envy, a team that doesn't really need that many more points, but would love some extras just for that POI draft going into match point finals. They're holding the far northwest over towards Northpad, as Virtus Pro are back in the game as a full 3, as they continue to search for more points as well.
Oh man, Exo Clan, 9th place. Wishing that it was only 7 games.
We did see the Exo Ultras, by the way, here in the crowd as Dragons get eliminated. That will be their competition over, finishing in 16th place and could drop even lower than that. We say our official goodbye to the first team.
100 Thieves! 100 Thieves! This could be the end of the road for them. A team who so often leaves it late. This time it might be too many times of asking. One player did escape though. One player, one hope is still here for 100 Thieves.
Designful has got away. Still a small amount of hope for Designful. By the way, Complexity did get a point, and it will confirm the elimination of Green Stego as well. Their run ends here in Sapporo, Japan. But what happens for 100 Thieves? Can they get back up to a 3 and give this another go? Reminder, they pretty much need a win here in this game if they're going to find themselves in finals tomorrow.
A lot of this action taking place actually outside of the zone. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, DSG and 100 Thieves. That's where that fight just took place. You can also see Design is just happily sitting in zone. So that DSG hopefully will continue their rotation and he can think about getting his teammates back in the game for one last hurrah. Fnatic all the way down south at Pylon. VP, like you mentioned, managed to get back into the game, but look how congested that zone is. That has been typical of everything we've seen in these games so far.
And look, the zone does continue to shift north, but I like the position of Zero Tenacity, has to be said. 15th position at the moment, 30 points, and they found a good old spot that might just last quite some time if they can hold it. You also may have seen Team Falcons making their rotation on the northeast. They could be a real threat to Zero Tenacity as well when they do arrive. But this is what I was talking about with Trenches and with Newcastle, right? A lot of the time I've seen Trenches finishes back in competitive play on LAN anyway. You sometimes are just stuck in no man's land. But now with the ability of Newcastle's wall, you can create a fortress of sorts. It's certainly going to make it difficult to try and crack if you're one of those teams arriving a little bit later on.
trying to just kind of catch what happened to Design in 100T. See if they've got into a position where they can get back in the game. VK Gaming, 6th overall, 45 points. And it's GHS who catch them off guard. And GHS who need points desperately. 32 of them in the bag already, but it would not be enough if they were to fall here.
There was a few in the crowd trying to start GHS chants earlier. Definitely some of the fan favorites, a big following behind them. 14th position at the moment, still doable. FaZe Clan take down ALGS and Hungary, and that will be the end of the tournament for ALGS and Hungary as well. It's a Mia on a Mia action, but ALGS and Hungary will not make the finals as FaZe Clan continue to try and do the miracle run here in the last match.
Like that from Synetic. Getting himself going, a little smile on his face as well. Take the pressure out of the situation. VKG though, got to be careful here. VP are pushing them. And VK, it's all left to QQ.
VK, who are on 45 points, if they were to go down here, they are still in a scary position, but arguably could be safe.
Cannon yeet.
Every time I see that kill feed light up, Mark, I'm scared for who might appear on it, especially knowing the few teams that have already had their struggles. 100 Thieves, for example. I'm waiting to see whether Designful suddenly pops up, but he is still alive, and Disguise did leave him to continue trying to get his team back up. And Disguise, it's because they still have a job to do. 17th position. Can Strafing Flame pilot this team into the match point finals as 100 Thieves will respawn Timmy and Jen Burton. And they get a second bite of the cherry.
I refuse to believe it's possible, but I've been taught in the past that it certainly is when it comes to Designful and the teams he finds himself on. 100 Thieves live, and 100 Thieves still have a chance.
Such great news, by the way, just looking at that as it stands for the likes of VK, Fnatic, LG, EXO, and Complexity, that the two teams that were kind of behind them, chasing them, have been eliminated. Just gives you that extra little bit of hope that maybe you can just about scrape over that finish line.
Fnatic versus VP. Fnatic, you get the feeling maybe one more team fight win here for Fnatic should just seal it.
Yeah, should do.
Extra points on the board for them, the three of them. VP decide to disengage from this. GHS Professional are going to be to the north of Fnatic here, and they're going to have to work their way through them as they continue their rotate.
Cloud9 were fighting Noctum in the kill feed as well. And that's a very scary fight for Cloud9 to take, but I believe they were up, but...
Oh man, this set zone.
I think it was just from a distance as zone information on your screen. Oh boy.
That is...
Oh boy, oh boy.
You said it perfectly. If you want to qualify, you gotta go through the trenches.
Team Burger are gonna fly into the trenches right now and hope to be able to find somewhere to call home. By the way, I was saying Falcons were gonna be a threat to Zero Tenacity on that northern side, and they definitely are. Team Burger are gonna join that action up there as well.
Speaking of which, Team Burger on your screen. Names in the bubble. Causing some trouble. Team Burger, who have kind of quietly got about the business. They had a couple of good games on E-District as well, which put them into a good spot here. When it comes to the overall leaderboard, Zero Tenacity, they've been here from a very early point in this game. Checks to see if Sheila's out. She is.
Checks. Oh, Team Burger getting shot at by Sweet. LG actually doing some real damage here, and Zero Tenacity might be able to take advantage of this. Team Burger just get the bubble down in time to give them another chance here.
Well, he's gone though. He's been finished by Sweet with that charge rifle. Team Burger maybe thinking about getting out of dodge. The problem is, there's Sheila again, and Team Burger are eliminated. 45 points for them. 5th place overall. Should be enough.
Should be.
Massive question mark at the end of it. Fnatic.
This is big. Fnatic check every single corner. In the end, have to go for the entrance. And that Trident has ended up in a very interesting position.
Precarious.
You'd probably rather the cover down low. By the way, DSG and C9 both losing a player here. both these teams in the danger zone as well.
Naughty just kind of desperately trying to, looked a little bit lost in that situation. Didn't know whether to go or stay, stick or twist. Well, now they've got really no choice. So many angles they're being shot from. By the way, 100 Thieves just picked up a little kill of their own. Jem Burton's back with the Peacekeeper, and he picked up one.
Cloud9 cannot lose this fight. If they lose this fight, they're out of the tournament. Should be taking a lot of damage. It's VP with a Sheila from distance.
Noctum looking over this. I think they're waiting to hear the audio of the res. Naughty's got to heal up. Not going to be quite as quick as the support class either. On the catalyst, and it's going to be them done. Cloud9 eliminated. They will not be in your match point finals. Fnatic, they fly in. Mount Sarah's got as well. But have they done enough? Have they done enough?
44 points for Fnatic. Still not a comfortable place to be, but right now would be safe. But there are still lots of teams in that bottom 10 to chase. We would need to see 4 teams surpass them to send them down into that bottom 10, but there are still 4 teams alive in that bottom 10 as well. Mathematically, they might be okay, but it's still not a comfortable place to be. Now, GHS Professional, 13th place, 33 points in that chasing pack down here on the southeast. Have the building to work with, but do need to progress in these 28 seconds. VP are losing players to Envy as well. Disguised, eliminated. Out of the tournament in 17th position.
Complexity holding this corner and holding on to one of those qualifying positions. They are 10th right now, 43 points. VP gone, but good enough. They should be through and will be through to our match point finals tomorrow.
All these teams starting to see eliminations in the kill feed, starting to get one step closer towards that top 10, towards that final circle as well. FaZe in the kill feed onto LG. Surely we don't see a miraculous comeback from the likes of FaZe or 100 Thieves, right? Surely they don't pitch away a spot from one of these teams in the top 10, but
so
they have to fight tooth and nail.
Oh my goodness, LG! JMW! LG gone! 43 points for LG, and they will have to watch and hope and cross everything they can cross that it's enough.
Terrified for LG because EXO and Complexity both on 43 ahead of them or behind them. Speaking of behind them, FaZe Clan find bullets from Falcons arriving. This could be the end for FaZe Clan's journey, and it will be. Commiserations. They will not be reaching match point finals.
100 Thieves still alive, by the way. I will lose everything.
By the way, LG just dropped down to 10th place. LG are the cutoff at 43 points. Keep a keen eye on Zero Tenacity, GHS Professional, Crazy Raccoon, and 100 Thieves. The 4 teams chasing LG right now.
Zero Tenacity just about to get pinched. They've got to be so careful. Falcons on their left, Crazy Raccoon on their right. And they have to move in as well. Envy have been eliminated as 100 Thieves. Never count out 100 Thieves.
Here's GHS Professional, throwing everything into this bubble fight. It's ExoCloud on the receiving end. These teams down in the bottom 10, they are finding kills on set. They are finding points.
EXO gone! EXO gone and GHS! Now move within a few more points of getting to that final, but it's VK Gaming. And Casa with a Sheila just holding them in the bunker.
GHS and Zero Tenacity still chasing. Remember, 100 Thieves and Crazy Raccoon are still alive as outside chances as well. But GHS, they have to move. Zero Tenacity, they're getting pressured though, and Zero Tenacity will be done. They'll be out, and we will not see them tomorrow.
12th now for GHS. They need top 10. They need to see a 10 next to their name at the end of this game. Now they're going to send it on Complexity, who get the bubble down, but look at GHS. They do not care for your well-being. They dive in the bubble. They dive on Complexity, and they will pick up the KP. Complexity destroyed by GHS.
Oh, but no! There's extra damage coming in. Someone send it in. PKD! Oh! Raccoon.
100 Thieves somehow still alive here. VK Gaming eliminated. We're down to 4. They can still do this.
Could we see a miraculous run from 100 Thieves? Could they take that position off of LG? Falcons in the kill feed onto Noctum. Remember, Crazy Raccoon still in that conversation as well.
100 Thieves have zone. They have the majority of zone. Look at their position.
100 Thieves 8 points behind LG right now. 8 points could be achieved with a win and some kills. Timmy's gone down though.
It's a Kraber that knocked him. Should be able to get back on his feet though. Bobbled down for 100 Thieves. The problem for 100 T, he's buying enough time when everyone exits that they don't peek and get knocked to a point where people will think about swinging to pick up the KP. Just gotta play safe, gotta play together.
Crazy Raccoon 14 points behind LG. Excuse me, 12 points behind LG. Ooh. Again, achievable with a win here and kills to go alongside it.
So June, the pressure on your shoulders, 5 Kraber bullets. But at this point, you cannot miss. That little rock that Designful has in front of him has got to do so much for 100 T here. Falcon's the closest worry. Timmy winding up Sheila, and he is aware of their position. Big damage coming in as well.
And it is not as simple as tying with LG. 100 Thieves, Crazy Raccoon, they would have to surpass LG because of the good tiebreaker that LG currently hold. But 100 Thieves, could they do it? Remember, at one point, they were on the brink of elimination. Crazy Raccoon might find themselves eliminated here. Sanju goes!
And it's a rampage of all things in the hands of Imperial How. Crazy Raccoon will not be making match point finals. They are out of this. 100 Thieves get sent. 100 Thieves are getting sent. Designful on his own. Designful on his own. Noctum eliminated. Design versus Falcons. He can't win it. Falcons win.
1 point away.
Oh my God, 100 Thieves. 1 point was all they needed. But it's 1 point that they will not get.
LG hold on to 10th position. 100 Thieves give it their best chance and their best go at it, but fall short right at the final hurdle. They needed the win. Couldn't quite get there. GHS, a valiant effort as well, but they fell short. And in the end, LG hold on. And Complexity just checking, realizing they will also be through to the match point finals. Of course, we will confirm all 10 teams shortly for you, but it is heartbreak for the squads that came so close here. But it's Team Falcons on your screen who did walk away as victors of this series with 87 points. Maybe to try and put a statement to the rest of this tournament to say we are still here. Do not forget us.
This is the series result. This is the fate of the teams. These are the 10 that will go to match point finals. LG make it by the skin of their teeth. 100 Thieves needed 1 point. And you gotta give it to them. They gave it everything in that last game and almost pulled off. 100 Thieves is a great name. It was a heist. It would have been a heist. Team Falcons make it. Noctum make it. VP, Envy, VK Gaming, Team Burger, Complexity, Fnatic, ExoClan, and Luminosity Gaming will be joining us tomorrow in our match point finals.
Sadly, we have to say goodbye to the bottom 10 though. 100 Thieves, GHS Professional, valiant efforts. Green Stego went down early and we knew that they were going to be in a very difficult position. August and Hungry, Zero Tenacity, Cloud9 also full. And then Crazy Raccoon, Dragons, FaZe Clan, and Disguised all eliminated. But again, they put on one heck of a show here in Japan. But that does set up our 20-team match point finals. And if you thought that was entertaining, if you thought that was stressful and nerve-wracking and nail-biting, just you wait until those match point finals tomorrow. And remember, we still have a draft to do. All those points that Falcons just gathered should be solidifying them a brilliant spot out of these 10 teams in that draft as well. And of course, those who will get priority are those who moved from the winner's bracket. Wow, incredible.
Well, absolutely unbelievable, absolutely incredible. And like you say, you ain't seen nothing yet. This is match point finals we're talking about, one of the greatest spectacles in all of esports that kicks off tomorrow here in Japan, here in this beautiful arena. And if you thought this place was packed today, well, trust me, once again, you ain't seen nothing yet. This place is going to be electric tomorrow, Dan.
Sold out tomorrow, and I tell you what, if an APAC North team gets any sort of success, it is going to erupt in here. I mean, you look at those visuals, people starting to leave, getting ready for tomorrow, but all of those seats will be taken tomorrow. I cannot wait.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff. Absolutely incredible day of Apex Legends. And if you're watching for the first time, you know why we love this game. You know why we love these players, because it really does create just these special moments. What a last game. 100, I mean,
heartbreak.
You almost felt like it couldn't happen, and then it almost did. But for our final 10 teams, congratulations to making it for match point finals. Commiserations to those who didn't. And for now, we're going to send it back to the desk because we will see you tomorrow.
Fantastic job, Mark and Dan, closing out our elimination round 2. And I just want to point out, 4 points separated 6th place through 12th place. That is arguably one of the closest elimination round 2s we have ever seen. We talk about it a lot, how you have to make every single point matter, every kill throughout the entire competition, but it couldn't be any better illustrated than what we just saw here, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to one thirst sometimes. It comes down to one placement, one play. I mean, you know, all these teams that just got knocked out are going to be going back, biting themselves about a single game. They all played their hearts out. And honestly, I'm thrilled to see this lobby. It was kind of crazy to see the whole Jen Burton left from the Falcons roster. It didn't leave, you know, the whole situation. But then Falcons to kill them in the end and knock them out of the tournament. It just, you know, this tournament has been nothing short of exceptional.
And that 1 point differentiator almost didn't even happen, right? Because they almost died. 100 Thieves almost didn't even get that far in the game until Design was able to back off Jayhawk and try to bring them back from the brink of death. I mean, this was an epic final match.
Yeah, we talk about it many times, but 100 Thieves definitely has that clutch gene. It's just unfortunately they weren't able to get it quite done today. But when they were fighting DSG over at Mill, I legitimately thought they were done. I thought that 100 Thieves was done for, but Design gets out, and we were talking backstage, maybe Disguise will just hang around and let them res to try and res farm and get a couple extra cheeky points. They don't end up doing that. 100 Thieves takes their time. They wait and storm, they reset, they made a fantastic rotate, and they almost did enough to close it out. It's just really unfortunate that Jen Burton went down because I don't think they used their Gibby bubble.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that, Graceful, Team Falcons were non-existent for the first half of this series, which just adds that much more pressure onto their backs. They get that win, and it resets their whole mentality and their ability to find some more success, now puts them at the tippy top of the leaderboard.
The thing you have to keep in mind that I think people forget that when you're as successful as both Zero and Imperial Hell has been throughout their entire careers, is the massive pressure that falls on their shoulders with it. We could see some pressure alleviate when they got that dub, because now they're like, we are here for a reason. We showed everybody. Everybody has been talking bad about us. We're actually stepping up now. And now we're seeing their true form, the form that everybody loves and knows, them on top of the leaderboard, always been a true contester to taking home the trophy.
Well, I want to take a look back at what we just saw, because I'm sure you all realize just how much chaos was going on. And you might get your question answered here, Jayhawk, as we get to see another look at those final moments here for Match 8. Team Falcons down there on that low ground.
Yeah, ultimately in these North Pad end zones, the trenches are really where we're going to see a lot of warfare happen. We have 100 Thieves and Noctum on the top side, and down below, Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. Crazy Raccoon definitely in the worst spot, as Team Falcons is just waiting them out. They have Sheila purring, ready to go, and it's just a really tough spot for Crazy Raccoon to be in, because they were also one of those teams that maybe could have clutched it if they were able to win this fight and then carry that momentum. Unfortunately, they aren't. But while this is happening on the height, 100 Thieves and Nocturne are kind of trading blows, and that allows for Falcons to come up behind 100 Thieves. They don't ever see them coming. And unfortunately, Jen Burton went down before that even happened, so that just gave Falcons the win.
Now we're gonna look one more time at our series results here, Eric. And as a player, when you're going through all of this and you're live watching the stats after you get knocked out, I was thinking about the complexities, the Fanatics, the LG, who are right on that bubble. How stressful is it to just be the spectator?
Yeah, I mean, my heart was absolutely pounding watching this entire time. And like I said, it almost more nerve-wracking as a spectator than it is a player. You really don't feel those nerves until the game ends, and then you have to just either sit there and watch, or it kind of all comes collapsing at one exact moment. But for teams like Complexity, I am so proud of the fact that they worked their way through. And LG, we saw how horrible they started this tournament. It was one of the worst starts to any tournament I think I've seen Sweet have in any of his forms of rosters. And for them to work their way back, they dominated in the first elimination round. To get 10th place doesn't matter what you place here. You made it to the grand finals, and honestly, at this point, they maybe needed those extra reps, and we could see them do some work regardless of how poor their picks are going to be in the draft.
Yeah, definitely some commiserations here to those bottom 10 teams, but congratulations are in order for those top 10 as they do survive through to our match point finals. I mean, that's what all of these teams have been battling for all weekend long, and now they have finally made it. We obviously highlight our teams a lot here, but let's take a moment to highlight some individuals, because we're going to take a look here at our Sony in-zone kill leader race and see exactly where everyone is falling. We've got Atnam at the top, tied with Hal for 53 here, Graceful.
I mean, the craziest part is that they haven't had like too many good maps outside of E-Districts, but with just E-District alone, he's topping the leaderboard at 53. It's crazy, but their games that they have had there and won several times have been humongous, and Atenum no less stands at the front making that happen for their team.
Can I just point out that there's only 2 people on that leaderboard that haven't been into the losers bracket, and it was, I believe it was Koiful and, oh my gosh, Verhulst, yeah. Koiful and Verhulst. So that is impressive as can be, and both those players are actually on Rampart, and I've been seeing them mow people down with the Sheilight.
Now, I do want to point out that we're going to be taking a look here at Atnam because he had 31 kills on the day here, Jayhawk, so he is the best for today.
Yeah, once again, we were wondering, was Noctum maybe a fluke? Because they popped off in groups like we had never seen, and they just proved they are not. I know they had to go to losers. I know they might not have the greatest draft pick, but they've shown as much as any team that did make it through winners, they can win games and close them out. And that's what you have to do to win match point. And so I still think that despite whatever, POIs they come out with, Noctum could be a serious threat.
The thing that I'm taking away from this the most is I think you could undoubtedly say so far into this tournament, they're the best E-District team. And there's no, this is the first tournament where we see it, and they're not even, they're heads and shoulders standing on top of everybody, towering them that this is our map. This map was made for us, and they've shown time and time again to pop off on it.
I think that was a question that a lot of us had coming into this event was what impact is E-District going to be having on the competition? Will there be teams that have really put in the work pre-event to make sure they can take advantage of that and maybe find a rhythm there? It seems like Noctum is doing exactly that. But now it's time for us to take a look at our Alienware Aces plays of the day, all right? And not just highlight the individuals, but see what we got into throughout everything. Obviously, we started off the day with our epic performance on behalf of Sim. I mean, watching a live musical performance at an ALGS has just taken this to a whole other level, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, if I was on that stage playing, I would have made sure I was in that crowd, letting the music hype me up and then get on stage. If I felt like I had my own performance right there before I got on stage, I'd be hype as could be.
And then we're going to be continuing on into some of our gameplay here. And one of the big things I want to shout out was a dominant performance on behalf of Enterforce, Jayhawk.
Yeah, shout out to Korea, because Enterforce 36, they had a tough first set in groups, but ever since then, they have been frying. This team has been fragging out like no other.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but Synap actually impressed me the absolute most. But outside of Synap as well, Fnatic. I think that nobody can talk anything, can't say anything less than amazing. They're in their hometown with the crowd, have showed up and popped off, have also taken a hit and taken a knee, stood back up again for their home crowd and pulled their way up all the way into the end. And now it remains to be seen, can they keep up the form and take it all home for them at their home place.
What's crazy is that the crowd was so loud when Fnatic won that it almost messed up our audio. We've never had a crowd this big or this loud before.
Imagine
in
tomorrow.
the history of ALGS. It's only gonna be bigger tomorrow, J-Huck. It's not gonna get any better. I hope everyone in the back is ready to try and adjust for the insane sound. And then, of course, we are watching Falcon struggle all year long. We get here, we're in Elim too, and they find a rhythm, Eric.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things here to notice is that they went first, second, first on Stormpoint, and once they got that first win of the tournament, they just look like they're in flow state. It feels like everything's falling into their hands, and I feel like it really was that one big relief. You can even see it on the stage that is going to carry the momentum forward. They got as good of a pick as they can going into the draft. This is as best as they could have done, and I mean, you can never count that team out.
And knowing Team Falcons, they're not happy with having to play from behind and just barely, you know, get those wins out. This was keeping them alive, but you know that going into tomorrow, they want to give the performance they know that they're capable of. They don't want to have to be fighting for these points, for these wins, or having to even get this far in the competition before they achieve them.
And the biggest thing is that right now they've just been fighting their demons, essentially. You know, they've been showing everybody that, hey, I always talk up Waltzy, and he's, you know, he has 2 LAN champions on his team, and he's saying, I'm not the issue, I'm the new addition, I'm the new firepower. And then you have the old goats, essentially, that are saying, we are still here. And finally, tomorrow, they're trying to pave new ways to say, because we're not ready to hand over the torch just yet. We're still here. Because people are talking about, you know, all the other people like Hackett, maybe EXO and Fnatic now if they can make it in their home stage. But Falcon says, no, the torch is still ours for the moment. We'll make sure to see if they can keep it or not.
And now everybody's going to get a little bit of rest before we head into the chaos tomorrow. And this is typically where I'd be asking everybody up on the desk for their final thoughts before we close out the show, but we're technically not done yet because we have a POI draft coming up right around the corner. So before we get into that, we're going to take a look at our schedule. Of course, guys, last day of the competition is tomorrow, our match point finals, Sunday, February 2nd, 11:30 a.m. Japan Standard Time. Be here to see how all of this plays out. But of course, you can't get into the match point finals without the match point finals draft picks. So of course, we're gonna take a quick break, make sure to give all of our players time to get themselves set up and ready for that, who will be participating in our match point finals. So don't go anywhere. When we return, those picks will come through.
Got a lot of blood on my hands. Now some of it is yours.
It's time.
This is where it ends. I love a dying world. Everyone deserves a chance to rise.
The truth will be known to all.
Bigger the sword, greater the ruin. Tragedy. It brings out your real character.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods, top notch. Get them rules, nothing less. I like your errors. cut your baby, got that pocket, you can measure. Then we gon' cut them out. My barber got me looking. Getting fitted on that top grade. If you ain't walking out of lies, you're what we on. They ask me how you be like this. How you be like this? Yeah, yeah, swerving. Moving to the money like it's urgent. Hands on God, so I'm in it like a surgeon. Only thing I'm breaking is a bag with a ball. Yeah, baby, go bring out the goodies. Studied it inside the hoodie. Now we turning up to boogie. It's cool, I used to fight the bullies. Now I'm fighting in the dark. Guess some things don't leave me for no. They try and push me, then they try and pull me. Better when I budge. If you got it, then this time I put it. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Watch this girl do it. They ask me how you be like this. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Watch this girl do it. They ask me how you be like this. How you be like this? How you be like this?
Bit of a sneak peek of season 24 for everybody at home if you're just joining us for the first time as we prepare to head into our match point finals POI draft. We've now made it through every other stage of the competition and it's time to prepare for tomorrow. We've also swapped out Graceful and Brock Gaskin up here on the desk with us. You were just too much fun last time around, so we had to bring you up a second time.
Yeah, they just can't get rid of me, basically. I was like, I don't want to stop casting, so I'll just go move over to the desk. But I'm excited because I think this is arguably the biggest POI draft we have ever seen here in the biggest ever match point finals.
I mean, yeah, especially with all the gameplay we've seen so far, I could not agree with that anymore. Now, let's talk through this POI draft process just a little bit here. Obviously, you've seen it happening throughout the week, but now we are combining the teams from our winners bracket that made their way through in the top 10 to the teams that survived the elimination round 2, also in the top 10. So let's talk about the pick order here. Dan, explain to everybody at home how that shook out.
I mean, there's a lot of rules behind the scenes, all right? But I'll make it very simple for you. It is not just the performance from the winners bracket, and it's not just your performance from the elimination round 2 you've just seen. It is combined with the group stage performances as well to culminate in the order you're going to pick, essentially. So even though Aurora did win the winners bracket, they weren't guaranteed to get it, but actually their group stage performance was good enough to still secure them the #1 pick. But you will see the order come from it. Just know that if you saw a team finish like 4th, for example, but they're picking 7th, that'll be why. Their group stage performance just wasn't as good as some of the others.
Which is why we were talking about it so much in the group stage, because it's now made every single point of the competition that much more important for if you end up at the final stage of the competition. You can't just be as crazy in groups anymore because it still matters.
It actually is something I'm curious if the players were as aware of, because I didn't realize myself how important and impactful the group stages were going to be in the finals of this, because the POI draft itself is, I mean, with the new map especially, these picks could make or break some of these teams. We saw how important it was for Falcons to get Lightning Rod. That was their first couple wins. Now they're going to be forced into uncomfortable POIs, and they were struggling throughout groups with not getting these, and we heard Jayhawk talk about that a little bit earlier.
So worth noting the map order as well going into match point finals, starting on World's Edge for 2, Storm Point for 2 at thereafter, and then E-District for 4 in a row right in the middle. And I do think that could maybe impact what decisions are made here. We have seen Storm Point be the priority for the majority of picks because the Tridents have just been such a big difference maker in getting points. And actually a lot of the teams in the elimination bracket had poor Storm Point performances. But I do think, you know, around matches 5 to 8 where we often see a tournament won, perhaps there's where some people start to pick big picks on E-District.
I started to see some wheels turning in your brain there, Jayhawk. I want to see what you got going on.
I did not realize that was the map order, and that's actually kind of crazy because we've been talking about Noctum and how they've been absolutely running E-District. So imagine if they can hit match point early, that's a big thing for them. But I'm talking about some other teams as well. Go Next, Game and Gladiators. We have Enter Force 36. even VK Gaming, all of these teams, a majority of their points, their best map is E-District. And so, obviously, you have to hit match point before that, but even then, with 4 games in a row, that's plenty of time for you to do it and still have games to potentially close it out.
Starting to get some of our picks coming through now as the draft has officially started. That first place pick did go to Cenote K for Aurora Den.
Yeah, we are going to see a lot of teams prioritizing Storm Point as we have all tournament long. It's going to be those that have the Trident or anywhere that they have found success so far. I mean, I'm scared of Aurora going into this match point finals, as I'm sure is the rest of this lobby, because they have been unbelievable. Their aggression at the right time has been so successful for them, and you think about the history of Aurora, what they've been through as a team, some of these players as well. I think they have a chip on their shoulder, and I think they have a point to prove.
And I do want to comment on that real fast. I actually remember a year ago, many NA pros, I'm not going to throw anyone specific under the bus, but many would say that when Aurora, this triple MNK team, gets to LAN and they have to face the NA controllers, it would never work. And yet here they are, they're playing Lifeline back in LA, Mirage now here, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's been working, and it's been working all year. It's not just this tournament, it's been working, and so I agree. I do think Aurora has a chip on their shoulder, and I think they're ready to go out there and win.
I do want to state that before we even started this event, the first thing out of Snipe's mouth was, I want to see a Mirage on LAN.
Select Fire Prowler, if a Mirage wins LAN and I see him dancing in the final kill feed, bamboozling literally everyone at this tournament, no one ever thought Mirage would be comp viable. To see him, oh my gosh, I would go nuts. I might as well start throwing the cosplay on.
Hey, you said it. You put the idea in production's head, it's probably going to end up happening.
If it happens, all right, if they win
get the
with
costume
Mirage,
ready.
We'll get the cosplay out. We are going to start to see people move over to E-District finally then, so it's going to be Gaming Gladiators taking the first position and taking Heights. A fantastic POI to have, especially when the zone does start to pull east, because you get such a good position there with all of that high ground. It's called Heights for a reason.
Yeah, and that's I believe, the only map that they've won on throughout this entire tournament. They have 71 total points on that map, 34 kills, 41% of their points coming from E-District. Once again, I mentioned them as a team that if they can hit match point early, which we saw them do in Mannheim, all of a sudden they now get their #1 pick, Heights, the POI that they've been prioing throughout the entire tournament, to potentially close it out on.
Ooh, interesting. Team Falcons as well, joining them on the E-District. Now, I know that's a big decision for Team Falcons because they're not necessarily used to being in this spot where they're drafting this late. I mean, historically, they're a team who've been taking some of the priority positions. They like their Skyhook West, they like their Lightning Rod, for example, but I think they are thinking bigger picture here and going for an E-District pick. I quite like it.
And I actually really like it a lot, too, because when you look at the maps, the other two, the POIs that they'd be wanting, Lightning Rod, Mill, Cenote, we saw them play out of there, SkyWest Trials, these are all gone, so why not take your best pick when it comes to E-District and get EDAM?
I think they're really kind of looking ahead and trying to figure out their best way to ensure some points on the board here, knowing that the likelihood of their ability to be successful on the other maps are much more comfortable on is higher, so give themselves a stronger POI in the new one and see what they can do with it here. We're continuing to get through some of these picks here. Eric, I'm watching you kind of stare as they're going through. Anything that's your...
Is your eyesight all right this time? I remember last time
luckily,
you couldn't really see much,
they made
he
sure to help me out.
Yet, though.
I got a camera right here. The
checking.
screens are bigger. We're good to go. I'm not squinting. No old man jokes in the chat, please, and thank you. No, but I mean, honestly, overall, these picks right now have seemed pretty just like comfort picks for the most part. I do think the whole E-District thing is going to end up being massive. I called it from the beginning. The teams that are the most prepped on that map are going. I think that's going to be the reason that the tournament is won. I think the tournament is going to end on E-District itself. But it's good to see NB get some of these POIs, and right now we have VK Gaming looking like they are waiting to make a pick, and they made an instant pick. That was actually about 3 seconds right over to Overlook, so another comfort pick.
Jayhawk, I want to get your opinion on Liquid at Trident.
It's tough because the unfortunate part is a team can take Northpad, and that can screw you over, but at the same time, I do think that Liquid is the kind of team that can scare others off with the way that they've been fighting throughout this tournament. So I like it. I just don't know if I would have done it that early, but it's interesting because Alliance typically does that.
That's what I was
So
that's where I was
I wonder if that
going.
was them sending a message to Alliance saying, hey, we're going to do this, and if you want to come fight, then let's do it. But at the same time, this is match point finals. We have the Trident now, you don't.
I'm going to be interested to see where Alliance does end up when we make our way over back to Storm Point, because I feel like in the past they've been very comfortable bullying people off of that spot.
Absolutely, but when you get into that kind of a lobby with the year that Alliance has had, first and third at our last 2 tournaments, if they can win this one, they're in dynasty talks. So
Yeah.
I don't think that Alliance wants to go in there contesting. Obviously, that can build momentum, but, and I mean this with no offense, they haven't really had the best of luck when doing so in a finals lobby, and it just, plain and simple, it's not smart. You don't want to have to put your life at risk that early.
This is already getting a little bit spicy here. We're getting a couple more squads coming through. Guild making their E-District pick. Dan is furiously writing notes right now to make sure he's keeping track of whatever he needs to talk about there. I mean, there is the potential for some of these choices to completely shake up Match Point Finals.
Yeah, I do want to mention that Shopify have to be really happy right now. Having talked to Don yesterday, he did not like the draft that they came out with. Obviously, it was good enough for them to make it to the finals through winners, but they got 10th. All of a sudden now they have Lightning Rod. That was the #1 POI they wanted to come out with. They get that on Stormpoint, and now they get Boardwalk. Once again, another POI that they specifically were targeting for E-District. I don't know what they're going to get in World's Edge, but that is a really strong start, and I know that they're very happy.
I have information, all right?
Yeah, okay,
I was given false information by Gino. I'm going to call him out. We don't get as many E-Districts in a row as I thought. We will still get E-District 6 and 7. We don't have the 4 in a row.
Okay, that makes a lot
I
more
was
sense.
originally told. I blame Gino.
I was about to say,
I
that's
also apologize
wild.
because I came on.
I'm surprised it
saying
wasn't
that
all
as fact.
E-District.
If we got 4 in a row, that was
stay.
going to be a
Sorry.
very, very interesting lobby. I am glad we're going to be a little more balanced.
Have clarification, not 4 in a row. But we do still get E-District in those basic, like 6 and 7, which we do also often see games end. So I still do kind of understand why we've seen some very aggressive picks there as well.
You know, that's the real question. Are we going to go into double digits this time around, Snipe Down? Or is this going to be a faster Match Point Finals?
For some reason, I think history is just going to continue, and teams are going to understand where everyone's landing, and no one's going to let this tournament just end quickly. We've seen, 8, 9, 10 plus games consistently, and I think we're going to do that. I almost want to make a bold prediction and say for the first time we're going to have a losers bracket team win a tournament.
That would be historic. That'd be crazy.
One of those events.
I don't want to put you on the spot here, but out of the losers bracket teams, who do you think's going to do it?
Yes, Snipe.
Oh, God.
Well, Falcons was in the losers bracket, so I'd say that's a pretty strong pick. But, I mean, Envy has also stepped up. They were right there. They're 21st on the fringe. Then they struggled in that first set of elimination brackets. And then they started off really strong and kind of pulled back. But that team was honestly picking up steam all online. They were only improving. And I feel like they've had a really lackluster tournament so far. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them come out and step it up. Dropped has been there many times.
We're a decent chunk of the way through this POI draft so far. A lot of squads getting their picks in here as we've got Fnatic with their choice being made.
I do want to talk about Guild real fast because they got Mill in the first round, one of the best POIs on Stormpoint, especially for playing Zone. They got Resort over here on E-District, and unlike a lot of our teams, they've actually been incredibly balanced across all 3 maps, which I think really bodes well for their potential to close it out on Match Point, especially when you get these strong of POIs. We've seen Phony already knows how to do it, and so now it's just a matter of can he actually, do it once again, and if he does, what a storyline. You get dropped from your former team and you manage to be the one who comes out on top. That'd be kind of insane.
I thought for a second you were going to get, you went, they've been incredibly bad, and I thought you were going to say incredibly bad, and I was like, well, Jayhawk's a savage on the desk. Didn't realize I'd missed that. But you're completely right. I'm excited to see what they can do, and I think going back to Snipe Down's point about an elimination bracket team winning, obviously ever since the POI draft was introduced, you don't have the advantage points anymore. So it's very achievable. Whilst there is a lot of weight on these POIs, you have to remember that the zone can shift in any way. And even if you have one of arguably the better POIs, if the zones just don't go your way, you still have to fight very aggressively to try and get into some of those later circles. And maybe, just maybe, Snipe could be right and he'll dress as Mirage. Because that's what's going to happen as well, right? If you get it right. Basically, if anything you say on the desk is correct, I think you should dress up as Mirage.
If they got it ready, I'll throw it on. I'll be out here.
There was a few cosplayers. I just have to make a call, and I'm sure we can get it done. You would look excellent.
I'll start memorizing some voice lines, get the dance moves down and all that.
That's what we need.
I mean, Dan does know the right people to make this happen, so you're really setting yourself up here.
Very connected.
They have asked me this before, so...
Stormpoint's starting to fill up, by the way, so it's just the dregs of Stormpoint that's kind of being left over here. The majority of the major positions have been taken.
Yeah, but we do have Alliance about to pick, and they have left Stormpoint for their final one. Do they go north?
I've been waiting for this.
That's what I want to see. They prio the other 2 maps, and there's not really a lot of great stuff left, so I kind of think they're going to do it.
Oh, no, they actually... Wait. Oh, no, there was a different pick. Okay.
It's swapping because Aurora just took Sky. And
they
they did it.
They
did it. This is interesting because
right.
they're not going to have a Trident off rip unless they go and fight Liquid for it. So we could get some early action on Stormpoint.
And again, Alliance are another one of those teams that has not been scared to take fights. And when you've got Alliance and Unlucky on your team, you kind of just... I think Hackers just lets them off the leash sometimes and says, go on, go and have a fight. I'll join you later, kids. And they do have a great time, usually.
I do want to point out real fast that Shopify just took Survey Camp, and that's really interesting because Aurora's on the other side at Skyhook East, and there's oftentimes a battle for that tunnel. I don't know how that goes. I know Aurora typically can scare teams away from actually doing it. They've been taking Skyhook East all year, even before the POI draft was a thing, and so that's just interesting because Shopify is a very scary team to fight. I don't want to go against Koiful with Sheila off drop, so maybe Aurora thinks twice about it.
Did you have a point?
I was going to just make a point about the whole Alliance thing in the North Pad, and I think it's one of those where if you defer and let a team kind of bully you out, that also shows like a lack of confidence. And we've seen Hawkes before. I mean, they challenged the Thermal Station roster with Designful nonstop. And if you are confident in taking that, that instills confidence in your teammates, letting them know that you trust them, you have their back. And I think that alone is just going to... They're going to take that fight. I would be very surprised if they don't.
Well, yeah, and it's one of those things where you want to try and get it in on that first Stormpoint match and really assert yourself early on when you also have a lot less to lose. So if that initial fight doesn't go great, okay, it was, an earlier match, it's not the end of the world, versus if you've got 5 or 6 teams on match point and you're still struggling with that situation, at that point you're not going to be as willing to maybe go aggressively and really push them out of your area. So that's going to be something I think everybody at home should really pay attention to see how that's going to play out when we get into Stormpoint for our match point finals. We're continuing to get through as these picks. Yep.
I do have another potential fight that could happen.
Raised hand, I like it.
I like this.
Yeah,
J-Hawk has a lot of fights.
TSM took Old Town. Envy is right above them at Humbert Labs. It hasn't happened a lot in this LAN, but it has happened a couple times. I believe Go Next was doing it where the Humbert Labs team, if they want to be aggressive, you can just run at Old Town and know this is immediately isolated. We're in the bottom corner of the map and they're right next to each other. I think Envy and TSM respect each other enough to not do so, but if one of them maybe gets in a desperate position where they need points or the other one is on match point, that's a really easy spot to just go grief them immediately.
The more things you say, the more chaotic I feel like this match point finals is bound to be.
That's what E-District does. I feel like E-District has thrown just a crazy wrench into the mix.
What a great addition J-Hawk's been to the desk. I know I've said it behind the scenes, J-Hawk. I want to say it publicly in front of the world.
He was gassing you up.
I think you're brilliant. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to give you some public recognition.
He's going to take his headset. He's done.
See you later.
That's it. He's taking his headset off. He's leaving.
I don't need to be here anymore.
I'm just glad that the people get to see your handsome face a little bit more on the desk. When you're casting,
here
they
for
don't
a
get to
reason.
see you.
I'm here for a reason.
We're not here.
Snipe down, what are you here for?
I don't know if I'll be back after the comment
the
I made earlier.
Cosplay. Okay.
Ben's pretty pissed.
I'm kidding. Oh my gosh.
Well, we really are into the dregs now. 58th pick coming for VK Gaming, and they instantly take Canal Plaza on E-District. So it is the last few POIs that no one really wants, but you say, all right, well, we'll just see what we can do from this situation. And, you never know. We might see a land victory from one of these terrible POIs. That's how things can go down.
It's happened before. I think back to, I think this was Split 1 playoffs of year 3. The old Moist roster, Waltzy, MT, Pricey, they were landing at the little no-name gondola spot outside of Jurassic, and they placed like 6th at that LAN. That's not even a POI that I think is available for the draft. That's how bad it is. They would loot for, I kid you not, 20 seconds and rotate. And they won a game doing that.
It's central,
Yeah.
They had options, okay? But we've got our POI draft is now complete. These are your finalized drop spots for our top 20 teams in the world for Apex Legends. This is where they will be fighting from for the title of the best on the global stage, trying to raise that trophy above their heads. And after the picks we've seen coming through here, I think this is going to be insanely exciting tomorrow. And if you're wondering, we're going to be starting on E-District for match number 1. So perfect opportunity for Noctum to come out the gate swinging.
Yeah, what better way to start this than on the new map? I really do think that, once again, that this is going to be the map that the tournament ends on. I would love to see Noctum. It's going to come down to who prepped the most, who had the best drafts, who was able to prepare with their coaches, and honestly, this weekend is going to be the biggest weekend for any single one of these players. No one has played in front of a crowd like this. I hope the moment is not too big for any of them, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Embrace it, enjoy it, and own it.
And then we're talking about Storm Point a lot. That will be the next map up after that. We get a good final look at all of the picks here, Jayhawk. This one could be spicy.
It could be. We talked about some of the fights earlier. I just realized that Falcons unfortunately had to settle for Command Center. That is not a POI that I think I've ever seen any of those players play out of, so that would certainly be interesting. Imagine that all of a sudden not only are they making history winning as the only team from losers bracket, but they're doing it from a POI they don't even play.
They do seem to aim for a general region because they play from the north, so they're like, all right, well, as long as we're close enough, we can still make it work. And they've played enough of this game now. I feel like you can get any POI and they'll still do a job. But I am very excited to see what Falcons can do tomorrow, because I think we finally saw what Falcons are capable of in that lobby previously, but I still don't think they've hit their ceiling.
And then, of course, tried and true, World's Edge for match number 3. So it'll be Eagerstick, then Storm Point, then World's Edge. And this is where our teams will be the most comfortable. This is the classic map, Jayhawk.
Can we just talk about that top left corner of the map? We have Alliance, Aurora, Shopify, Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, Guild,
I'd rather
LG.
not.
That's like death's row right there. Like, I can't imagine on rotate the clashes that we're going to see from that specific section of the map. That's scary.
It is, which means that it might be scary for the players, but it's exactly what we want here as casters on the desk and for everybody at home, because it means it's going to be an insanely exciting show. You have to make sure that you tune in tomorrow to see how all of it plays out, because we will be crowning a new ALGS champion. Who will it be? Will you get a hometown buff for APAC North, and will they be the ones raising the trophy above their heads? Will we see continued EMEA dominance out of Alliance and Aurora, or will NA try to retain the title on their soil? This is going to be an insanely great Sunday. I hope all of you are at home, are ready for it. I know we are. Hopefully, we'll see you all there. Good night, everybody.
The day. Let me off the bench, I know I can play. Been through it all, but I just wanna ball and silence everybody that got something to say. Feel like a legend today. Let me off the bench, I know I can play. Been through it all, but I just wanna ball and silence everybody that got something to say. I feel like the man, I've been in demand. Never let the opposition get the upper hand. Grand Slam, from here up to Japan. It's not my fault that I'm the greatest in the land. No emotion, I just go get it. I don't talk about it, baby, I just go live it. And I'm a dog better than y'all, I'm off the leash. See, I'm a winner, that's what it is, get it, capiche? Feel like a legend today. Let me off the bench, I know I can play. Been through it all, but I just wanna ball and silence everybody that got something to say. Feel like a legend today. Let me off the bench, I know I can play. Been through it all, but I just wanna ball and silence everybody that got something to say.
This is insane. One win can send you into that top 10.
I'm not the one that you should provoke. I mean, I'm great, homie. Better than good.
And Yuka will take down August and Hungry, and then Newcastle is there on Yuka as well to get the reds. Oh, but here comes Sheila, and she's got something to say about it. Falcons, desperate for a win, desperate for something to hang the hound.
Like a legend today. Let me off the bench, I know I can play. Been through it all, but I just wanna ball and silence everybody that got something to say. Feel like a legend today. Let me off the bench, I know I can play. Been through it all, but I just wanna ball and silence everybody that got something to say.
1 point was all they needed.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods, top notch. Get the most, not the lesser. I like that your errors. This country, baby, got that part that you can measure. Then we gon' cut them out. My barber got me looking. Getting ready on that top grade. You ain't walking out alive. You're where we are. They ask me how you get like this. How you get like this? Yeah, yeah, swerving. Moving to the money like it's urgent. Hands on God, so I'm in it like a surgeon. Only thing I'm breaking is a bag with a boom. Yeah, baby, go bring out the goodies. Stuffing it inside the hoodie. Now we turn it up to boogie. It's cool, I used to fight the bullies. Now I'm fighting in the dark. Guess some things don't leave me for no. The job push me, then the job pull me. Better when I budge. If you got it, then just come up with it. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Watch this girl do it. They ask me how you get like this. What you think this is? We ain't worried about it. Watch this girl do it. They ask me how you get like this. How you get like this? How you get like this? How you get like this? How you get like this?
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.